Good morning and happy Wednesday, Realty Texas and Mega 17.
Good
Good
morning.
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 Good morning.
Morning. Good
All right, we
morning.
we have a lot of things to go over,
Morning.
a lot of things to talk about. So I heard there was some great success yesterday in your preparation for Thursday's UVP project. Are we feeling pretty confident about that? Isolette says yes. Sarah kind of looked both
Absolutely.
ways, kind of did the circle, yes and no all at the same time. Okay, I totally understand that. Um, I'm hoping you're feeling prepared. I'm guessing you're a little more prepared than you were back on January 5th when we started this whole journey. Hopefully that is the case. Big takeaways from Monday's class are bulletproof contracts. Any takeaways that you remember? No, it was a lot of information. And I hope all of the birthday girls enjoyed your beginning to your week. Damien, and your video is off.
Oh,
It's off because
Ja-
he's
and
driving. He can't have it on.
yeah, I'm on the way to the office right now. So
Ja-
my biggest takeaways, I think for me is even though learning the contract new and stuff and attending the bulletproof contract classes that you've done already and some of the paragraphs we went over, it put a lot of it into more perspective and the correlation between different paragraphs and how they intercede and work with each other. I was able to get more out of it by doing that on Monday and seeing a more in-depth view of the actual contract and why it's there and what it's for, basically.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for sharing, and we'll see you soon. Miriam.
Yeah, I think, the big takeaway is just how important it is to know the contract. Just from having mentored so many new agents, I know there's a lot of agents who have never read through the contract completely, and it's so important to know um, more than just what to fill in the blanks, you
Yeah.
know?
It is our most important tool. It is not just our most important tool, but it's one of those tools that morph based on the situation. So, how are we looking at the contract? In what context are we looking at it? And are we looking at it from the perspective of a brokerage or through the eyes of someone who's defaulted or through the eyes of a buyer or through the eyes of a seller or through the eyes of a buyer who is obtaining financing or not obtaining financing or an HOA. And you layer the things, and every time you layer the contract with these different situations, there's a different read on it. And that is the beauty of the contract, but also its complexity. And agents take the contract training in class, but then they get into a transaction, and that's where the real learning begins because now you have something to apply it to that's real. Then you learn something, but then you just have to step back for a moment and realize that you're learning it contextually. You're learning it in the context of what's happening inside that transaction. And if it is a VA buyer that is got an HOA, maybe that's going to be different if it's a cash buyer that is not HOA. So just remember its context. Christina, thank you.
Yeah. I just want to kind of piggyback off of what Miriam said. I think, when we've been doing this for a while, I know you probably hate to hear this, but you know it, we get a little complacent and, we get kind of accustomed to just zipping through it. And so this was a really good reminder that not only do we need to take our time and really, really study and make sure that we're explaining everything, not just the boxes we fill in,
Yes.
and not just fill in the boxes, make sure we're letting our clients do that. And then just to stay on top of it, I know we are required to do the training every year, but in between too, because it's constantly evolving and I don't think we're ever going to be 100% proficient due to the fact that it changes so often. So we have to be very diligent in staying on top of it and making sure that we know everything so we can protect our clients' interest.
And I think there's a takeaway in the last 2 years for me, just a big takeaway. Because as an instructor, there are soapbox items. There are items that we get on a soapbox and we scream, you are not to bring the option funds to title. And then very next day, you are to bring the option funds to title. And so, where we can be so adamant about one thing on one day, the next day is a new day, and the exact opposite is now true. So, not only is, there a constant flow of changes going on, but we have to be adaptable and be willing to understand that things are going to change. And I think we try to put everything, in a box and a bracket, and that's going to remain the same. And I've learned it. Now let's move on. We have to look at it with more fluidity, that things are going to change. We're okay with things changing because that's how our profession moves forward and that's how we get better. So I agree with you very much, Christina. All right. Thank you for sharing. I heard we had some out of the box open houses this week too. Mia, let's talk about your story about your open house. Would you like to share with the class?
Yeah, yes, yesterday was just like best day ever because like I wasn't really expected any, but uh, I end up like 10 traffics. So like if people even I just like learned door knocking, so I did that. And like people like it was they were very friendly. And like one neighbor, they just, hey, come over. Then she said, okay. Then she just like 4 o'clock. Then she showed up at the doorstep. She just wait. Then like one neighbors, they came over. They just helped me the snow removal. It was very slippery. So like I was kind of worried, but he came up and just said, help, all the way. So like one neighbor I met and she just kept on going, talk about that house, open house. And like, yeah, and also like two people I was end up, okay, and I introduced, hey, Realty Texas, we provide first home buyer seminar. And so, oh, really? I'm really interested. So yeah, and that was good. And another one, and she's asking about a house, a roof, and all that. I say, okay, let me find the information for you. And she left a message, and yes, as soon as I came home, I sent her with the email with a thank you for coming to the open house and blah blah. And she's I'm so then I'm going to find out about the about the house, and then I will get back to you as soon as possible. Then she said, thank you very much. It was very nice.
Well, thank you for going out in the world and braving the cold and working on your business and letting go of some of that fear and actually getting out in the world and interacting with people. Let me share with you the shoebox chronicles of a broker. Fear is one of those things that was designed to help keep us safe. And it brings us into the world of sales, and it actually does the opposite. It doesn't keep you safe. It actually harms your business. So don't allow fear that was designed to keep you alive, hurt and destroy your business because fear, it has a place. We have to acknowledge it and then realize what it is and then act instead of letting it define you and not acting. This is what I see all of the time. A real estate sales agent go out into the world and they are shedding their eggshell for the first time and they're putting themselves out there and someone misbehaves. Someone is grumpy, someone's having a bad day, someone is snippy, someone bites, and they think, oh, that's me. I need to change my behavior. I need to go back in my shell and I need to hide. When the exact opposite is true. It's not you, it's them. And recognize this isn't me, this is them. This person's having a bad day. What can I do to help this person have a better day, not take it personally? Because when we recognize it's them and not us, we stand taller. We're the better person. And we're going to continue doing exactly what we do because there's nothing wrong with what we do. In fact, there's something quite amazing about what we do. So thank you for going out in the world and knocking on doors because that is an example of one of those things. People knock on doors and someone answers the door in a hateful way, in a rude way, in a grumpy way. That's not the way to treat your neighbor. That's not the way to open your door because now everybody knows exactly who's living in that house. And that's much more about them than anyone else. So go out, have conversations, um, talk to the person in front of you and behind you in the line of the store, and wear your name badge everywhere you go, and always be selling. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. Monday's class was a big, heavy day. A lot of stuff going on. Can you believe that the journey of Mega? We are in the middle of week 4. We have today's class and Friday's class, and the Mega journey will have, at least structurally, have come to an end. Now, it's just the beginning for you because you need to take this 30 days of habit and you need to burn into your schedules the habits of a successful salesperson. That means always be selling, showing up to your accountability coaching in the morning at 8:30, aka morning huddle. Go to the blast lab to make sure that you're putting yourself out there and just be focusing on your business every single day when you wake up. You know, it's a hustle, it's a grind, and you need to remember that you are an operator, but you're also a CEO. And so don't let the operator mindset take over. You've got to zoom out a few frames and realize that you're the CEO of your business and that the CEO of you has to hold the operator in you accountable for your prospecting because you've got to keep selling because when your sales department is closed, your business is closed. Monday's class was a very nuts and bolts real estate class. We really dove into the contract and we read every word from paragraph 1 to paragraph 23 and we really broke it down what it says, what it means, and how to explain it to a client. Today's class is a little bit different. We're going to be going over a lot more contract things. In fact, we have a quiz. We're going to be talking about the third party financing today. We're going to be talking about the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal form and some other forms and how to use them in a real world situation. This class used to be called From Offer to Appraisal, and I realized that it's more than that. So it's really just transactional. And so it's bulletproof transactions. But this is really going to help you understand the one form that is the most misunderstood form in all of real estate. Now, yesterday I told you paragraph 6D of the contract is objections is one of the most misunderstood paragraphs in all of the contracts, but the overall form that people struggle with the most is the third party financing addendum and what it actually says and what people think it says. It's like one of those old stories that, we think something says this, and then we actually read it and realize, oh, well, that's very interesting. I didn't realize that's exactly what it said. And I'm going to take you through the third party financing today. All 5 paragraphs, we're going to dig into it, and you're going to walk away with a much better understanding with your financing addendum. And what is this whole financing addendum contingency really for? And it might even change your entire perspective on a buyer and seller negotiation. And in fact, it might even change your approach and perspective to the outcome of an appraisal. In fact, it might even change your entire perspective on real estate altogether, because this is going to be a fundamental day that's going to challenge your belief on what it means when a property doesn't appraise. A lot of agents jump in the business and they say, oh, the property didn't appraise. That poor buyer. Of course, the seller needs to come down. I am going to challenge your philosophy on that because we're going to dig deep today about buyer and seller negotiate a transaction and it's what the buyer agreed to pay. Now, there are contingencies for situations and there are non-contingencies for situations. If a buyer asks for a contingency, they have the right out. They have the right to bail. But the idea that the seller must come down or should come down or has some ethical duty to come down because the poor buyer was harmed because it didn't appraise based on an opinion of one person, We're going to challenge that until it rocks the center of what we thought real estate was all about in the beginning. And those are some big words, and we're going to live up to them. Okay, jumping right into today's class, we're going to start with a video of Warren Buffett. You know, I'm a huge fan. I was, kind of solaced in the knowledge knowing that, he is officially retiring this year and release the reins of Berkshire Hathaway. And it's going to be interesting to see what's going on. But, I'm a big fan of Warren Buffett, not necessarily because he's a billionaire. Not because he's living in the same house for the last 40 years, not because he's a true leader and a visionary and still married to the same woman who, when he was not a billionaire, uh, I think that, being a true role model is a thing, and not because his kid was 21 years old before his kid even knew his dad was a billionaire. Which I think, again, in itself is really, really telling of what kind of a human being that would be. Um, no, because of his approach to business, because of his approach of how he judges good talent and what he looks for in a quality manager. It's very insightful. And one of these videos that we're going to watch is what does it take to be a good manager and what do you look for when you spend 150 million, $200 million on a business? What are you really buying? And why are you buying this business? And he breaks that down. And I think it's very interesting in that we can self-reflect that into our own business and ask ourselves, would he buy us? Are we that what he's looking for? Which he can, within a few seconds, identify whether or not that business is going to succeed and whether or not he should invest dollars in it time and time again. And I think it's a good lesson to learn. Someone deleted that entire channel, which is very odd. All right. So essentially, he's looking for three things. He's looking for intelligence and he's looking for experience. And those two things don't matter if the person doesn't have any integrity. And so he is looking for those people who have a love of their business. How much do they actually love their business? Those people who have passion about what they do. You can see that passion. Those people, they're going to go to work and continue working into the business. He says, I don't hire companies who, because people have, degrees and, high-priced lawyers and all the things. He's looking for someone who has a love of the business. And you can't hide that. That's the first thing he's looking for. Because those are the people who show up early. Those are the people who stay late. Those are the people who are going to make the success happen just out of sheer will versus, someone who out of responsibility or whatever, decides to get a job, create something, and then, is it going to be successful? What is underneath it all, that it factor? And he said, when we spend $100 million for a company, then most of the people we buy the company from, it's not about the money. They love the business. And oftentimes they stay in the business because they care so much about it. So ask yourself, this business, what is it that you love about this business? Connect with that because that is ultimately what's going to make you shine. That's what's going to make you passionate. That's what's going to make you an attractor for your clients. And that's what's going to radiate the energy that you need that's going to start building a business that's bigger than you are, that's going to precede you, that people are going to be talking about you in circles with other people. And that is what this video is about. And we're going to get back to it next break. Why should I hire you is probably one of the best conversations to have with that video, is that your UVP must answer why you love what you do. Do you have passion for the profession? And he has a comment in there. Do you have a love of the business or a love of the money? And that is a very powerful statement because you can make as much money as you want in business. But if you don't care about the money and you care about the business, the money comes. If you love the money and you work on the money and you don't love the business will never come and the money won't come. And so I have seen people jump into this business with a very narcissistic mindset that um, they don't really care about the business, but they love the hunt and they love the kill. They're going to be just as successful as the people who have the right mindset, which is, productively helping people, avoid the pitfalls of a transaction because they both love the business. You can love the business because you love to kill, or you can love the business because you like to help. But both of those people, they have the same ingredient for success, which is this love of something that drives the passion that gets you up every day, that is going to have enough gravity that people are going to pay attention to it. So people give themselves away in what they talk about and what they're passionate about. The Ford script is a passion generator. You're going to find out about people's passion about their family, passion about their profession, passion or their occupation, a profession, industry, and what are their passion and their hobbies and their personal passion projects, and then their dreams, the biggest passions in life. What is the mic drop passion for you? What is you all working towards? And we using the Ford script, if you can, in a very few moments in the beginning of a conversation, find out what people's true passions are. Wow, is that powerful? Because you know just about everything there is to know about what they will be successful in life based on what they're passionate about. Over these last 3.5 weeks, we have talked a lot about us being a salesperson and needing to connect to our sales roots, needing to get and connect to our spheres, and how all of the business is in our database. And of course, Tom Ferry gets up in the world and says, all the money is in systematic, relentless, scheduled follow-up. And that means that that scheduled follow-up, although that's a reminder in a database, it's a collection of human beings at your sphere that you're using tech to remind you to call them on a regular basis and stay in touch with them, so that we're not trying to use brain processing power to know who we spoke with last, but we're using a database to call people on a regular interval so that we stay connected with a larger group of people. And in that connection is how we get connected to spheres that are bigger than us, using the Dunbar's number and the 6 degrees philosophy, that if I know someone, they know someone, and that person knows someone, and your business grows in that direction. So not only can your business grow vertically, but it can grow horizontally, which means that is the connectivity of you and in your client base. You've probably all been on all over Instagram over the last 10 days when NAR released their numbers. And it hasn't changed. Although I've seen 20 reels on the same topic, that 80% of real estate agents, 76% of real estate agents in 2025 closed zero transactions. You probably saw that statistic. And I keep telling you the same thing. Not 5% of real estate agents share in 95% of the business. And 95% of real estate agents share in this tiny 5% sliver. So 5%, that's very small sliver, is commanding 95% of the business. There is a feast or famine going on in real estate agents of epic proportion. There are the haves and the have-nots. And that comes from one thing: focusing on the people, loving the business, and having that energy radiate out there so that people want to do business with you, because it's fun to do business with you, because it's fun to connect to people who are passionate about something. When someone is passionate about something, it just brings a smile to your face, and you just kind of sit back in awe for a moment and just watch them geek out about what it is they're passionate about. And that passion in real estate and helping and serving people, well, there's a lot going on there. We are in a service profession. We sell a service, and people are willing, very willing, to spend money on four very important topics: things that reduce their risk, which risk reduction is my literal number one job here, help them make money, save them time, and increase their quality of life. Risk reduction. These are the four things that people are willing to spend money on. Premium services. People are willing to go to Starbucks and pay, $6, $7 for a cup of coffee. That's crazy. When you can go to Dunkin' and get one for 85 cents, 65 cents. It's not always about the money, it's about the service. What is the service that you provide? Are you a discount service provider? Because if you do, that means you're going to close more transactions for less and it's going to burn you out. Or are you a full service provider? The luxury. Are you the Neiman Marcus? Are you the Macy's? Are you the Nordstroms? Or, I don't know, what is your business? And that's not for me to determine what your business is going to be. That's for you to decide. But the four things that people are willing to spend money on: risk reduction, helping them make more money, saving them time, increasing their quality of life. And all four of these are so beautifully rooted in exactly what we do in real estate, helping people get a roof over their head, which is the largest investment of their life, increasing their quality of life, which only home can truly do. They're going to make money on this investment over time, and we're going to reduce their risk so that they they have less risk when they're purchasing this home, both from the the advice that we give them, the inspections we assist them with, and walking them through the transaction. We are an incredibly valuable service. And I hope that the pride that you have in what you do, when people ask you from this point forward and the rest of your life as a real estate profession, and when someone asks you to discount your commission, that your anxiety doesn't go up. You don't get offended. You don't have that visceral response anymore. But it actually brings peace to you, and you smile and you look at them. You're like, no, I don't reduce my compensation. And explain why. Not with an angry tone, but with a really well-centered, confident one, because you know what it takes to do this profession. There are a lot of people who think they can do what we do, yet 75% of them have sold nothing in 2025, which means they don't. They're not. They're not doing what we do. They can, but they don't know how, because they think that getting a real estate license means that they're going to walk out of their door with a license one day and the phone's going to ring. And they haven't connected with the fact that they are a salesperson, and sales takes action. They got to go find their clients. And this business is more about finding the client than anything else. It is about finding the client. Once you found the client, then having the skill set to convert that client into an appointment, and helping them from contract to close, and then following up and getting referrals from them and running this like a business. If we're transactional, we're going to fail. If we're relational, we're going to thrive. So this business comes down to understanding at the core of it, it's sales, and being okay with being a salesperson and loving it. Loving it. Because my gosh, salespeople make a lot of money. That 5% who's selling 95% of the transactions, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000, 700,000 a year. And guess what? There's no student loans attached to that. Yeah, maybe they got a master's degree, and not and that's a beautiful thing. But what I'm saying is real estate itself is one of the least expensive professions to get into, and has the most reward, epic reward, apex of the sales profession. So I know that we're not going to get into the UVP samples because you guys did that yesterday in Mega Mini. I was a fly on the wall for a little bit, and I was excited about what I was hearing. I was proud about what I was hearing, and I'm even more excited to know what is coming for you tomorrow, and getting this project behind you, which is a good feeling to have this project behind you, and then getting into Friday's class, which is set to be a very fun day. Friday is going to be a fun negotiation class, so be excited about that. Lisa Ormsby, are you ready for points, or would you like to do points later in the day? You look like you're ready to me.
Definitely ready.
All right, so last class, we were in fifth place with 17,100 points was Indu. In fourth place was Denise at 17,525. Christina was in third place with 18,800 points. And here was the break on the bar. Over 20,900 points was Miriam, and in first place with 22,500 points was Isolette. So first question, did we have an upset?
No, we didn't. We just have more points.
Okay. Better and better. All right, what is it? Let's
But I
do
do
it.
want to say the most exciting thing is to watch everybody that was waiting to the last minute come through like champions. So it's going to be a great graduating class.
You
All
know,
right.
and I was actually mentioning this to Lisa. We go back to Mega 16 and we started with 20 more students in Mega 16, and we're going to have more graduates in Mega 17 than we did in Mega 16, which I think is cool.
Yep, because they take it serious. It's a good group.
In fifth place,
All right. In fifth place is with 17,575 points is Indu.
good job, Indu.
In fourth place with 18,500 is Denise.
Good job, Denise. Excellent work.
Third place with 21,175 points is Christina.
Very, very good, Christina. Mm.
And second place, just barely above with 21,525 points, is Miriam.
Good job, Miriam.
And in first place, 23,425 points because she went back and did all her homework is Isolette.
Congratulations, Islet. That is fantastic. You are almost at 25,000 points. And in my recollection, we've only ever had one person in the history of Mega blow past 25,000 points. So it could be that Isolet walks away from this whole experience being the all-time number one point a Mega in all 17 Mega sessions. Wouldn't that be cool? Right here in Mega 17. Okay. Thank you, Lisa, for all of your hard work in Mega Mini and the points, because I know how all encompassing that is. That is a big task, and you do it beautifully. Thank you for taking such good care of our Mega class. How many of you have done yoga and been doing yoga? Oh, you see, there it is. There it is. Transformational, isn't it? Um, and I saw a little statement that I've dug into and I haven't forgotten about it that yoga, I think I'm addicted. Um, Isolette said that. Isolette, you want to share?
I do. So I wanted to share because I have never done yoga before. I used to work out. I used to have a trainer that was years ago. I'm way removed from it, but I've been needing something, and the timing of everything with yoga was just right. But better than that, I decided to go ahead and post socially. I post socially typically about grandkids and other things, but not usually myself. And so I took one of the photos that I had taken to submit for my yoga credit with Mega and posted it to social and said, I'm embarking on a new journey to do yoga in 2026. Does anybody have any expert tips or advice on what I should buy or do? And blew up with likes and loves and comments and everything. And it was really cool. It was just really cool. I mean, and it's something sincere. I meant it from the heart. I wasn't just posting it out there for no reason. But yeah, so way to go, Jack. I give you all the credit.
Well, congratulations, Isla. I love yoga too. It has changed my life. It absolutely has. And so I absolutely love it when I see, especially someone like you, number one producer in the company. I mean, Isla was messaging me earlier. She's gonna have to, juggle today with, going to a closing in the middle of class and try to keep everything on track. And that is, I love waking up every day knowing that I'm multitasking because I thrive on that. And that takes a toll, and you got to be able to counterbalance that. And the only way I have found to be able to counterbalance the amount of stress that I carry and the amount of hours that I work and the amount of things that are going on is that yoga keeps me able to move forward. There's nobody that works as many hours as I do or focuses with this little greater laser focus. At least I've not yet found someone in life that has more passion than me. But that comes from a place that a battery gets recharged to somehow in yoga. You're connected to the energy source of the planet, I guess, or something. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend that I know these things that I don't, but I know that I walk away, my blood is more oxygenated. I feel like I'm taller. I feel like I'm lighter. I've got more optimism. I'm happier. I'm in better mood. My dopamine and serotonin levels are better. And I go attack the day all over again. You do yoga once a week, at least once a week, it will change your life. It's not a matter of if. If you do it, it will in ways that you can't even imagine if you hadn't done it before. Knowing the profound effect it had on me, and all of the people who have been in Mega before, I really challenge that. And so thank you for doing it. And I know this Mega class is huge on doing yoga, and I hope that you all continue. Who's going to continue on with it? Hmm, that makes me proud. Okay, we're going to jump right into what feels like a contracts class, but it is a practical application. And we're going to be talking a little bit more about when a offer turns into a contract, that very moment, and what does it take to actually do it, and even reversing the conversation in contract theory all the way to the very, very beginning, which is going to be about a 20-minute review. Law of contracts. What is my very favorite class to teach? It's a pre-license class. I am approved by Trek for all pre-license class, finance, promulgated contract forms, real estate math, appraisal, all of it. And my favorite class to teach always was law of contracts. Because it is so very much at the heart of what we do, and there's so much misinformation and confusion about it that once you kind of pull back the layers of the onion, you start understanding what really is there. A contract can be in four states and only four states. It is either valid, it is either void, it is voidable, or it's unenforceable. And the last one, unenforceable, mm, so a valid contract is enforceable. And a void and avoidable contract, both of those are unenforceable. So that number four is kind of a, maybe an umbrella to the first three on maybe how those three could be. But a valid contract is one that is enforceable. A valid contract, a voidable contract, a voidable contract is valid. It's just may not be enforceable, but it's still valid. It's going along, the parties are cruising along. And an unenforceable contract also, it can be a valid contract. The parties have agreed to something and by its sheer will can make its way to the closing table. But the question that you ask in all of these states is one very simple question. Can the terms of the contract be enforced against the other party? I have seen a lot of things. I have seen contracts in such a bad state that it should have never closed, and it closed because the parties wanted it to. And I've seen contracts that were ironclad fall apart because the parties were looking for any which way to undermine it and make it fall apart. So the will of the parties sometimes is greater than the sum of all of the parts within the contract itself, because that ultimately is what's going to get to the closing table, the sheer will of the party. But that's not what a contract's for. A contract's not supposed to accidentally get to the closing table broken in a mess and in, dumpster fire, but got there because the parties just really wanted this thing to close. That's not what we're here to do. That's not what hiring a real estate agent is supposed to land you with. It's supposed to have a contract that protects them in the event someone breaks their promise. Two people come together, shake hands, look eye to eye, and agree to something, and they say, "This is what I agreed to, and I'm gonna hold myself to it. And if I don't make good on my promise, these are the things that can happen." And I think that we're going to talk a lot today about contracts and enforceability and what how a party what the party's frame of mind should be when they enter the contract. And that frame of mind should come from the agent. We should be the ones setting the expectation of what it means to sign a real estate contract. We shouldn't be saying, "Oh, just put in an offer. You can always cancel. If you don't like it, you can just cancel." That's not what someone should be entering a real estate contract with that mindset. This is a very serious thing to sign a real estate contract. Yes, they may have an option period, but they may not because you can't guarantee that they're going to make their good on their promises and actually go and deliver the checks on time. And they have to understand that once they sign the contract, that the checks are not what makes that contract valid. It's the signature that makes the contract valid. And they have to perform the duties because if they don't perform the duties of the contract, they can be held liable for commissions, for being sued to perform. So the moment they sign that contract, there is a very big set of liability, risk, and responsibility on everyone. And it's our job to make sure that they understand the wholeness of the whole thing, the gravity of the whole thing, that this signing a contract is not something someone should enter into lightly. Five elements of the valid contract. So up here we said it could be in four states, and the first one was an enforceable valid contract, and a valid contract comes with the five things. Competent parties. Competent parties is anything from the party being over the age of 18. If someone is under the age of 18, can they sign a real estate contract? What do you think?
Yes, they can.
Yes, they absolutely can. But can it be enforced against them?
No.
So you have an unenforceable contract, but they can certainly, at 10 years old, happen to have, some money in the bank and want to buy a home. No one can stop them. They can enter into an agreement. This is the deal. They can't have the contract enforced against them. So that means that the other party needs to know that they are in an unenforceable contract. So because the other party needs, through the guise of fairness, needs to know that one of the parties is not going to be competent. And now let's talk about the competence in a moment. Is there something the real estate agent could do that might deem one of the parties and have a competency issue? The answer is yes. What could that be? We're going out to go shopping. We've seen four. We're gonna break for lunch. We're gonna go to Chewy's and we're gonna have a couple margaritas. Oops, two turned into three. Get in the car, finish the house hunting uh, journey. Um, and you may very well may have um, played into a client not being competent. So yes, we absolutely can. And alcohol should not be introduced into a real estate transaction, especially when they're going to be possibly entering into one. The second item is offer and acceptance. Offer and acceptance. It's a two-step thing. Placing an offer, but the other people have to accept, and that acceptance has to be without uh, uh, without a counter, without question, 100% yes. Anything else is a termination or rejection of the offer, substitute of the new offer, because a counter is a two-step process. So acceptance is unequivocal. Tara,
Incompetent. What about like someone that you like an elderly couple and one of them has early onset dementia? I've had that happen. So I wasn't really sure how to deal with that. I actually have two clients that, and one of them has dementia, but
the
she is
only,
sound. Is that like a thing too?
no,
Incompetence?
it's not. Because
Okay.
there's only one person, there's only one entity in this country that can deem someone incompetent, and that's a judge.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
So we cannot be the judge in determining that whether someone is competent. I've been on listing appointments where I've had the same conversation 3 or 4 times with the same person and asked them, is there someone in your family that we can talk with? Because I was concerned based on what I was seeing. And of course, you're going to bring it to your manager, and you're going to want to get a family member involved, and start asking some questions. But uh, an
Okay.
adult, when they hire us, we don't get to determine whether or not they're competent. We can decide whether we want
Right.
to work with them, but we don't get to determine whether or not they're competent. Lots of hands up here, Miriam and then Christina.
Okay, so you just said something that maybe you were going to go on and explain more, but you implied that like a request to change anything was a rejection rather than a counteroffer, because a
Yes.
counteroffer is 2 steps.
Hmm.
Can you
Yes.
explain that a little bit more, or if you're going to anyway?
Yeah, we're gonna dig into it when we're talking about the counter, as each one of these has its own actual slide, which we'll kind of blow through. But I get this, you hear this often. Christina submits an offer to Mia, and Christina says, "Hey, I'm sending you over an offer. It's for 400,000, key title, and the client's putting 20% down." And then Mia says, "Oh, thank you, Christina, for the offer. That's amazing. I'm going to be excited to be working with you. Let me present this to my client, and I'll get right back with you." And then Mia calls Christina. "Christina, my clients have decided to accept your offer. They're very excited, but we're only going to change one thing, and that will be the title company." That whole sentence is invalid because that is not an acceptance. That is a counter, and a counter is a rejection of the offer, substituting by a new offer. And a counter is very, very scary thing because do you want to reject an offer just because of the title company? As an example here, what Mia just did was Mia just canceled the contract, terminated it, it's dead. Remember, we talked about one of my favorite trainers says you can't bring something back to life when you kill it? Very true. That offer is dead. So if Christina says, I spoke to my clients and they said, if you're not willing to take our offer as we wrote it, then we're not willing to move forward at this point. And Mia says, I'm just kidding. Let's go. We're going to go back. We're just going to take the offer you presented. Can Mia do that? The answer is no, because that offer was rejected. There's no way to go back to it. The only way is if Christina were to resubmit that offer. And so it is a two-step process, a rejection, which means the offer is dead, substituted by a whole new offer. So a counter isn't really a thing. A counter is really a brand new offer. Any questions regarding that? Okay, good. So sometimes when we're looking at a situation, we have to look at the situation and think to ourselves, is this worth a counter? And that is partly what we're going to be talking about today, is when you are a buyer agent, sometimes you want to craft an offer that gets your client what they really want and make someone foolish to counter it because they're bringing more risk to the table than value by countering it in the first place. And we're gonna definitely talk about that more. We use this word executed all the time, or some people do. I don't, because when you have an offer that turns into a contract, it's not executed. Signing your name on a piece of paper technically has a definition. You can use the word executed. The contract wasn't executed. The party executed their signature. And that was an execution, which means now it brought the contract to life. But most contracts, what they'll say is, well, we executed the contract. And they say they executed the contract because the moment they signed the paper, the contract was fully executed and done. Because the only thing necessary on that contract was a signature. A signature in exchange of funds, really. Buying a company. Sign a piece of paper, they give you the check, it's done. A real estate contract is executory contract because there are requirements and duties that the parties have to perform over a long period of time. And so when we talk about our contract, we shouldn't say we have an executed contract unless we just left the closing table and they signed and transfer of ownership occurred, because that is when it was executed, not at the time the offer was signed and their option period began. In that moment, it is an executory contract. Now, it is true that on the signature page of the contract, under paragraph 23, it says this contract was executed on. And they're saying is it was signed on this date, but it's not an executed contract. The contract was executed on the first, and the contract is an executory contract. So get our terminology right because words matter, and we want to make sure that we're using the right words, especially title companies. Title companies, they really get this, and I want you to be and sound like the professional that you are, so we're using the right terminology. Like this whole realtor thing. We know that we can use realtor when we're talking about a member of the association, but otherwise we're real estate agents. So knowing our profession and knowing our contract and using the right terms and colloquialisms, it matters. The very best definition of a unilateral contract, which is number 3 on the list, is it can only be enforced upon one party. While the buyer is in the option period, the contract cannot be enforced against them. They have the unilateral right to terminate. And there are several situations where we have unilateral contracts. Financing. A client has a unilateral contract in the world of financing, but it's very specific to that topic. But in the option period, it's 100% unilateral. A bilateral contract comes later once some of the contingencies are lifted. But the one real contingency that turns the contract itself into unilateral, because the buyer has the unrestricted right to terminate, is this concept of the option period and it's being unilateral. So, unilateral, only one party is required to perform. Bilateral, both parties must perform in the contract. So, a good example of a unilateral contract would be someone who is under the age of 18. It cannot be enforced against them. Dominique.
Mhm. Sorry, just jumping back to the executed executory.
Yeah,
Um, why does the contract actually use the word executed?
I mentioned
Uh,
that.
sorry, I didn't understand.
Yeah, I mentioned that because it said the contract was executed on, meaning that the party signed.
Okay.
So
Okay.
the party signed, so the party executed their signature, but the contract wasn't executed. The contract itself is executory. So there's a separate idea between executed and a signature and the actual contract. So if you say we executed a contract, no, um, or the contract was executed. You can say we executed a contract, we signed it, but not that the contract was executed because the contract wasn't executed until closing. And so how you rearrange those words really matter in over whether you're saying is technically correct or technically incorrect. So I am not a big fan of that word. This was executed on this day. I've never liked it. And I actually was talking to John George a couple of weeks ago about that. And I told him the exact same thing. I hate that that's there because, people keep using that word. And he's like, yeah, it should say signed. It should say signed. And that would kind of pull us away from that whole word anyway. But sometimes you have to look at a situation and ask yourself if it rises to the level of changing it. And I don't think Czech is ever going to change it. Novation, our our contracts are assignable. In Texas, contracts for goods and goods are goods and services are um, contracts for um, personal services are not assignable, but goods and services are, but personal services are not. So we fall into a service-based industry. And let me give you an example. Our buyer rep agreement is a personal services agreement. So Realty Texas has a buyer rep agreement with client A. We can't then just sell that buyer agreement to another firm and it be assign it to another company. Now, the agents in the firm, I can I can take whoever I want and assign him as the point person because the contract is with the firm, not the person. But that's not what we're talking about here because the contract that they have is with the broker. The broker can't sell that buyer rep agreement to another firm and assign it to them. But someone with a real estate contract can because it's a good, it's not personal services. So if buyer and seller enter into a contract, the buyer can sell that contract um, to someone else midstream if they want to. They have that right. And in fact, if that buyer dies while that contract is executory, that contract becomes an asset of the estate of the decedent. And so um, that is, people ask me all the time. We've had it happen multiple times where we've had a party die in a transaction, and we know that that transaction has not been voided at all, and it's likely going to fall apart because there's no way that they're going to be able to execute it within the timelines, so they're likely going to go into breach. And then the defaulting party can just choose, not to enforce the contract and then, move to someone else. But that timeline is going to have to lapse on its own. So that's part of what innovation is adding or subtracting a party to a transaction. And this is important because you've probably had it in a situation where a lender has asked you to remove or to add a party from the transaction to the contract itself. And the lender is asking you to add a party or subtract a party. And there's been situations where the seller has been looking for an out on this transaction and they've been looking for a way out. And now all of a sudden the seller now has an amendment adding a party, and the seller says, "Well, what happens if I don't sign it? Is this the out that I've been looking for?" And there's been situations where that exact situation has happened, and I picked up the phone and called the lender and said, "We're closing this transaction, and we're not signing an amendment. We're not adding or subtracting parties. Are you hearing me?" And the transaction closes without adding or subtracting a party. The lender will want us to add or subtract a party, but they cannot force us to because the contracts are assignable. They can handle that on the back end without putting us in a situation where we're forced to have a seller agree to this. And because they don't, it end up in breach. I've seen transactions fall apart because of that, because agents didn't know better. And then we find out later after the contract has already been terminated. And it's like one of those, cartoon peanuts, good grief scenarios. They're like, good grief, seriously, we terminated this contract. Oh, if we could only turn back time because that absolutely wasn't necessary. So when you understand what novation means, it means that a contract can be substituted or rewritten. You can take it from an expired form to a non-expired form. You can modify a party, and there are certain things in a form that can be marked up and then replaced with a clean copy. And the clean copy is the actual document that we're moving forward with. It is the legally binding one. However, if there's any question or someone has to enforce the contract, they're going to go back through the history and they're going to unwind and they're going to look at all of it. And I think that one of the best examples of that is the same thing when you have an actual contract that has been marked up. And have you ever been in a situation where there's been so many counters and so many initials that it's hard to know who signed what where and whether or not that counter was what they were actually signing because there was three changes and now we're looking at it. And Kim Dale had this scenario happen a year ago where we had a contract and the buyers and the seller signed and none of them were crossed out. And the buyer believed it was the lower number. The seller believed it was the higher number. And we were at closing with two completely different mindsets from both sides of the transaction. And it meant that there was no meeting of the minds, which means the counter never happened in the first place. It was the original offer, which blows your mind. But as long as they didn't have a meeting of the minds, those countering didn't happen. So you go back to before. So when you play at the level that we're playing, which is actually the attorneys advising us through it, you start seeing a lot more and understanding a lot more about what is going on under the hood with these transactions. 4 years in the state of Texas, four statutes of limitations. One of my favorite trainers always has this joke. And she says, what do you call affirmed real estate documents that are more than 4 years old? And she leans in on this one. What's the technical term for it? And everyone's like, I don't know. And she says, evidence. It's called evidence. And everyone chuckles, and it's true. Anything over 4 years old, if truck subpoenas that, you actually still have that document. You have to pony it up. So um, the despite that, we keep our documents, and we have not ever destroyed a document here. It's called the doctrine of lashes, and 2 years for an oral agreement, 4 years for a written agreement. Oral agreements are permissible in real estate. For a real estate transaction that's less than a year, parties can execute a oral agreement. If it's going to be more than a year, it has to be written. But we have a code of ethics, a requirement that all agreements should be in writing, whenever possible. So that overrides what the actual Texas state law is. And yes, the code of ethics for us can override because we always have to go with whatever's the most stringent requirement. So we can't say that, well, Texas law is a law and the code of ethics is ethics, and one's going to have higher gravity. Well, one may, have our license at risk and the other one have our membership at NAR at risk. But at the end of the day, we still have to follow whatever is the most restrictive. And so we should be getting everything in writing whenever possible. And it's going to need to be held for 4 years. Seller's disclosure, same thing. A buyer and a seller can bring up a non-disclosed issue up to 4 years as well in that seller's disclosure. Okay. Reason for termination, a right for a buyer to bail. The buyer can mutually agree with the seller to terminate a contract, which means both of them are in agreement. We've had situations where buyers come to us and said, I don't want to buy this property. And the agent says, you can't terminate this contract. And the buyer say, I want out of this. And the agent say, you can't. That's the illegal practice of law because we don't, and unless you hold a crystal ball and you know what others are thinking, because you don't know if the other side is or is not willing to bail on this contract and move forward. You don't know. So if someone wants out of a contract and they say, I want out of this contract, so you'd like me to ask the other side if they will willingly let you out of the contract and mutually terminate? Is that what you're asking? Yes. Okay. I will ask the question. Come back. I've asked them, and they've said here in writing that they are going to enforce the contract. Okay. What are my options? Well, it's my understanding that you were without contingency. So if you're really looking for an out, I don't have one for you. You're going to need to get an attorney, and you're going to need to have them read the contract because, as far as I'm concerned, you don't have one. That's how that conversation would be. So we've got mutual agreement, which any party together, both sides can agree to bail on a contract if they wish. We can't tell one side you don't have the ability. We have to share with the other side. Our clients wishing to mutually terminate this contract. Is that something that you'd be willing to do? We have an obligation to follow the client's instructions there. Or the buyer can terminate if they have a contingency to terminate. And if they are timely and have that active contingency, then they can exercise their right to terminate because they have a unilateral right to terminate in that situation. Or breach. And breach is a termination. Breach can be a termination. So I'm going to ask this question, and it's always interesting what I hear. What is the difference between breach and default?
A breach can be
Um,
curable, but default is not.
Default is invoked, right?
Yes, it is an invocation. So I agree with what Kevin said, and also Miriam, you are not wrong. Parties, based on their actions, can breach their promise, but but based on what the parties do with that, because the other party now has a right. If someone on one side of the transaction breaches a promise, the other side, they have rights. on what they're going to do with that breach. One of those rights is I'm going to ignore it. There have been situations where a buyer refused to bring earnest or option to the title company. They refused. And it was our buyer. And it was one of our buyer agents who had an investor that they were working with. And they went under contract and they all but changed their mind and they refused to bring checks to title. They just refused. They were from another state and they thought that by not bringing the checks to the title company, that they somehow were not under contract. And we're arguing with them and really trying to advise them and let them know the risk of liability. That transaction closed in that state. They never did bring the checks to title, but the seller wanted that transaction closed. Can we can we force the buyer to bring checks to title? We have no way to force them. We can compel them, we can advise them, we can beg them, we can send lots and lots of emails and text messages, and half the time none of the messages that we even sent were responded to. We see that the non-breaching party has rights. One of those rights is to call default. And if they call default, then they've invoked default. And in invoking default, they terminate the contract based on that calling default, and it's invoked. The contract is now in a defaulted state, which means the contract is dead. It's not going to ever come back to life. And now we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. Is the non-defaulting person who's invoked default, they've got two options really. One, they can accept the earnest money as liquidated damages, or they can say, no, no, no. Or they can accept the earnest money and not sign the notice of termination or the earnest money refund that the title company wants us to sign, which says that, you know, the uh, um, termination and what is that form? Release of earnest money. The release of earnest money form has some language on it. Has anyone read the language on the release of earnest money form? I'm going to actually bring it up because I think it's important enough to pause for a second. The language used to be in paragraph 15 default, and they removed it. And the title companies were very unhappy that they removed it. And so were a lot of real estate agents. But they put that money back into the release of earnest money. That way, a seller or let's just say a non-defaulting party, they can actually take the earnest money and sue. And so because that was an or before, and it's not an or anymore. Okay, here we are. Here is our release of earnest money. Would someone please read the paragraph starting with the word notice right in the middle? You'd raise your hand if you'd be willing to read that. Christina, thank you.
Okay. This form provides the release of the parties, brokers, and title companies from all liability under the contract, not just for disbursement of earnest money. Do not sign this form if it is not your intention to release all the persons signing this form from all liability under the contract. Read this release carefully. If you do not understand the effect of this release, consult your attorney before signing.
Okay. So if someone defaults on a contract and then this be used to release the earnest money, the non-defaulting party has waived their rights to sue them for performance, for any risk, any liability. And so if this form is signed, you're like, whew, okay, we just dodged a bullet because they no longer have the right to sue anyone for anything. All risk, all liability is use this form. It's not what paragraph 15 says. Paragraph 15 says the non-defaulting party can receive earnest money as liquid damages or both. And that word or both means that they can accept the liquidated damages and they can sue. But if they sign the release of earnest money, they no longer can sue. So this idea of breach of contract, you have a breach of contract and then a default. And those two things are as different as they possibly could be. Default is calling the breach out and saying, we're not going to give you the ability to cure it. We are done. Now we're going to figure out what we're going to do. We're either A, going to sue you, or B, we're going to give you a release and keep your earnest money. But that is going to be based on how they were advised. We should not be advising someone to sign a release of earnest money form because of the risk of them not realizing and not reading the form properly, thinking that they still have the right to sue someone, and they sign the release of earnest money. If the agency compelled them to sign that form and they waive their rights, they could sue the brokerage for a fiduciary failure, not looking at what they would call for their best interests. So we very much need to explain to them, before you sign this form, you need to understand what it says and read this sentence. And if you have any question of what that sentence means, then you need to contact an attorney. Because if you intend to sue them or litigate, this form likely should not be used. Okay. Evaluation of offers. When somebody receives an offer can come both ways. A seller can send a buyer an offer, and a buyer can send a seller an offer. They can go both ways. So we call it the power of acceptance. Whoever has received the offer has the power to accept it. So the legal doctrine of the power of acceptance. The person who's received the offer have got some rights. They can do nothing, they can reject it, they can accept it, and they can counter it. And if they counter it, it is a rejection substituted with a new offer. It is a two-step process. It is a rejection along with a submission of a new offer. You can't go back to the original offer if you counter them. And so that is something that the client needs to understand. Acceptance has to be unconditional. It cannot have the word but in it. My client accepts. There can be no changes. Otherwise, it is a counter. And a counter is a rejection of the first offer, substituted by a new offer. Miriam.
So I don't know if this has ever come up with anyone as a problem, but like, say the seller didn't respond or the offeree didn't respond at all to the offer. And a certain amount of time goes by, and then for whatever reason, they come back and they do accept the offer because the offerer hasn't sent a withdrawal or anything. Like, is
Sure.
there some amount of time where an offer is considered like dead if there's no response to it?
No, there's not. And in fact, we have a form, buyers or sellers withdraw of offer. That is a form that we have by Texas Realtors. If you are a real estate agent, we need to clean up after ourselves. We must clean up after ourselves. If we submit an offer and that offer is just floating out there, this happens all the time. And a buyer agent submits an offer on a property, they call, they email it to the agent doesn't return their email, they call and leave a couple of voice messages, 2 or 3 days goes by, and they think, well, that's rude. Um, I just saw the property go pending, and they didn't even bother to tell me. That is unfortunate. So then they go find another property and they put an offer on it. And then a week later, they get a notification. Your offer has been accepted because they never counted it and they went back on market and then they accepted it. So if you have an offer that is floating out there, you need to withdraw it because there is no automatic termination. Contracts don't automatically change status on their own. Someone has to change status. It's frozen in time and it defies time and space. It is sitting there as its own thing forever and ever and ever unless it gets past the 4 years doctrine of laches, where it's no longer valid anymore. So really, an offer can sit there for 4 years and someone can come back and say, we accept. And immediately they're in the option period, and immediately the option period is spent, and they must go deliver the option money to protect their earnest money, even if it's a year or 6 months later. So, can an attorney get involved in this and argue their high-priced attorneys in court and cause all kinds of drama? Yes, we don't get to play in that space. We are not supposed to find ourselves there. So if we found ourselves there, it's still going to be an issue on the agent because the agent should have withdrawn the offer at some point to protect their client. So if there is an offer and it wasn't properly withdrawn, and there's a seller withdrawal of offer and a buyer withdrawal of offer, then and use this form in either way because it works in both directions. This should be used. Melinda.
So I've had a client ask me to send an offer with an email that says this offer is only good for 36 hours. Is that not binding then? Is that
It's illegal.
okay?
Melinda handcuffed and sent to jail. It is the illegal practice of law. It is absolutely an illegal practice. We can't have any legal doctrine added to special provisions. So say this contract, if then is a legal doctrine. So uh, if you don't accept the offer within 36 hours, then it terminates. That is the illegal practice of law. Just like an acceleration clause, meaning that this buyer agrees to purchase the home for $500 greater than anybody else. California plays in acceleration clauses, and now you're literally negotiating to whoever has the highest acceleration clause. So yes, that is not allowed. But we do want to make sure that if the buyer wants to send that message, we can tweak the language in paragraph 11 a little bit. Buyer respectfully asks for a response within 24 hours, but it can't automatically terminate the contract. Okay. Isn't it fun what you learn in contracts class? Acceptance of an offer must be unconditional without any changes to the terms of the offers. And again, I love what Miriam threw out there is that if you need to clean up after yourself if you put an offer out and it's not accepted. Now, if they come back and say, my client has gone with another offer, do we have to send a withdrawal of offer?
Yes,
Why?
because it's still life.
Is it? Didn't they just tell you no? They just sent you notice that they went with another offer. So in that situation, I'm sorry, my client's gone with another offer. That is a rejection of the offer. And a rejection means that they've rejected it. So if they come back and say, "Oh, just kidding, we're going to go with your offer," you rejected our offer. You told us no. That was a rejection, and that killed it. They blew out the candle. It died. No more. So if they reject your offer, then the offer was dead. But if it was in a black hole and they just never said anything and they never communicated and it's just floating out there, then the offer is still valid. Miriam.
I'm sorry for all the questions, but I also am kind of a contract nerd. Um, so going back to the respectfully request a response in 48 hours or whatever. I will sometimes indicate my client would like a response in the email, but my thought, and I really want to hear yours, if you write it in paragraph 11, in special provisions, and the seller doesn't sign the contract, it doesn't mean anything because it's not a fully signed contract. So,
It never meant anything in the first place. It's just a
right.
note to the seller, sending a message to the seller the buyer would like a response within 24 hours. It has no
So
effect. It's
I,
just a note. It's just a comment, but it's
my
allowed.
right, but my question is, I guess, why don't you just put that in the email? Because by the
We're not talking
time,
about best practice here, Miriam. We're talking about
okay,
what is allowed.
just
So I'm not going to tell an agent not to put that language in special provisions because there is no legal consequence. There is no ethical consequence. It is now just up to the parties of what they want. And a party might tell you, Miriam, do it. I'm instructing you. I'm your boss. I'm the client. Put it there. And when we put it there because they're the boss versus us saying, well, I really think you should put it there. So, obviously we don't want to direct the client, but there's nothing wrong with that language being in special provisions. I'm not a big fan of it myself. Okay, good. Questions. Cash buyers with no contingencies. Home does not appraise. Cash buyer. No third-party financing. Home does not appraise. What are the buyer's options? All right, contract nerds. I want to know the answer. Miriam. David.
So since they're a cash buyer, the appraisal, they probably don't have a contingency since it said no contingencies. I think they're still bound.
Okay, Jeanette.
If they want it, they can purchase it,
If
continue with the contract.
if they want it. I guess it's the other way around. What if they don't want it? Let's go from that perspective. Isolet.
You better hope there's some other outs like,
No
hey,
contingencies.
oh,
None.
no contingencies. Okay. Rephrase the question, please.
What are the buyer's options if it's a cash buyer with no contingencies and the home doesn't appraise?
They have to buy it.
Buyer's buying the house
Why would there
because
be an appraisal?
Doesn't
because
matter, does it? Because they're paying cash.
Yeah.
because the buyer ordered one because the buyer has the right to order an appraisal if they want, but it's not a lender's appraisal. You're right.
Yeah.
Okay. No out.
No out. And it's so important for us to go and start looking at what if you just look at the naked 1 to 4 without any addenda, what does it say about appraisal? And it actually doesn't say anything about appraisal. There are no protections. The contract itself is the buyer and seller agreeing to buy the home for that price and close on that date, period. And so if the buyer wants a right, we have forms that give a buyer the right to waive or an additional right to terminate. And we're going to talk about the use of that form because for your conventional buyers out there, there might be a form that you want to start using if maybe you're not using it. But for the cash buyer, there is no form. So now, how does a buyer protect themselves? The way all buyers are supposed to protect themselves. They're supposed to do a CMA. They're supposed to understand or have a CMA provided to them so they're negotiating from a place of strength. And the buyer should only submit an offer in an amount that they're comfortable with closing the property for. Because if they've submitted an offer for an amount that they're not comfortable with, what are they doing in the first place? Okay, good. Good dialogue. Christina, your hand popped up.
Yeah, you're going to know probably what I'm going to ask. What if they do that appraisal and there's a discrepancy or a misrepresentation?
What do you mean misrepresent? Oh, are you saying that the agent's CMA was wrong?
Well, if the agent was basing their information off of publicly or all the shared resources that were available to them at the time, but the
Are
appraisal
are you saying that the misrepresent what was the matter of
square
misrepresentation?
footage, square footage.
Ah, okay. So now you have a situation where the parties are going to have to determine was the party what are they lied to? There is paragraph 19 representations that says, as of the close date, if anything is untrue in the contract as of the close date, the seller will be in default. And I don't know if anyone's ever really, I'm going to bring up the 1 to 4. My form system keeps making me refresh. Okay. I love this paragraph because it is like a hidden paragraph. People read the word representations and they really think that their people are talking about commissions here. But the paragraph that you're actually talking about exists right here. All covenants, representations, and warranties in the contract survive closing. If any representation of seller in this contract is untrue and basically the contract is the whole thing, On the closing date, seller will be in default. This is the only language in any of our forms library across the entire volume of forms that puts someone default without it being a breach.
Wouldn't that right there cover the
There
situation
Yes.
you
you
know I'm
are.
talking about?
I've
If,
already I emailed that to your client and told him to talk to his attorney about it.
Okay,
So
because
the
that says it
answer,
right there.
yes, but
Yeah, we don't want to go off the. I got you.
no, because they're gonna say that we didn't know. So it wasn't a representation because we didn't know. And the question is now, did they know? Because if they didn't say anything because they didn't know, then it wasn't a representation. So
Okay.
then you have to find out, did they know? And that is the nugget that we can assume because maybe we saw a floor plan and the floor plan was hidden everywhere. So why would an agent hide a floor plan when they paid extra for it? So anyway, moving on. Okay, I saw a couple of other hands, Kevin.
Yes. So, in the sense of square footage, so if when it was input into MLS, it was sourced as public record or builder or whatever it is. I mean, it's not uncommon that public record builder and appraiser may come up with different square footage. So if it's an unknown, I went off of the builder's information when I bought the home. Is that a misrepresentation, or is there a certain amount of square footage difference that would create an issue and a lesser amount won't?
If you look at the price per square foot, which is what real estate agents deal in, appraisers won't touch it with a 40-foot pole, but we deal in price per square foot. And if the square footage is off and it becomes a material difference, meaning a couple of $100,000, 25% of the contract's price has just evaporated because the property was 15% off in its square footage, then yeah, that's what we're talking about here. There is there's always a situation where the square footage is not a concrete number. Though it's going to be fluid. You've got five different appraisers and you do five different square footage analysis and it's going to be different. And to make matters worse, back in 2022, we came up with an ISO 9000 certification for appraisal measurement. Before there was no standardization, but the ISO is the standardization. Um, the Library of Congress houses the ISO 9000. So wherever there's a standardization, it goes into that library. So appraisers used to all have their own method. Some of them would not measure a laundry room because it didn't have an air conditioning vent. I mean, an HVAC vent. Some of them wouldn't measure the stairs. Some of them were measuring the outside of the slab. And if it was 2 stories, multiply that by two and then subtract for ish what the garage was. And so everyone had their own method and it was off by, 3%, 4%, which, 30, 40, 50 square foot um, would not be unusual. And so that was normal. So the MLS is a drop down and it says the source of the square footage. C agent, which is a no-no. Absolutely never pick that one because now all roads lead to your license or appraisal district or seller. And so obviously what we like to do is ask the seller for a copy of the appraisal of when they either purchased it or refied it and have that in your hand at the listing. And we want a copy of their appraisal. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, do you have an appraisal from when you purchased the property or a recent refi? What would you want that for? Actually, square footage. That's going to be the best source of square footage that we can use. And then you can pick the source appraisal. Okay, we kind of dug into a different topic here, and that's okay. But a cash buyer with no contingencies, they're buying the home. All right, cash buyer with no contingencies decides he does not want to buy the home. What happens?
breach.
Mm-hmm. Seller signs a contract and later decides he does not want to sell. What happens?
It's a breach.
Defaulted.
Buyer has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, seller can exercise their rights. Number two, buyer has no right or ability to exit the sale. If they breach, seller can exercise their rights. And number three, seller has no right or ability to exit the sale unless they're in this little tiny window where the buyer failed to deliver their earnest money in time. We spoke about that window. But We are talking about this little sentence that we read yesterday underneath paragraph 1, parties, that says seller agrees to sell and convey to buyer, and buyer agrees to buy seller from property. That is it. It doesn't say at the agreed price. It doesn't, that is it. The whole contract is on that. And then now it all falls down to contingency. Does the buyer have a contingency? Does the seller have a contingency? And so the agreed upon price is a very, very big deal. If a buyer agrees to purchase a property and later changes their mind, the buyer cannot simply walk away unless the contract gives them that right. Without a valid contingency, the seller may enforce the contract. And um, guess when your commission is earned as a real estate agent. When do you think it's earned? You think it's earned at closing, or do you think that might be more complicated than that?
When you, I was just learning about this on
On
my
the
one that defaulted, or I don't know,
when
breach or
you
defaulted.
bring the buyer.
So
When
earned
you
and,
offers, I
earned
think,
and
yeah.
payable.
Yeah.
So broker's compensation is earned when client enters into a contract to buy or lease the property in the market area until client breaches the agreement. When is it payable? It's payable either during the term of the agreement, after it ends, upon the earlier of the closing of the transaction to acquire the property, client's breach of a contract to buy or lease a property in the market area. So if a buyer and or a seller breach, because that same language exists in both sides, the commissions do. So not only have they just walked away and breached the contract, but the commissions are due and the checks are due and the liability is raising. And then you go to the contract and learn what it says for mediation and attorney fees. It says that the non-defaulting party is the one who's going to get to pay the attorney fees, which means that that's going to be on paragraph 17. Paragraph 7. Why is my thing doing this? A buyer, seller, listing broker, other broker, or escrow agent who prevails in any legal procedures related to the contract is entitled to recover reasonable attorney fees and all costs of such proceedings. So the non-defaulting party sues them. They also get an award of, not only do they have to pay the real estate commissions and pay the liability of the other party, because paragraph 15 default says, it says that if a buyer fails to comply with the contract, buyer will be in default, and seller may enforce specific performance, seek other relief as may be provided by law, or both. So basically, it's saying that the buyer now can sue the seller into oblivion, and then they also owe commissions, and it just continues to snowball. So sometimes agents think, oh, it didn't close. I didn't get paid. That's too bad. No, we're going to enforce it, and we enforce them all the time. Miriam.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask because I knew that paragraph pretty well. And I've had something happen before, but I've never had a broker who would enforce it.
Well,
You
we
do now.
already enforced it 3 times this year. Yeah. And we have over 500 5-star reviews with a 4.9 rating. That is the magic. So the decision of whether the buyer wants the property happens before signing, not after. Once the contract is signed, willingness is no longer a question. Contingencies exist so the seller understands the buyer's ability to perform. The seller is granting the buyer contingencies. And when a contract is signed, the seller might be wanting to limit the buyer's contingencies because the seller may need to be relying upon this buyer to close because the seller has non-refundable earnest money out on a home, and the seller will no longer be able to perform if the buyer doesn't perform. So contingencies exist so the seller understands the buyer's ability to perform, not the buyer's desire to proceed. That's not it. Willingness was agreed to at execution of contract. It is the agent's responsibility to ensure the buyer understands this before signing the contract, which is why we have an entire paragraph for this. Paragraph 23, consult an attorney before signing because once you enter into this agreement, it is binding. It's not contingent upon you delivering the checks. It's binding on the parties as soon as they put their signatures on the form. Helping a buyer exit a contract solely because they change their mind and they're not in an option period is not fiduciary. It is bad faith. Mr. Buyer, I want you to find me a way out of this contract. I don't want to buy it anymore. So you want it in bad faith. So you want to tank it and you want to figure out how the lender cannot approve your loan. That is not good faith. That is bad faith. And we can't work in bad faith. That would not be fair to all parties. And we have to be fair and honest. And so we have to be careful in situations where a buyer is asking us to help them perpetrate a fraud against the seller. We can't do that. That's not expert representation. That, in fact, is quite the opposite. Under Truck Rule 531-2 Fidelity, a license holder must represent a client's interest while treating all other parties fairly. And so good faith is a doctrine under the law. And I sometimes think that agents need a good lesson on this. Under Texas law, the option period gives the buyer an unrestricted contractual right to terminate the contract for any reason, provided that the termination occurred within the option period. That said, the option period itself is also not a shopping period. It's not a permission to enter the contract casually either. The buyer must enter the contract in good faith with a genuine intent to purchase the property. If the buyer contracts on two different properties at the same time, then the buyer entered into it in bad faith in the first place, which harmed the seller because they never had the intent to buy both properties. So one of those sellers was harmed, and whichever one they terminated because they went with the other one has been harmed, and it was bad faith. The option period exists to evaluate the property and its risks for going under contract, not to decide if the buyer feels like moving forward or not. So yes, it is unrestricted, meaning that they can change their mind, but as long as they entered into the contract in good faith in the first place, they're okay. But if they entered into that contract with the idea in the back of their head that they're not sure if they're going to buy this property, there are circumstances where that could be bad faith. David.
Yeah, Jack. So on this, with this bad faith and the different uh, ways that a buyer may be going in, what does the conversation sound like when you're taking a buyer and you're making an offer about you understand we're making this offer, and if they accept it, we're going to be bound to it. So do it now. And if you'd rather answer that at a break or at lunch, I can hold till then.
No, I think we all kind of have, but I don't necessarily think we have to ask that question in every case because we can read the buyer. They're excited. They're talking about moving out of their apartment and they're going to be out of the apartment by the third and they're home shopping and, they're going out and they're genuinely looking for a home. And then if circumstance changes and then all of a sudden, they've got to be out because, they've had a circumstance change, well, that can be a thing. It's how they entered the contract in the first place that matters. And we can see and feel and read the room. But if you have a buyer who says, I'm coming into town on Thursday, I want to put 3 blanket offers out on 3 different properties, and I'm leaving town, and then do inspections on all 3, and then I'll determine which one I'm going to move forward with. That is not a playground that we can play within. Okay, I owe you all a break. It's 10:36. Let's come back at 10:45, and then we'll move forward. We had lots of questions, and I didn't want to break that up. So enjoy your break. I'll see you back.
Dip into
Welcome back. We'll come to the commercial roundtable.
Yeah, where we need you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
And I believe that Christina was our 2025 top commercial agent of the company. So there is that. All right. Buyer outs. Trek 38-8. Notice the buyer's termination of contract. A buyer can only terminate if they have a contingency. So you'll notice on the buyer's termination of contract, there are 8 reasons listed. The unrestricted right to terminate for the option period. Buyer cannot obtain buyer approval in accordance to the third-party financing. The property does not satisfy property approval in third-party financing. Buyer elects to terminate under paragraph A of the addendum for property subject to mandatory membership in an HOA. Buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 7B2 of the contract related to the seller's disclosure notice. They didn't give the seller's disclosure in time prior to going under contract, and they got that 7 free outs. If anyone selects 5 and they're the listing agent, boy, that's painful. Number 6, buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 3 of the addendum concerning the right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. That's a beautiful one. I'm going to show you that one here in a moment. Buyer elects to terminate under paragraph 6D of the contract for objections. And those are the main 7 ones. So the buyer needs to have a direct path to get out, and that path needs to be something that's related to that particular situation, unless it's the option period. And we can carve out the option period that says if someone terminates under the option period, that they have the unrestricted right to terminate as long as they entered into the contract with good faith in the first place. So we have breach versus default. Breach of contract is curable. Default of contract is not curable. And agents should never use the word default casually. A breach does not become a default unless the contract says it, or the cure period has expired, or the agent invokes it, which is usually how it happens, is by invocation. And the agent can, representing a party, invoke default by the use of the wrong word in the wrong situation. I'm sorry, but your buyer's in default. Whew, boy, that was the illegal practice of law if that statement was made. So we need to just realize that a real estate agent can play in the real estate space as long as the parties are behaving. But once the parties stop behaving, their real estate agents need to get their managers involved. So if the managers can speak manager, and if the parties need to get an attorney involved, we can. But we need to lessen their risk. Remember the 4 things that people are willing to spend money on? Do you remember what they are? Lower their risk, increase their status, help save them money, and help make them money. And the biggest one, the umbrella over it, is the lower their risk. So our job is to lower their risk. That means advising them properly. And so staying away from this problematic idea of using this word that could land them in a lawsuit that they can't fix because we inadvertently terminated a contract by the invocation of a single word. There's different types of breaches: minor breach, actual breach, anticipated breach. Seller may terminate, return earnest money if, they know that we know it's going to breach because the survey was never ordered, and we know that they have 3 days before closing, and we know it was never ordered, and we can anticipate that breach is coming. So there are situations where we can see a breach coming. We're going to do a quick little pop quiz. I'm very curious to see how we do. There's just a couple questions here in this pop quiz, and then we're going to get to the other side. In fact, there are 15, and these are hard questions. Are you ready for some hard questions? Okay. What is the deadline to deliver earnest money?
4.
Now, we're going to look at this as A, B, C, or D, because they're all going to have 4. So we're going to just look at them that way.
D.
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 What is
D.
D.
Oh, I like D. Yes. It's definitely not C. Why is it not C?
Because you have till midnight.
That's right.
Midnight.
Exactly right.
11:59 to be exact.
Oh, okay. You're talking my language.
Yes.
11:59:59.
Okay. Number 2, buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract with an effective date on May 23rd. Sam and Tom agreed to a $5,000 earnest money deposit. When is the earnest money deadline?
C.
None of the above.
E.
None of the above.
Why?
Yeah, it depends on where the
Not
26
of them.
lands.
Because the
None of the
26
above.
at midnight.
26.
Day
Because the right
23rd is
answer is
day
not here.
0.
Yeah.
That's right. So it's D. In this case, it's E. Okay. Okay, good. You got that right. Because when would it actually be?
Well, it depends on the
It's
actual
the
calendar.
deadline.
26 at midnight.
27th by
Yeah.
midnight.
Well, you know the date's May 23rd, so when would be the deadline?
24, 26.
26 by
Yeah,
midnight.
26 midnight.
That's right. And 26 by midnight's not here, so it is none of the above. You were correct. All right, next one. Are we having fun yet?
Yes.
When an option period is extended, when is the option extension fee due?
Prior to signing the amendment or prior to the
D.
extension.
So
Oh,
which
sorry.
one would
While the
that?
contract is under unrestricted right to terminate.
Yeah, D.
That's right. So it's not prior. It's
Sorry.
what either one is okay. Prior to it expiring or while the contract is under the unrestricted right to terminate. So good, you guys got it right. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract requiring Tom to convey a notarized T47 and survey to Sam within 3 days after the effective date. Sam's agent provided the survey 4 days after signing the contract. What happens?
Nothing. C. Right, buyer.
Purchase the new
Tom is
survey.
wrong. Wait,
See?
buyer. Yeah. Tom
Tom is required to purchase a new survey.
Yeah.
Yep, within 3 days prior to closing. Isn't that right?
Mhm.
Okay, good. So it's B. Seller Tom noted in the seller disclosure that the property was equipped with a washer, dryer, and refrigerator, and the MLS listing noted that these items conveyed to the buyer at no cost. During the final walkthrough, the items had been removed. What is the possible cause of this?
D.
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 Yes, D is
D.
true. It was, and remember, offer and acceptance has to happen. You can offer something and someone not accept it. They offered them for free, but they didn't accept it. How do you accept it? Non-realty addendum and everyone signing it. So that is the right answer. Okay, number 6. Seller Tom agreed in the contract to credit $25,000 of Tom's proceeds to Sam's closing costs in 12A1B. It was later discovered that Sam's closing costs was only $20,000. What happens to the remaining $5,000? And it's not B, even though you want it to be.
Back to the seller.
Seller keeps it. A.
Yep.
A.
Yep. If the buyer cannot find a way to use that money, it would be credited back to the seller, or that money would not be credited to the buyer because it's not. It is not to exceed. Number 7. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract on the 1st of July. On July 3rd, during Sam's option period, seller Tom provided a copy of the seller disclosure to Sam. Is this a recommended practice?
And no, it should be delivered before.
Okay. What is the answer then? None of the
None of the
above.
above. Yeah.
Okay. Because they're supposed to have provided it before you went under contract. And they didn't, so now they had 7 days. Okay, 8. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agreed to terms and signed a contract accepting the property as is. During the inspection, there was a major structural damage to the property that had not been previously disclosed. Select the best answer from the options below. The buyer accepted the property as is and the seller had no prior knowledge. Sam can sue Tom for non-disclosure. It would be a reasonable expectation for any seller to be aware of this level of defect. Regardless of the as-is provision, the buyer has the option to terminate the contract during their termination option and receive a refund of their earnest money.
That one.
I think that one sounds pretty good, right? So we're going to say
C.
C during the inspections. They're in that option period area. Number 9, buyer Sam is buying a family home to live in. He offers seller Tom a 30-day closing. Seller Tom countered, asking to remain living in the property for 4 months after closing, and is a deal breaker item for Tom. How best can this be accomplished?
B.
I thought there was a max number of days on that.
There's
90 days.
there's even a bigger
Yeah.
deal. I want you to read the very first sentence very carefully.
Agree.
Respect.
Respect.
Isn't it, if
D.
you're purchasing, you can't lease because you're purchasing it to live in?
That's right. So what one covers this most accurately?
That'd be the D.
No.
Hold on.
I think E
How
is
about
funny.
C?
I was laughing at E too.
Yeah. I know. I had fun when I wrote these. It's actually C. Because remember, he's purchasing it for owner occupancy, which means he's getting an owner occupied loan. And if he has to move in within 30 to 60 days. So that means that most owner occupant loans require the buyer to take possession of the property within 30 days. The buyer could buy the property with an investment loan with a higher interest rate and sign a 4-month lease because now they have an investor property. So I just don't want you to forget about this important thing. If he is buying an FHA loan and it's underwritten by FHA VA, he can't have a leaseback that's going to be more than 4 months. And you're right, Isolette, those leaseback forms
You're
are good for
leaving?
90 days or less. And if
Okay.
it's not 90
All
days,
right.
if it's hold on, otherwise we have to actually use the full blown form. Okay, mega protest 10, pretest number 10. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agree to terms and sign a contract. The offer amount is $1 million with a $50,000 earnest money and a $5,000 option. Buyer Sam wires $50,000 to the title company. 6 days later, the seller terminates the contract and moves forward with another offer, keeping the $5,000 option. How did this happen?
Not do that. If they forgot to give the earnest money, maybe?
The funds
So
are
buyer
first
Sam and seller
credited to the
Tom,
earnest money.
it first gets accredited to what?
Earnest money.
Option.
Do the option
Option.
money first
The
and
money.
then earnest,
Yep.
whatever's remaining.
Yep.
That's right. So first,
See?
the money gets credited to the option, so they have one, and then it gets credited to the earnest money. But
Yeah.
because the earnest money wasn't provided in time, now the seller has the right to terminate the offer and go with another one. Because the moment the buyer didn't bring, all right, so let's take a little field trip here. The amount escrow agent receives under this paragraph shall be applied first to the option fee, then the earnest money, and then the additional earnest money. So what happens failure to timely deliver earnest money? If buyer fails to deliver the earnest money within the time required, seller may terminate this contract or exercise seller's remedies under the paragraph 15. So here you have a scenario where the buyer didn't send the right amount of money to title, option and earnest made its way to title. The option was there. Option is never refundable. There's $5,000 sitting there. The seller had a second. The second maybe came in later. We're just going to throw that out there as a, what if. And the seller says, they didn't deliver the checks. I can keep their $5,000 and I can go with the second. No one can say anything about it. Because the buyer failed to make good on their promises of getting the checks in on time. The buyer breached the promise. Now the seller has rights and the seller exercised their rights. Questions about that? Christina.
So let's say it's just an error on their part. They're just a few dollars short and you realize it. You see that come through. Is there any way to cure that if you represent the buyer? Is there any way to cure that?
Yeah. Yeah. They get the money to the title company before the seller terminates.
So yeah, that's right. Okay, I remember that. So once it's all fully delivered, that window closes. That's right.
Yep.
Thank you.
They could be on day 7 and the seller doesn't know about it yet, and you find out about the buyer agent. You call the buyer and say you need to get $3 to the title company as fast as you possibly can because you're in a really dangerous place right now. The seller can terminate, sell it to someone else, and keep your option money. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. All right, 11 and 15. Buyer Sam and seller Tom agree to the sale of Tom's property provided
Keep
that.
option money.
Hey, Aki, I'm going to put you on mute.
Oh, okay.
All right. Buyer Sam or seller Tom agreed to the sale of Tom's property provided that seller Tom credit up to $550 towards the cost of a residential service contract. 1 week after closing, it was found it had not been ordered. What is the buyer remedy? The funds were still sitting at title. The buyer has up to 30 days to claim those funds and order their home warranty. Because the title company is responsible for ordering their residential service contract, they must be held accountable and make good on their mistake. The buyer should sue the seller in small claims court for damages of being in default of their agreement. Buyer Sam should contact seller Tom and ask them to order the residential service contract as promised to give them an opportunity to make good on their mistake before filing suit, or none of the above.
None of the
None of
above.
the above.
None of the above.
D.
Okay. It
Contact.
is E, none of the above. And the reason it's E is because the seller said, "Hey, I'll be happy to give you money if you order a residential service contract. We'll reimburse you for one that was ordered." So it was offered, but they didn't take them up on their offer, and the deadline to take them up on that offer would be closing. Now, this is going to fall under the agent of being scrupulous and meticulous in acts of otherwise of commission or omission. What is omission?
To
Forgetting this out.
forget about to not do something that you should have.
That's right. And our fiduciary and integrity paragraphs say omission or commission by otherwise acts of commission or omission. And I usually do this at least once or twice, and we really haven't done this much. So we're going to go back, visit check for a moment here. And our integrity says, a license holder has a special obligation to exercise integrity in the discharge of the license holder's responsibilities, including employment of prudence and caution so as to avoid misrepresentation in any way by acts of commission or omission. What this paragraph is saying is you forget to tell your client to order a home warranty, it is a violation of the canons of professional ethics and conduct, integrity, because you had an obligation to make sure that you don't forget to tell them, because that's our job. Make sense? Okay. Hopefully all this is connecting lots of beautiful dots. Number 13, buyer Sam's inspector is unable to inspect the appliances because the gas was shut off. The parties negotiated a short option. Buyer wishes to extend option to inspect the appliances. The seller refuses to extend the option. Which of the following is true? The contract requires the seller to keep the utilities on while the contract is in force. The seller breached their agreement. B, if the seller wishes to have the option, if the buyer wishes to have an option period, they must pay to extend or be without the unrestricted right to terminate the contract. According to the contract, if the seller breaches their agreement, they are in default and the non-defaulting party gets the earnest money. If the seller refuses to sign an option extension, the buyer must move forward without the unrestricted right to terminate or exercise their unrestricted right to terminate. Or all of the above.
D.
E.
All of the above is true.
All of the E.
Okay, good. I like it. Number 14, second to last. During negotiations, it was determined that the listing broker was offering 3% of their 6% to a cooperating broker. An agreement between brokers was signed for 3%, and the parties put 3% in the purchase agreement on paragraph 12A1B under the section, the following amount to be applied to brokerage fees that a broker has agreed to pay. This practice is
Not right.
The
It's not right because the
if
buyer agreed to pay anything.
it's correct,
the
if the
buyer agrees to pay
seller,
3% in the buyer rep agreement, so they do. During
yeah,
negotiations, it was determined that the listing broker was offering 3% of their 6% to a cooperating broker. An agreement between brokers was signed for 3%. And the parties put 3% in the purchase agreement on paragraph 12A1B. What's the problem here?
if the seller signed it,
We
they agreed to a 6%,
Okay.
basically. But you have to amend your buyer's rep if your buyer's rep only says 3%, because you can't receive more than you've disclosed
So the problem
or
here
your buyer
is
has
that
agreed to.
the problem here is that the buyer agent was hired and they agreed to pay the buyer agent 3%. And the agent double dipped because they did an agreement between brokers, which is cooperating broker, and they added that same amount to the contract in paragraph 12. And so now technically they're owed 6%. And the seller had initially agreed to pay 6% total commissions. And now the seller is being charged 9% in commissions because it's an agreement between broker and paragraph 12A1B. Now, if for whatever reason the agent had a 6% rep agreement from the start and that's what they were seeking and the seller agreed to this, that's fine. But if the seller was tricked into this, thinking that the seller was paying 6%, 3%, and 3%, and it turned out that the seller was paying 9%, you've got misrepresentation. Isolet.
So be very careful with this. This exact thing just happened to me in the last week with a newer agent that didn't really know what they were doing, but they wrote it in both
Yep.
places at the bottom of the last page and on 12A1B. And I could have, if I wasn't knowing what I was doing, then that could have really screwed it up. So I had to have a conversation with them about it. And then they always go, well, let me talk to my broker. And then I go, well, my broker.
Yeah. We've
But
had it happen at least 3 times in the last 6 months where we got to the closing table, and if we executed the amendment as it was written, the seller, the listing agent would have not received any compensation at all because it was written up wrong. So, in every situation, we have gone back and we have corrected it and not exercised us taking 6% and the other side getting nothing because it was written up wrong. So far, we've not exercised that. But we are being very careful to make sure that our agents are being properly advised. But we haven't had a situation where we were the listing agent and we gave away our compensation. Actually, there was one situation and we were able to fix it. Now that I think about it. Exactly right. All right, Dominique, I see your hand up and then Isabel.
Do you have insight on why the whole documentation of what's expected with the commission is not written into these forms more intuitively?
When did you get your license, Dominique?
2019.
Ah, okay. So, welcome to Real Estate 2.0. They used to be. A commission used to be in the MLS, it used to be in the documents, and there, let me explain it to you this way. Three brokers at a coffee shop sitting around a table. And if those three brokers have a conversation about their commissions, it's antitrust, and all three of them can be sued and lose their license. Those three brokers, instead of having a conversation, grabs a napkin and they write down their commission on a piece of paper and share it with each other. It's still antitrust. So let's take it to the next level. The database, the brokers subscribe to a database and put all their commissions in a database for all of them to share. All three of those are antitrust, and we're not allowed to have antitrust. We're not supposed to be talking about what each other is getting paid. Now, that is what they were offering, but and essentially it was a buyer agency side that turned into an antitrust, not a transactional one. So they argue that the buyer side transaction was antitrust because everyone was being told they're getting paid 3%, and because that was what turned into a market statistic. So they said, we're going to get rid of it. We're going to take the compensation out of the forms. And the thing is the truck doesn't care about how much you make as a real estate agent. In fact, they don't care if you make any money at all. You could be nonprofit and just do it for free, and they're very happy with that. So, compensation is not something that the association should get involved in. Compensation is not something that Trek gets involved in, and it's not something that should be in a promulgated form. Compensation belongs with one entity, and that is the broker. The broker picks the compensation for the firm, period. Then there's a policy on how that compensation is split. And for brokers to be having this huge noise that gets put out there about compensation, that's where the problem resides. So that is the answer to the question, whether we like the outcome of it or not. Isabel.
Yeah, so if we put 3% in the broker to broker, you're getting 3% as your commission. You put the 3% in the broker to broker, then what do you put in paragraph 12A, B?
So the paragraph 12A is, think of it this way, a fee that the seller is going to pay directly to the buyer as a reimbursement. So the buyer is going to pay for an appraisal, and that appraisal is $500. Because the appraisal is listed on paragraph 12 as a buyer expense, the seller can pay for that $500, but they're not actually paying for it. The buyer paid for it, and the seller is going to reimburse the buyer. So some brokerages have said, we're not going to do cooperative compensation anymore. Just we're not. We're only going to collect our side. We're not going to offer anything. And we'll let the parties decide how they're going to handle the compensation. So paragraph 12 only exists if the seller is going to write a check directly to the buyer to reimburse the buyer. That's different than the listing agent getting paid from the seller and giving half of their compensation to the other broker. So it's all the feeding pattern of the money and where the money is going. Who is actually paying who? And the only way that we know is based on the agreements that were originally signed. The listing agreement that the seller has with their broker has two checkboxes. One that says, how much are you paying us, the firm, versus are we going to collect both sides and then offer the world of a reimbursement? So if there's cooperative compensation, that means that the listing broker is going to pay the buyer broker directly. Then that happens in agreement between the two brokers have to sign an agreement and compensations funneling that way. Separately, the seller can write a check directly to the buyer to reimburse it. But we know one thing is inherently always true. The buyer always pays the commission. It's just, is the brokers going to share commission between the two of them, or is the seller going to reimburse the buyer directly? It can be a sum of both. You can have 2%, the seller agent, when they took the listing, took a 5% listing. They're going to keep 3 and they're going to offer 2%. But the buyer's paying 3%. So there's a 1% missing. So the brokers sign the 2402. That's an agreement between brokers where the listing broker is gonna pay the buyer broker 2%, and now the buyer has to write a check for 1%. The buyer can say, I don't want to do that, and I'm negotiating this property. It's been on the market for 90 days. I'm going to put another 1% into paragraph 12A1B, where the seller is going to reimburse me this other 1%. So it's two different places to talk about commissions paid by different people based on the agreements that were originally signed. Christina.
If it won't derail us too much, if it will, you can tell me another time. Do you have a quick, concise reasoning or explanation as to why some large brokerages have decided to go the other route of just strictly having their side collected, like the I won't use percentages, but you know what I mean. Instead of using cooperating compensation, they have just made the line in the sand to do it seller to
You
buyer.
know, I don't think they're wrong, and I've always thought that they were right. What are we doing? Why on the listing side are we worried about what the buyer agent's being paid? That should not be something that this listing broker and you know, why are we concerned what someone else's fee is or what they're paying their agent? So that is why they want to just stay out of it altogether. They just, a lot of them, Anywhere brands, $185 million wrote a check that was painful. And they're like, you know what? If the agents didn't have to, the agents didn't get sued. They didn't go back to every single agent and say, although you got 90, 95% or 100% of the commission and the brokerage took, 10%, the brokerage had to pay out 100% of the damages and the agents paid out 0% of the damages. So they're holding all of that liability. The brokerages could have been back to the agents and said, we want a buyback of all your commissions for the last 5 years, 100%. They could have, and they still can, by the way. They absolutely still can. And so, and then the agents think, oh, that's painful. Well, it's painful for the companies. The companies can't afford when they're getting 10% of the transaction to have 100% of the liability. The independent contractor agreement says that if there's a lawsuit, that it's going to be split 50-50. And if the agent did something against the policy, like not get a buyer rep getting signed, then they have 100% risk and liability in there. And so had they done that, it would have been an ending event for their companies and they knew it. So they just had to pay it out and come back and say, we're not going to put ourselves in the crosshairs of this kind of liability anymore. It's too great.
But then why on your side, if you feel that that's right, why are we doing it the other way? Is that market specific?
We're not doing it the other way. We just haven't stopped it. And I think that what happens is in in the grand scheme of things, I don't think the lawsuits are going to come back around. I think that I've done a fairly good job expressing the importance of buyer representation agreements since we created this firm in 2017. I've created a very strong system where we can enforce buyer rep agreements in our packets. So I know exactly what's going on contractually in all of our room systems. I can click a button and say which rooms don't have buyer rep agreements. So because of that, we have less liability, but I think it's also important based on the legacy of the last 100 years of doing business a certain way that it makes it easier for a seller to sell their property, advertising that the buyer's fee is going to be reimbursed. And I just know the impact that that's going to have out there, and I don't want to do anything that's going to hurt our ability to sell the listings we bring to market. Miriam, and then Bryce.
Yeah, like I can answer
Did you
Christina,
have
I think,
a
or
question, Miriam?
something. Well, I was gonna try to answer Christina's question
It was
with
about commissions.
yeah,
Let's
just
talk about that. You and I talk about that on break. Bryce, I'm sorry, ma'am.
I just had a quick question about like a broker credit. So I did a deal with the broker crediting back 1% to the buyer's closing costs. That would just be put in the buyer representation agreement and special provisions, correct?
So no, it wouldn't. So if you're talking about the seller paid some of the buyer's closing costs, then closing costs and commissions are two different things. So we're going to go to paragraph 12, and there's
Mhm.
two, there's paragraph 12A, 1, B, and C.
Mhm.
B talks about crediting back specifically the buyer's fee that they're paying to the broker. Here, an amount not to exceed $1,000, this would cover the buyer's closing costs. So if the seller is going to pay some of the buyer's closing costs, there's a specific field dedicated for that in the paragraph 12 settlement and other expenses, where it says that the seller shall pay the following expenses. C says an amount not to exceed $1,000 to be applied to other buyer expenses, and then it talks about what all those expenses are. Separately, it says the seller shall pay the following expenses, the following amount to be applied to brokerage fees that buyer has agreed to pay. So paragraph B is specifically designed to reimburse the buyer for the brokerage fees, can't be used for any other purpose, versus this field here is for their closing costs, specifically
Mhm.
dedicated to that one item.
Yeah, that definitely tripped us up. But the seller wasn't paying any of the buyer's closing costs. The buyer's broker was crediting 1% of the commission
Yep.
towards the closing costs, so it wouldn't go there.
It would not go here. You're right. If you're
Right.
talking about the buyer offering a buyer credit, then
Mhm.
the title company is gonna demand that the broker actually write a letter to the title company,
And the
be,
CD
uh-huh, and
for the
then
DA.
from the DA. Exactly right.
Okay, awesome. So we did it right.
Yes.
As a first-time agent, my first transaction, it was very um hard to figure out on my own, but I did it.
Well, nice, Bryce. So hopefully on your second and third transaction, you'll have a mentor that's going to walk you through it, so we never have to do that again.
Yes.
Nice. Okay, cool. All right, and then 15 of 15, a buyer offered $500,000 cash to the seller, and the offer was accepted. 5 days after the option period terminated, a major storm occurred in the area, flooding the property. While the property sustained water penetration, it was not destroyed. What rights does the contract grant the buyer in this situation?
I think E is true for
Yeah.
sure.
They can accept it in that condition with the assignment of insurance.
So we have to ask ourselves, what is a casualty loss? Because the assignment of insurance only happens with paragraph 14, casualty loss. And do we have a casualty loss here? And we don't have a destruction of the property. You had water penetration in the property, which is not going to constitute a casualty loss. And quite frankly, most insurance policies don't cover water penetration of structure anyway. They don't have flood damage, the majority of them. So really, you're going to have the 5%. The buyer, the property has materially changed, and if the property changes condition, the buyer has the right to be able to bail because it changed. But really, it comes down to this number C. Because the damage was estimated at
Oh, C.
58,000, it was less than the $25,000 threshold, which was 5% of the sales price. The as-is provision applies, and the buyer has no real option for termination. But the seller has to restore the property to its condition, or the seller will be in default. The buyer doesn't have a right to terminate because the seller has the right to fix it. And if the seller doesn't fix it, then the seller goes into breach, and then the buyer can exit the contract. Make sense? All right, good. Okay. So we just talked a lot about contractual situations. We talked about the contract yesterday and what the contract said. But today we broke down lots of real world scenarios of things that you're likely to fall into. And now we've applied the contract language that we spoke about to actual situations. Now we're going to jump into negotiating a multiple offer situation. We have those happening in every market. Just the other day, we were in a very sticky multiple offer situation. There will always be situations inside of a market where the market has little sub areas inside the market that will be in multiple offers. Sometimes you got areas in Houston, you've got areas in Austin that, despite being a buyer market or a seller market, it's always going to defy the market. So, regardless of the market conditions, multiple offers can happen. But there is a difference in buyer philosophy based on the market conditions. Coming out of the 2003 market, 2003, we had this little kind of disruption happen, and people, because we had multiple offers happening then, coming out of that market was very different than coming out of the 2008 market. When people lost their homes in 2008 and 10, I heard the same thing over and over and over again. I'm not going to get into a bidding war over a house. That statement, I heard it so many times that it actually it became painful. It was a visceral response. I heard it so often. I'm not getting into a bidding war over a house. It was a unaccepted buyer mantra out there in the world. And then we went into 2015 and people lost their minds. The little multiple offer situations were going on. And then all of a sudden 2020 happened and then people really lost their mind. And now they're giving away their bank accounts. So Depending on a buyer market or seller market, do you think that the buyer might behave differently in a multiple offer situation based on what's actually happening? And the answer is yes, but buyers are more apt to not want to participate when they find out that there is already an offer on a property. Offer is different than an accepted contract. So in this market, you're liable to show a property, call the listing agent and say, hey, my client's really interested in this property. Oh, we just received an offer this morning. If you'd like to get in an offer, we'll have an offer. You can have an offer deadline of today at 5 o'clock. Talk to the buyer. The buyer might say, no, I like the property, but let's keep looking. There's a lot of inventory out there. I don't want to overbid in a multiple offer situation. How many of you, by a raise of hands, have ever had a buyer look at you and say, how do I know I'm in a multiple offer situation? Something about this doesn't quite feel right. Just kind of feels like someone's trying to perpetrate a
Oh, I
fraud,
had some yesterday, Nolan. It was so good.
um, perpetrate a fraud.
Sorry.
And in that case, they're just feeling like, something doesn't feel right about this. I've had it happen. Christina's had it happen. If we've been in the business long enough, we know that we've had that question. And the next hour and a half, when we're done with this multiple offer situation, you're never ever going to have, especially on the listing agent side, you're never going to have that question come up again. I want you, we talked about properly preparing a home for market. Well, we talked about properly pricing a home for market, properly preparing it for market, bringing it on market with the right collateral and the right amount of days so that you build momentum and you come into the grand open house weekend. And in everything we spoke to the seller about, it's Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if we can get you in a multiple offer situation, the buyers are negotiating against each other, and that puts you in a very powerful position as a home seller. And the light bulb goes on and they understand that and they're like, wow, got it. They're fighting for me. Yes, they're fighting for you. So instead of you fighting against the buyer, because if you got one buyer and one seller, they want to win. And that puts the seller in a bad situation. So we're trying to manufacture a good deal, at least one offer, and maybe more. How we handle ourselves and the communication that we have with the other agents through the multiple offer situation is a make or break. And I need you to make it so transparent that no one will ever question whether or not you, as the listing agent, are that person that's perpetrating a fraud, pulling the wool over their eyes, because nobody wants to feel like that. And I knew from representing the buyer side and bringing buyers from property to property, and I remember so well them saying, how do we know this is even happening? And I actually had a situation where an agent who had been an agent in the marketplace for a really long time, I didn't believe that it was the first time I always told my clients, I just can't imagine that a listing agent would put their license in jeopardy for one transaction. That just, um, it's unlikely that that would be the case. That would blow my mind. Even though I serve in professional standards and I see all what goes on in the background, it would be hard for me to believe that an agent would be that foolish. And it happened one day where I did not believe the agent. No, we're in a multiple offer situation. It had been on the market for 9 days. It's something about it didn't feel right. And I knew this agent really well, really, really well. And my client said, fine, let's go somewhere else. And that property was on the market for another 40 days. And I never said anything about it because maybe both buyers scattered when they found out about each other. So I'm not going to say the person's name, but they're now a real estate agent in another state. They're not in Texas anymore. And I knew them for at least 20 years. So, in all of the years of me representing buyers and feeling that situation where buyers are asking me, how do we know that the listing agent is being truthful here? Then on my side as a listing agent, I'm thinking, I don't want any buyer asking their agent, how do we know this Jack guy is being honest about the multiple offer situation? How do we know that they're not lying to us? And I had to ask myself, how can I create transparency and not divulge confidentiality so that everyone immediately knows from my very first email that we are actually in a multiple offer situation? And I came up with this in 2000 the end of 2008, the beginning of 2009, and I've been using this ever since. And every agent who's been part of a multiple offer situation where I was a listing agent at least one of them emails me and says, I've never experienced a multiple offer situation like this before, and I'm going to do mine this way from now on. I'm like, thumbs up. Good. I think we should all do it this way. So I'm going to show you my method. We're going to step through the 7 steps, knowing the market and creating the reality of a multiple offer situation if it's possible. Number 2, the transparency and trust in the multiple offer situation. 3, having a good negotiation strategy from the onset, and how you put the information in the MLS if you're in a multiple offer situation, how you communicate to the parties, and the seller supporting you through this, because the seller is the one who makes the decisions, but the seller can make a knee-jerk reaction, accept one of the offers, and the whole thing kind of come breaking down on you. So the seller and you very much have to be on the same page on this. Then understanding cash versus good funds and the promises that these buyers are making. Can they make good on the promise that they make? Because sometimes they can't. And then understanding what the different contingency forms are saying, working with financing, with the understanding the contract, the third party financing, or the appraisal addendum, having a conversation regarding those 3 forms and understanding what it says about working with financing. Like, can a third party financing buyer waive the appraisal contingency? Can they agree and promise not to terminate? So promises will be made in these multiple offer situations, and some of them might even violate federal statutes, like notwithstanding any other option, the buyer cannot lose the earnest money if they're getting a VA or FHA. So what is the language of the third-party financing state that may or may not allow the buyer to terminate? And we're going to walk away with a very clear understanding from that point forward. Working with lenders, what questions can you ask the lender as a listing agent? And why are you allowed to ask them these questions? And where does it say that you can ask the lender about the creditworthiness of the buyer? We're going to dig in on that one so you now know what questions that you can ask so that you're not thinking that the lender is somehow diverging confidentiality or doing you a favor by answering these questions. And then working with appraisals, FHA VA versus conventional appraiser, meeting the appraiser. Do you have the right to meet the appraiser? And when you're meeting the appraiser and you're having conversations with them, was the client ever asked whether or not you could meet the appraiser? And are you working for them or against them when you meet the appraisal based on what side of the transaction you are? And I may challenge your belief system on meeting the appraiser. Not that I'm saying it's a bad thing, but I'm saying it needs to happen with disclosure. So there is a delicate balance always in real estate, especially in subdivisions that are like Circle C in Austin or some of the areas in Houston that always have a limited inventory. People always want to move in there, and despite what's going on in the market, it seems to always generate a good buyer response. So even in a mixed market or even pushing toward a buyer market, we still have the ability to go into these multiple offer situations. So market trends downwards, um, market trends towards the sellers when buyer demand exceeds the inventory. So when there's lots and lots of buyer inventory, then now the it's going to trend towards the buyer. So we have to figure out based on what side of the transaction you're on, who has the advantage in the negotiation. Who's carrying the advantage? And we're going to carry that conversation into Friday, and we're going to really talk about negotiating from the aspect of strength, so we know who has the strength. Because if you know the contract and you know what the contract says about the buyer's rights, you can play into those strengths as part of the negotiation, depending on what side of the transaction you're on. And maybe want the buyers to waive their rights because you haven't lived until you got into a multiple offer situation. The buyer has agreed to pay $20,000 more, and then the appraisal come out, and then the buyer then throw an appraisal contingency at you and then walk away, and all that you just did just kind of vanished because of the appraisal. And in a multiple offer situation, should we be trying to handle the appraisal contingency up front so that we leave or at least shut the door so that they can make a promise in the heat of the moment? In a multiple offer situation, people make a decision to beat out the other buyer. But once the other buyer is gone, they no longer have any reason to do that. So the only time, the limited time that you have to get the buyer to agree to reduce their rights in order to beat out the other buyer is in a moment. And if you let that go by and not force them to contractually win, because if they want to win, they can win, but they're going to have to contractually win, and that win is going to benefit the seller because truly, who wins in that scenario? The seller's the one that really won. But if the buyer won the negotiation, but the listing agent didn't make the buyer win contractually, then the seller lost and the buyer won. And the idea is that the seller is supposed to be the one that really wins in a multiple offer situation. And how we approach this uh, conversation over the next hour, I guess it'll make more sense as we get into it. So, going back to our Terra Vista conversation that we had last Wednesday regarding, or last Friday before last, on Master the CMA on the 16th, January 16th, we looked at list price and sold price, and we looked at a situation of, does the comps, when we're pulling the comps at the time we're listing the property, are most of the homes selling at list price or more? So here's a real world situation where the first property was listed for 240, sold for 245, listed for 375, sold for 379, listed for 307, sold for 327, listed for 440, sold for 445, 519 sold for 525, 235 sold for 241, and the average days on market was 4 days. So here you have a scenario: a home is brought to market, you're expecting to go under contract quickly, and the expectation based on these comps is that the seller is going to attract multiple offers. So the idea of whether or not we're in a multiple offer market doesn't really exist. That's not a thing. It's, what does the CMA say right now? And that is, should be telling you the story of whether or not the expectation of the multiple offer situation exists. And you'll often see these situations where a property was listed, sold in 3 or 4 days, and it sold for $5, $6, $7,000 more. And that means that the property was properly priced, properly prepared for market, properly negotiated, and then they attracted multiple offers and someone won. If you've got one buyer and one seller, you're probably going to end up at list price. If it's on the market for less than a week, they're probably going to get what they're asking for. But rarely does a buyer and a seller in a single transaction without any other buyers involved, does the buyer willingly go over asking price. Typically, that's not the case. So you show up at the door, Mr. and Mrs. Listing Agent, do you have any offers on the property, or can you disclose that fact? They say no. You show the property. Buyer, would you like to put an offer? Yes, great, let's get one in. What would you like to offer? Show me the comps. Things are selling quickly. The listing agent says they don't have an offer on the table currently. Are you expecting any? Which you should know. Okay. My recommendation is that you come in at asking price, and ask for as little as possible to empower the seller to accept your offer and get it off the market. Because if another offer comes in, then list price is probably off the table. You're probably going to be bidding over on this property if you want to win if another offer comes in. So never rush to make a decision, but once you make a decision, rush, because you're inviting a multiple offer situation from that point forward. You see, that is one of those scripts that helps the seller, no, helps the buyer kind of immediately dig in and help them come to a conclusion or a decision. And I always thought that it would be lifting the burden and help them see clarity and give them the freedom to be, it's okay, let's wait. Because I would always tell them, never rush to make a decision. But once you've made a decision and you've decided what you want to do, we need to act. Because if you've decided and we don't immediately act and somebody else comes in, then we've kind of failed. And I failed you. So take all the time in the world you need to decide. But once you've decided, let's immediately act. That way, because the moment you've decided and we don't act, we're inviting a multiple offer situation. Every moment that we pause from that point forward, we're inviting a multiple offer situation. And I don't want that when I'm representing my buyer. I don't want to invite a multiple offer situation by dragging it out and letting it go on. If the property's been on the market 90 days or so and there hasn't been any price reductions and they're a little bit overpriced, I'm less concerned about that. But if I'm dealing with a property that has a good price, properly prepared for market, and it's nice looking, and my client likes it, there is going to be concerns that another offer is going to come in. So there's a window of opportunity right now where there isn't any. So the very best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. That's an economic theory. So this little CMA that we have here says $4 to $20,000 increase. That's helpful information for a buyer to understand what is going on in that market. But we also have to look at the subject property itself and how does it compare to the comps? How is it priced compared to the comps to determine whether or not that's the property that's going to get a couple of buyers gravitating towards it. And if they don't get it, then they waterfall off to the other properties that would be their close runner-up B property that was in an A. One of the questions that we have to ask and kind of evaluate the buyer is, do they like it or do they love it? When the buyer's rights are increased by giving them more contingencies, it weakens their bargaining power. The more contingencies the buyer has, the weaker the offer is. And so we kind of lose the right to ask for a lot of contingencies when you've got a hot property and a hot market. And if there's expecting multiple offers, you're going to lose if the buyer is still asking for a lot of contingencies. So we have to determine, do they like it or do they love it? Do they want to put in an offer? How painful is it going to be for them to lose this property? I think we could probably spend as a collective group the entire rest of the day, we're not going to, but we could, talking about all of the situations that we've all had where a buyer lost out on a property and then they were just not the same from that point all the way through to the end of the transaction. Everything that you do from that moment, but that other property had the kitchen was so much nicer, or that other property's backyard is just not like this one. And now every single property you go to, they are bringing the, you know, baggage forward from that loss of multiple offer situation and applying that property to all the other ones. And even if they did find a property that was better, likely the emotional baggage, they're still going to feel like they would have liked the other property better. So it's a very big deal for a buyer who really likes a property and they lose out. It really taints their home search and they're never going to be happy moving forward. So knowing that emotional impact that they go through, we have to find out. Do you guys like it? And I asked them the question, if we find out that the result of the offers is that you didn't get it, are you going to be relieved or are you going to be devastated? I ask them that question every single time. And it's interesting because sometimes they're like, you know what? I think I would actually be relieved. So the whole thing feels like a lot of pressure. Yeah. Are you sure you want to put in an offer? Let's go find something else. That has resulted in that dialogue before. And I've also had the exact opposite. I'm going to be devastated. Well, Mr. Buyer, you have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. This is not the time for us to be negotiating against the seller. We have to negotiate against the other buyer, and it's a blind bid. So at this point, if you're going to be devastated, then we have one opportunity to put our best foot forward. We're not negotiating with the seller. The seller's not going to look at our offer and say, "Oh, I really like these people. Let's see if we can call them and ask them to come up because this other offer is better." That's not a thing. They're going to look at the offer side by side and they're going to take the one that gives them the best options that they're looking for. And so, first, my job is to find out what the seller is looking for, and I'm going to try to get that information. Whether it's a fast close or a lease back, or try to find these other things that doesn't impact the sales price that we can offer them, that's a weak trade, a value trade for us that we win because it's things we don't care about, and then find out how important those things are and give those to them, and then see where we are with price too. So this this conversation that we're having with the client in this time is judging what is going to happen to them emotionally if they lose it and if they don't get the property. Because raise your hand if you've fallen into that situation and you had a client that was devastated. Okay. We know what that's like. And so we're going to try to avoid that by educating the buyer of let's try not to find ourselves there. The Code of Ethics has a lot to say about this. We must have authorization from the client to disclose the existence of offers. There's this idea that offers are confidential and contracts are mandatory disclosure. If the seller has received an offer, that means that that offer is not a contract. It's just an offer. And so they don't have to tell you if they've received an offer. And for good reason, really good reason. Imagine for a moment you're a seller and you receive a lowball offer, $65,000, $70,000 under your list price, and you're priced at $300,000, and there's just no justification for that. And you're holding that offer with absolutely no interest in taking it. And then another offer comes in that's viable, that you want to work with them. And if there was a legal requirement for the seller to disclose that they had multiple offers, you very well may scare away the good buyer, the viable offer, for another offer that they have absolutely no intention of taking. You can scare away a multiple offer situation. Sometimes buyers will say, I've got you get a call from a buyer agent. Hey, got a buyer. They just showed the property this weekend. They kind of like it. They're exploring some options. Are you working with any other buyers? You can't say, oh, yeah, we just received an offer this morning. It has to be something like, I haven't spoken to my client about the existence of offers. I have not had that conversation with them, but I can tell you that we'd love to receive an offer from you. You have to, in every situation, ask the seller again. It's not at the listing table. When I took the listing in the first place, had a conversation with the seller about multiple offers, and they told me that I could disclose them. It says in the code of ethics that in the situation, it has to be disclosed. So in that scenario, it would be, Mr. Seller just got the request. They want to know if we're in a multiple offer situation. Can we tell them? Yes, got it. And we can't tell them until the first offers come in. So once the first offer has come in, then you should be talking to the seller. Hey, Mr. Seller, just received an offer. I just emailed it to you. And by the way, if I get another offer, what do you want me to tell people? Do you want me to tell them we're in a multiple offer situation, or do you want to hold that back? Now, we did have that conversation already at the listing table, so he's going to remember and says, no, no, you're good. Do your thing. Got it. Okay, cool. So, but remember, we as an agent can't overplay our hand and release the confidential piece of information that is whether or not they're in a multiple offer situation. And you can't lie about it. So if there are no other offers, then do you have any offers on the table? And I don't have any. I am perfectly okay by saying currently we've had some good activity, but nothing in hand. That is perfectly okay to say that you don't have any offers. That is true. You should not try to lie and hint around that like maybe you do, or obfuscate or what, and trying to make it sound like maybe you do, using this piece of confidential information to manipulate a better offer. That would be a violation of the Code of Ethics and the License Act. I saw a couple hands go up, but then they went down. Did someone have a question specifically? Melissa.
So, when I asked the last person I asked if there was any offers on the table, he said that somebody had said they were going to make an offer. Is that something that you should say, or is that not something he should have said?
That's not something he should have said.
Okay.
I would say, we had a really good showing at the open house. We have a lot of activity, but I have nothing in hand. Is the way that you should present that. Not that I think we have one coming. We shouldn't. That I don't know how that really benefits anyone. That is a dangerous thing. He could be violating his fiduciary duty to the client, but he also could scare away a perfectly good buyer by having that conversation. And the very last thing a listing agent wants to do is scare away buyers. So just, be honest um, without breaching your confidentiality. There is an inherent problem with a multiple offer situation from the onset, from the very, very onset. And that, of course, is going to be the appraisal if they're obtaining financing. If they're paying cash, we're going to talk about that in a moment. But if someone is buying and they're borrowing money from a third party in order for this purchase to happen, you need to know a lot about where that buyer is with the qualification of this. But multiple offer situation is going to create an appraisal crisis? I've asked this question to you guys a couple times before, so there's kind of been some banter about it. But let me ask the question again. How many times does the word appraisal appear in our 1 to 4 family contract?
0. Twice. Oh, twice. Okay.
And effectively it's zero. Effectively it's zero because both situations has nothing to do with the appraisal. They're just physically referencing the form itself. In paragraph 12A 1B or 12A 1B, 12A 2, it says here that the closing cost can cover the cost of the appraisal. So there it is existing one time, having nothing to do with the actual appraisal itself. And then the other one talking about paragraph 22, agreement of parties, adding to the contract the addendum concerning right to terminate. If you want to add that form to the contract. So yes, the word is in the actual form twice, but the real question is, does the 1 to 4 family contract stand alone have any rights for the parties pursuant to an appraisal? And then in Miriam's answer is 100% correct. No, it doesn't. There are zero protections for a buyer in the 1 to 4 family home contract for an appraisal, period. Zero protections. If the buyer wants to have a contingency to get out of the contract pursuant to an appraisal, then a form has to be used to grant that buyer the right, and the seller has to agree to it. So there is no inherent contingency for a buyer. It has to be added and it has to be agreed to by all the parties before you're going to enter into that agreement. And there are only 2 forms in our entire forms library that really give you an appraisal addendum, an appraisal contingency. It's our third party financing, which does a really good job protecting FHA and VA only. The third party financing does nothing to protect a conventional buyer at all. Zero. Nothing. Nada. Hold on. Okay. Nothing to protect a conventional buyer. And then we have right to terminate due to lender's appraisal addendum. And that comes in 3 paragraphs. Paragraph A is a full waiver, paragraph B is a partial waiver, and paragraph 3 is an additional right. If a conventional buyer wants to have protections over an appraisal, they too must use a form to give them that protection. And it's not the third party financing. So minds are going to get blown here, I think, when we dig into these financing addendums, but hopefully, but it's my belief that that agents should be using the right to terminate due to lender's appraisal form all the time. And they think of that form as in the wrong context. And in fact, in their mind, often they've called it the appraisal waiver form, which it does not exist. There is a concept of an appraisal waiver. If a home is less than the average median home price, sometimes the lender will do it, they can do an appraisal waiver and they don't have to have an appraisal. If the home is less than the median cost of home in the marketplace, sometimes based on the buyer's situation, the lender will give the buyer a true waiver of appraisal, which means they're not going to even order one. That happens. They've done a desk review. They've got enough data to determine that they're not worried about whether or not this property is sufficient collateral for a loan. But if it is at or greater than, then there will be an appraisal. A real estate agent can never, in the course of our duties, have anything to do with helping a party waive an appraisal. That's not a thing. And sometimes what we have happen is the real estate agent tell the seller the buyer's agreed to waive the appraisal. And then the appraiser shows up at the door and the seller says, "You said there wasn't going to be one." Well, I misspoke. It's that they waived their right to terminate due to the appraisal, but there will be an appraisal. And then the seller says, "I don't want an appraisal done. I didn't agree to this. Stop the appraisal." And that was because they weren't advised properly. So we need to be very careful. And it happens enough where I have to get involved in these scenarios where the seller was told that there was going to be an appraisal waiver, when in fact, the only thing that truly happened was that the buyer waived their right to terminate if the property doesn't appraise. There can be a material fault in the property, and that property now have lender required repairs that could affect a seller. And the seller thinking, or at least, educated enough to know that there's lender required repairs. And now, despite what the property sells for, they're concerned about oak, wilt, diseased trees or something else. And the appraiser is going to get involved and tank the deal, even though they've disclosed these things already and the buyer didn't object to them. The lender is going to object to it by putting a note on the appraisal stopping the sale. So don't use the word appraisal waiver. We've got two forms that allows for an appraisal contingency for the buyer, allowing the buyer to have the right to terminate the contract in the event the property doesn't appraise for a certain amount. They can either ask for a additional right to terminate, or in certain circumstances, they can waive their right to terminate. Why would they waive their right to terminate? Because they're in a multiple offer situation and they want to make the offer look better to the seller. So they're going to waive their rights to terminate and say, look, Mr. Seller, if this property doesn't appraise, I'm willing to bring up to $20,000 to the table, or I'm going to offer a full waiver. I'm willing to just pay whatever it costs if the property doesn't appraise. A conventional buyer has the right to make that claim and make that promise. But federal law restricts FHA and VA buyers from making that promise, and they're not legally allowed to make that promise. They can't waive their rights. They can make a blanket statement that says, we're going to move forward, we want to move forward, but they can't be contractually bound to that statement because it says in a third party agreement, notwithstanding any other provision, the buyer cannot suffer forfeiture of earnest money in the event the property doesn't appraise, as long as the buyer ordered the appraisal in the prescribed time. So for FHA and VA, if it doesn't appraise, they will always have the right to renegotiate the contract or the right to pay over if they want to continue. But the seller is not forced to move forward. The seller can say, I'm not reducing the price, and the buyer can say, I refuse to pay more. And the buyer say, fine, you've refused to reduce the price. I don't have to bring money to the table. I'm exercising my right to terminate. That's a contingency that I have. I get my earnest money. I'm going to go buy someone else's house. So that's called leverage. So understanding the leverage and what the rights are of the parties pursuant to that leverage, that's what plays into the multiple offer situations that we're going to be talking about. When we get back from lunch, we're going to be finishing the conversation a little bit here as we're getting into about appraisals a little bit more and talking about whether or not cash is king and what you really think about that. But it is officially 12 o'clock, so let's go ahead and break for lunch, come back at 1 o'clock, and we're going to be diving in the third-party financing, buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, and more about our multiple offer situations so that you make sure that you don't have a multiple offer situation come crashing down on you ever. See you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you, everyone.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Well, that was a time warp. I got sucked into a bunch of things, and poof, an hour went by. Okay, welcome back from lunch, everyone. It is officially 1:04, and I'm excited to be talking about this topic because it's very timely, and it's, like I said before, one of those topics that is the most misunderstood is our third-party financing and our buyer right to terminate due to lender's appraisal, and we're about to go through both of those forms line by line like we did with the contract. So finishing up the topic regarding the appraisal that we started before, the National Association of Realtors has all of these cool one sheets. You may have seen them, may or may not. I'm going to take a little field trip here over to our .me, and I'm going to show you where they all exist. One of them is appraisal. If you scroll down, you will see guides. And inside the guides system, there's thousands of them, which is why it takes a second for them to all load, are the Texas Realtor guides and all of these National Association of Realtor guides, one sheets, what to learn about an appraisal, what to learn about all these different topics. So here's one, and they come in multiple languages. And NER keeps pushing them out, and I keep adding them to this list, and there are just thousands of them, but they're really good information. One of them, I keep grabbing all the Spanish ones. 10 questions to ask a buyer agent. These types of topics. NAR creates these one sheets on probably a daily basis. They have a new one. And so we keep dumping them into here so that you have access to them. One of them, one of the many, is about the appraisal process, which is a form that NAR created about 10 years ago. And you can see their logo here. And it's part of our forms library that we have. And it is designed to give the consumer an idea of what the appraisal really is for. And it says appraisals help guide mortgage terms. Appraised value is not a concrete number. Appraised value doesn't represent the whole picture of the home's prices. Appraisers use data from the recent past, and there are uses for appraised value outside of the purchase process. And it kind of gives the consumer a little bit of an idea of what the appraisal is really for. I love this question. It's one of my favorite ones in this class. Who is the appraisal for? Christina.
The lender.
The
Yes,
lender. Yeah.
it is the lender's appraisal. 1,000,000%. It is not the buyer's appraisal. So much so that there was a time where they wouldn't even send it to them. And then they passed a law that said, look, the buyer's paying for it. You need to give them a copy of it. And so now they're entitled to receive a copy of it. But it is the lender's appraisal. The lender orders it. And there's a gap between now the lender and the agents and the actual appraiser who goes out to the property. Prior to the Dodd-Frank Act, it was such that a lender would pick up the phone and call an appraiser and ask the appraiser to go out to the property. And then if they didn't meet value, the lender would call the appraiser and say, look, my poor FHA buyer, they only have 3.5%. Now you didn't appraise, the seller's not coming down, and they don't have money to bring to the table. If you can't make this meet value, I'm not going to use you anymore. Now we had a situation of, repercussions. They were afraid of retribution. So the appraiser would meet value, which means it was undue influence. The lenders were influencing the outcomes, and so were the agents. And so the appraisers were getting beat up. So the Dodd-Frank Act came out and it created a clearinghouse or a separation between the lender, the agent, and the appraiser. They created these ideas of an appraisal management company. A lender has to call an appraisal management company, which for a while they called the clearinghouse. The lender would call an 800 number, order an appraisal, and then the actual appraiser would go out at random. So the lender can't ask for a specific appraiser. They call an appraisal management company, and the appraisal management company sends out their representative. And then the representative goes out to the property, and everyone can talk to the appraiser while they're doing their due diligence. The seller usually will talk to the appraiser because the appraiser calls the seller to schedule the preview of the property. And if it's vacant and they just get approved through showing time, then that happens. But some of us will change the MLS to appointment with the agent and take the key out of the lockbox so that the appraiser has to call the agent and let us know when they're coming so the listing agent knows when they're coming. So before the appraisal comes out, before they come up with their number, they can send out what's called a Tidewater notice. That's for VA loans. If they're not able to meet value, they're going to tell the agents, hey, I can't find comps. Please help me. Is there something I don't know here? Or they might ask for additional comps if it's, not a VA appraisal and they're reaching out to the agents. We can share information. We can give them a copy of the contract. We can give all this great information to the appraiser to help them put together what their end result is going to be, which is the actual appraiser. Once the appraiser turns it into the AMC, by law, we can no longer talk to the appraiser. We can't call them and say, what were you thinking? Or you need to fix this, or this is an incorrect number and we're going to challenge it. You can't call the appraiser. And we should have never called the appraiser in the first place. In fact, it could be considered interference because it's the lender's appraiser. The correct thing to do is to call the lender and ask the lender to challenge it because the lender is the only one that should be challenging an appraisal, not a buyer agent, not a listing agent, and not the parties themselves. It's not their appraisal. The lender, the LO, is the one that's supposed to do this. And there is an official kind of process that should take place. They make a call to the clearinghouse or the AMC, appraisal management company, and they have a conversation with them live. I would like you to do a reconsideration. And then they will determine whether they're going to do it or not. But it starts and ends with that. And as long as there's not a technical inaccuracy, you're not going to even be able to pull them in front of a review board. If there's a bad actor appraiser who is making, bad judgments, then likely they're going to continue to get to do that because that's part of their job is making a judgment, good or bad, as far as we're concerned. But if it has the wrong square footage or if it has, some piece of technical information that's incorrect, then you can challenge the appraisal and they'll have to fix it. But if it's, why did you use this comp instead of this other one that's better? Then that's completely on the appraiser and as part of their professional opinion. The art and science they get to pick. So in any event, just know that we can meet the appraiser out there, but if you do meet the appraiser, I'm going to give you a huge piece of advice. Make sure that you have talked with the client ahead of time. If you're working with the buyer and you meet the appraiser at the property and you haven't spoken to the buyer about going out there, you're just doing it because it's part of a checklist item on your list. What are you doing when you get out to the property? Are you trying to get the appraiser to appraise the property for more or for less? What is your normal? What is your normal thing? And is that working on behalf of your client or working against the client? Um, Tara.
I have a question. I used to be told that when it was a buyer, that to pull my own comps and take them and give them to the appraiser. I don't never did, but I don't know if that is what you're supposed to do or not. That's why I'm asking.
It's a good question. And imagine for a moment the buyer, let's say we're a buyer and we went under contract and we have a contingency to be able to get out of the contract in the event it doesn't appraise. And we got into a situation where, we got countered by the seller to go to 405 and we really didn't think the property was worth more than 400 and you know that it's going to appraise and that you're going to have now an argument with the seller you possibly can if it doesn't appraise and you're kind of expecting it not to appraise. And then later you found out that the real estate agent went out to the property and argued with the appraiser to make it 405 when you didn't believe it for $400,000 in the first place. Imagine that for a moment. Poof. You have violated your fiduciary duty to the client. So it's not that we can't argue that it's 405. It's Mr. or Mrs. Buyer. If this property doesn't appraise, likely you're going to have to bring more money to the table, or the seller's going to have to come down, or you're going to both have to meet in the middle. But I can't force you to do something, and I can't force the seller to do something. So you all are going to have to negotiate something. So the assumption would be that you're going to bring more money to the table. Do you want me to go meet with the appraiser and make sure that it meets value? What do you want me to do? And then follow their instruction. And as long as you're following their instruction, you are golden. And yes, of course, we want to meet the appraiser, give them our comps, give them copies of the of page one of all the offers that came in, and feed them as much information as we possibly can, as long as we're working at the direction of our client.
Okay.
Questions about that? Okay, good. So this form I think is helpful. It's a good conversation starter and a buyer orientation, buyer boot camp with the client. Hey, Sarah.
Yes. I have a question. Many years ago, I owned my first house, and the listing agent had me to get an inspection and an appraisal. And he used the inspection for me to make necessary repairs and also the appraisal to list my home. I was a realtor at the time, but how do you feel about that?
So this is my feeling. If you are in a neighborhood where you've got really good comps, then I don't think ordering an appraisal is necessary. But if you have a very unique property where you don't have a lot of comps, then a $400 appraisal is cheap compared to a buyer agent who's going to show up at the table and convince their client that you're off and they're trying to come in at 15, $20,000 less because the buyer believes their agent and their agent was wrong because there wasn't sufficient comps. We see this all the time where it's in a rural area or there hasn't been any recent comps in the last 6 to 8 months, and then the agents are just without comps. And typically that undervalues the property and what it should actually be valued for. So in certain circumstances, I myself recommend that my clients get an appraisal. We're on slide 1426. I am going to show you the examples the other day of that. Bullet. When I had these listings, um, the two houses on a single lot, or this house that was 14 or 18 feet off the ground, or this octagon house that I listed. In situations like this, you don't have comparables. And I know that the buyer agent's going to get it wrong. And if I am having a difficult time trying to figure out what market value is, I know that another buyer doesn't even have a chance. So in that scenario, I'm telling Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I recommend that you get an appraisal. That way we can slide that appraisal across the table to a buyer, and put that to bed if there is an issue, and kind of free yourself from trying to, figure out really what should we be if you don't have any comps.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, you mentioned something else, and the something else is what I want to talk about even more because I do not like having a pre-inspection. I don't. And it's from wisdom. It's not from what sounds good. The thing is, you get in front of an instructor and you ask them, well, do you think you should get a pre-inspection? Maybe they've been in the business for 5 years and they've sold 6 homes. And I'm thinking, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Get it pre-inspected, and that way it's going to solve problems. This is what's happened to me in real practice. My client got a pre-inspection. They fixed everything that came up. The buyer showed up on the door and the buyer had an inspection, and there was a whole new list. And it happened over and over and over and over again. And my seller was mad. Why did I do all these things and spend all this money? And now there's a whole new list. This doesn't make sense to me. And then I'm shrugging my shoulders. So I think that I think there's a thing where an appraiser goes out there and they don't want to pick the home apart. And so they come up with the kind of the big issues and they leave it at that. But when they come out, they're always looking for what is now the big issues, what other may have left off. I don't know if that's the case, but it's gone to the point now where I don't think it's worth it. Dominique and Tara, and then Isabel.
In the scenario where you're advising an appraisal in advance, are you waiting to get an offer to share that, or are you putting it in the listing?
I am asking them to do it before I pick my list price.
Right, but as far as like sharing that information with a buyer.
Oh, yeah, I don't share it with them until I've got someone who's got an offer and they come in low and then they're asking me for my comps, and then I will let them know, yeah, I too had problems. We had got an appraisal and here it is. And then if I'm having issues, if they come in at asking price and there's no issues, I'm probably not going to even share it with them. But if what I think is going to happen and they're going to come in low or start asking me for my comps, I'll say, yeah, no, we got an appraisal. Here it is.
Okay.
Yeah, good question. Tara.
So if you get an appraisal done prior to listing it to get the price, because I kind of had a hard time pulling comps on the house I'm fixing to list because it's kind of just different, and it's in Kingwood and a lot of the houses are different out there. And so if you got an appraisal, and are you able to, because like you say, when you slide it to the buyer, are they able to use that with their lender, or do they need to
No.
order another one? They're not. Okay, I
Yep.
didn't think so. Okay.
They're not, but they're going to give that to the lender, and but it really comes down to, and that can, blow up too, because they can have an appraisal done and now you've got two appraisers with two different opinions.
True.
And that can happen. But what I'm really trying to make sure is that I'm not going to have a fight with a buyer agent over who's right and who's wrong regarding the list price. So it just helps. So free yourself from that, and sometimes recommend that And don't make it about you, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, or make it about you in this way. Mr. and Mrs. Seller, if I'm having a difficult time deriving comps, the buyer agent has absolutely no chance. That is literally the script that I use for that. And they're not coming at us with, well, you're listed at 550 and we really think that you're listed wrong. We really think you should be at, 545 or 559.5, $500 under. They're not coming at that. They're coming at it 5,000, 10,000, 20,000. And an appraisal is like $500. So it's insurance on protecting the asking price and the equity in the property as I look at it. And then outside the world of appraisal, I always like to ask this question, and I always get such different, and I have a very strong opinion on this, and I'm sure that there will be people in this class with the same strength of opinion. But what do you think? True or false? Cash is king.
False.
I agree.
Only how it benefits the seller.
It absolutely is false. Exactly right. False, false, false. Because I've never had a seller say, "Oh, wow, it's cash. Well, sure, let's reduce the price for them." I've never had that scenario. I've always had a seller always doing the exact opposite. Which one of these office offers are going to give me the best price? Which one is going to get me the highest net? Let's work on that. And then sometimes it's like, oh no, please don't take that offer. These people have no chance of making it to the closing table. Please no. I know that $10,000 looks really enticing, but they are going $20,000 over their asking price and they're not offering an appraisal waiver, and it's going to come crashing down. This other offer is offering a $5,000 appraisal waiver and going over asking price by 5,000. So that's actually a better offer, even though, it's $10,000 less than the other one. So oftentimes they're really hyper focused on who's offering me the most, not who is offering me what type of financing. It is for us to explain to them how the financing will affect the transaction. That is very, very true, and we're going to get there. But there is a bias that buyers bring to the table with cash. And sometimes the buyer agent brings that buyer bias to the table as well. And I've heard it so many times. There is a bias to the point where my client cash, this is a good offer for your client. And there seems to be like this, I don't know, something that comes along with it, that it seems that, they are stating that because it's cash, it's better, even though it's less. And I think it's important for us to at least recognize for a moment that it's actually not better. And what we have found statistically over and over again is cash buyers are the first ones to terminate. They're the first ones to bail in a transaction because the pain of watching the bank account reduced by hundreds of thousands of dollars is pretty painful, and they have a harder time letting go of that. But borrowing a couple hundred thousand, 400, $500,000 from some other person in order to close a transaction, they are often more grateful and thankful and behave in the transaction as they're getting to the closing table and funding the loan versus those people who bring this bias of letting go of the cash. Cash buyers bring a win-lose scenario to the table almost always. And it's that win-lose scenario that ends up in termination. And Friday, when we get through our new negotiation class, we're going to be talking about win-win strategies and how win-win strategies are the best for everyone. Win-lose is not how it's supposed to work. Because you see, we're supposed to find out things that are not important to them that's important to me, and things that are not important to me that's important to them, and create a win-win. And sometimes people think win-win is splitting the difference. You want 500,000 and my client wants 600,000, so we're going to do 550 and everyone wins. That is not win-win. It is what's important to your people, what's important to mine, and then try to trade the non-important stuff. So when it comes to win-win, it's not, splitting the difference. Win-lose mentality, that always, 85% of the time, 15% of cash transactions fail. And that's a high number. Sometimes as high as 20%, depending on the number. I think we probably all saw The Realtor.com article that came out this week that said in December, something like 18% of all transactions bailed in December, which was a 10-year high. Um, and what was interesting is that it mirrored the cash transactions. Cash transactions fail at that rate. Cash is not what you sometimes think it is. Sometimes people write things up as cash, and then you find out why that's not cash at all. In fact, that is much more like financing because it's a hard money loan. Now, thankfully, we've had some changes in the last 4 years that have added a paragraph G to our third party financing addendum that says other. We have FHA, VA, Texas vet, conventional first and second, and we're going down that list. And now at the bottom we have other, and that other is designed for hard money loans because before that we had no way to write up a hard money loan, and so hard money loans were written up as cash. Although we don't see a lot of hard money loans, and it's very small subset, the hard money loan wasn't in the possession of the buyer at all. And I think that the biggest problem with that is that, the buyer thinks that it's cash, that they think that they're gonna get to the closing table, and the buyer is just as surprised as the seller when the hard money loan doesn't come through and it was written up as cash, and the buyer and the seller are both upset and they've got a breach scenario. As an example, there is a buy before you sell program that writes up offers as cash, and they're not even cash. So the moral of this story is if somebody has left paragraph 3B blank, which is sum of all financing, and there's a zero there, and there's a big number in paragraph 3A, which is the down payment, because 3A and 3C are going to match. The down payment is going to match the sales price because there is no financing. You're going to ask for proof of funds in the name of the buyer. If they give you proof of funds in the name of an entity, and then that proof of funds is for the entire cash amount, excuse me, you need to then ask for some documents from the Secretary of State showing that the entity is valid, and then showing who are the signers on that account to make sure that, that it's also that they have authorization to release those funds. So companies like Homeward are writing up offers as cash. Does the buyer actually have the cash, or are they borrowing it from a third party? Ask for proof of funds. And the link I've got open, I'm going to share that in a second. Miriam.
I think in my experience, the the group of buyers who mistake this the most often are people who they're selling a house and they're using those proceeds to buy. So they because their house they're selling is under contract, they want me to write it as cash, and I have to explain that they don't have the cash yet. But they're not borrowing it either. I guess, I mean, it's a contingency.
Yeah, you have to
Not,
say you can write it up as cash, but it has to be contingent on the sale because the funds are contingent on the sale.
okay,
Yep,
okay.
exactly
Thank
right.
you.
So it absolutely, that in that situation, 100% would be written up as cash and contingent upon the sale of their home. Paragraph G, other financing. This is the new invention that we have that's just so great in our third-party financing that fixes a lot of these hard money loans and makes that go away. But we're gonna take a little field trip, and we're gonna go through the third-party financing. And if you struggle with the third-party financing, guess what? You're not alone. I have other brokers calling me on a regular basis asking me, okay, explain to me. Most of the deepest conversations I have with other brokers who are calling me about situations that they're trying to work through and that they're struggling with, is third-party financing. They really, really struggle with this. And so there's probably about 2 dozen brokers who call me on a regular basis asking me to help them with, situations that are going on in their brokerage because they're really struggling. And it, like I said, always comes down to this. So if you're struggling with third-party financing, hello, it's very, very common of uh, people out there because of how the third-party financing applies to so many different types of financing and how the language is so vastly different in those scenarios. So we're going to talk about paragraph 1, buyer duties and type of financing, and what the promise is made in the spirit of the agreement on the top. Approval for financing, which is buyer approval and property approval. Security, deed of trust, and then FHA and VA required provision, which is part of the statutes of law, and then authorization to release information. These are the 5 things that we're going to talk about in the third-party financing. And the first thing out the gate is paragraph A. And it says that the buyer shall apply promptly for all financing described below and make every reasonable effort to be approved for the loan. Sometimes buyers, I'm going to open up the realtytext.me so that I can get the third-party financing and we can go through it together in the actual form instead of my slides. Sometimes you have a buyer who decides they want to change their mind, and the buyer think, well, I don't really want to buy this house anymore, and I don't have any more contingencies according to my agent. So if I just drag my feet and I'll deal with this other stuff, I can eventually just find myself in default and tell the buyer or tell the seller that I wasn't able to get approved for the loan. And that type of sabotage is breach, default, bad faith, and it even gets worse than that. So let's look at paragraph 1 really and look at what the spirit is. The courts look deeply at what the spirit of the agreement is. Remember, the seller is granting the buyer a contingency. This third party financing addendum is simply a buyer contingency. It is a disclosure to the seller of the type of financing that the buyer intends to get, and it's a contingency. And I ask a question, and when I take you to Texas Realtors and I show you the answer because it's gonna give you a headache, that's where the beauty of this starts, really understanding of what the contingency is really about. If somebody is going FHA and they agreed to FHA and they're not able to get approved for FHA and they decide to switch to conventional, do they need to get an amendment signed on to switch? The
Yes.
answer is the answer is emphatically no. And I've seen transactions fall apart because the lender says, look, let's go conventional. They're not going to be able to go FHA. Their scores are just, the DTIs too, whatever. They come back and say, we're going to go conventional. And then the buyer go to the listing agent and say, okay, well, we're going to switch financing. So we've sent you an amendment. And the seller says no, and the deal fall apart. Again, another good grief moment. Because the only reason they need to switch financing is if they want to have the contingency and protect the buyer's earnest money. So if the goal is to protect the buyer's earnest money, then you use the form. But the buyer has the right to switch financing midstream and do whatever they can to get approved for the financing without signing an amendment. An amendment is not necessary. It's only necessary if the buyer wants to push their financing options forward. And we're going to talk more about that when we get to that segment. Christina.
I'm just thinking this through, so don't shoot me here. I'm just thinking about what if it goes the other direction, though? They want to switch from conventional to
Either,
FHA or VA.
either way.
Either way, but that has
Either
consequences for the seller, or, potential consequences as far as
The property.
the appraisal. I mean, a lot of different things.
the buyer has the right to get whatever kind of financing they need to be able to purchase the property to satisfy the sales price.
But if they have to disclose it up front with
They
this form for the offer, and you're considering it based on, okay, what's the strength of everything, and then they switch it midstream, is that not now the seller doesn't have any?
It's not about disclosure, Christina. The only reason this form was used and this is where the light bulb comes on, was to provide the buyer a contingency to get their earnest money back if they can't get financing. That's all it's for. This is only to protect the buyer's earnest money. That's it. There is no permission from the seller. You can't get FHA or VA. That's federal law. If they can actually go to jail for that. That is not a thing. This is just to grant the buyer contingency. The buyer
Okay,
can
so
go
what about?
FHA and not use this form at all. This form is not required. This is a contingency.
Well, then, so all those VA buyers that got turned down during COVID should just not have even submitted the form?
They didn't have to. They were asking for a contingency. They were disclosing they're going VA, and you cannot discriminate based on loan type. They've already made that clear. So we're going to show you the Trek article. We're going to show you the Texas Realtors article, and we're going to dig into this. And this is where real estate agents gets us so wrong because they look at this third-party financing addendum, and they think of it in a weird way.
Mm-hmm.
They think about it in a way that, well, it's something other than a contingency. But the way the law looks at this form is the buyer is being granted a contingency to be able to exit the transaction and get their earnest money back. VA and FHA, they can't lose their earnest money as long as they order an appraisal. So let's get through this and then let's talk about the scenarios. Miriam.
I guess my question is then why is it so detailed? And why doesn't it just say that the buyer's getting financing? But
Because this makes the buyer's offer look better, and the seller wants to know if I'm willing to take my home off the market for you, I want to know what's going on here. I want to know what the buyer is doing, not because the seller has a right to know, but the buyer wants to give the seller enough information for the seller to feel good enough about taking their home off the market for someone. They're modeling a wedding dress here. I want this to look as good as possible because the seller's the one that ultimately is going to determine whether or not they're going to take their home off the market for a buyer who can't pay cash. They want to know, I want to know all about your financing. I want to know how risky it is going to be for me to take this home off the market. So it's the seller, it's the buyer trying to give all of the information to the seller, say, look how good my situation is. And then in the event I can't get financing, I want you to let me walk away with my entire earnest money back. And under more circumstances, if agents were to flip their thinking around and put this more in the onus of not, you know, buyer buyer protection heavy, but seller protection heavy, because this form is designed for a seller protection heavy, not a buyer protection heavy. And we'll get into that when we get to the Trek website, and you'll see. So in paragraph 1, type of financing. There's a very important statement in here. It says that buyers shall apply promptly for all financing described below and make every reasonable effort to obtain approval for the financing, including, but not limited to, furnishing all the information, the documents required by the buyer's lender. So we're using words like shall, which means they have to, and promptly, and every reasonable effort to obtain approval. They have to make every reasonable effort to be approved for the loan. Any hint of them trying to use this as a method to get out disingenuously is a breach of contract. The lender also has to be very careful because now terminations have to come along with a letter from the lender stating the reason and the rationale why they were declined for the loan. And if the lender declines them, they cannot open a new file for them and they cannot work with them again. So a decline status is something that a lender is not going to do because a lender understands that their license is on the line too for decline status. And it is a very serious thing to decline a buyer. They were supposed to not be declined because they were supposed to have provided them a pre-qualification letter based on the scenario. At this rate, at this price, on this date, you'll be approved. And then declining them, that is something serious against the lender, and they do not want to decline someone unless they absolutely have to. They found out some piece of information and they can verify that piece of information and it's certified and they truly can't do the loan, then they have no choice and they're protected because in earnest they found a piece of information that made it impossible to do the loan. But if they don't have anything impossible to stop the loan from happening, and they issue a denial letter, and then they go back and they research it and they realize they had no grounds for declining, now you're starting to get into the conspiracy to commit fraud against the seller. And now you're dealing with like 30 plus years kind of situation, very, very serious. So a lender's not going to participate in this. So a buyer, the spirit of this is Mr. and Mrs. Seller, I really want to buy your home. Please take your home off the market for me and give me an opportunity to buy it. I promise that I'm going to do every single thing in my power to get approved for this loan. And that is what the spirit of this agreement is. Paragraph A through G tells the seller, and in doing this, and me working as hard as I possibly can, this is the kind of loan that I'm getting. And you can talk to your agent and another lender with that, and you can determine the risk of whether or not you want to take your home off the market for me. But I hope that you do because I really want to buy your house. Islet.
Okay, I have been lately, it seems, receiving a lot of subject to um, offers from, investor type people. And obviously, I've never seen the house and they're trying to take ownership, but I guess what I'm trying to ask is I I haven't had a client where it would be a good fit, where they would be okay risking that someone else would not make the payment, but yet they give up title and ownership. So, can you give me a scenario where you think it might work?
Yeah, so I mean, there's two types of subject to. There's the type of subject to where they're gonna double close, where they're going to purchase the property and then try to sell it before it closes. And then you have these scenarios of someone is actually trying to do a seller finance or a wrap. And we don't do wraps here at all. They're absolutely forbidden because Wally Tingley with Chicago Title was the only one in the state of Texas that was still doing them, that manipulates the due on sale clause, says if that, uh, if if the property sells, it triggers a due on sale clause and the funds are due immediately. But there's a law that says that they had to send constructive notice to the lender telling them that this was happening. And if they couldn't respond within 30 days, then they voided or waived their right to object to the wrap. And lenders now respond fast enough where then it puts the house in foreclosure and you can't stop the foreclosure from happening. They will go all the way to foreclose if someone attempts to do a wrap. So it is highly, highly litigious and dangerous. So some people are saying, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we know that you have an underlying note and we want to wrap your mortgage and we want to take over that and move forward. The risks are astronomical because it likely will land the seller, number one, in full foreclosure and the sale not happen at all. Or B, it does happen. And now they are just as risky of having a late as anybody else because the ownership cannot transfer unless the loan is paid off. And most of these homes have an underlying note. Otherwise, then they just buy the home and ask for seller financing and then just pay the seller over time and the seller becomes a lender. So there's most sellers are, I need my money out of this property. There are situations where I had one actually. East Austin in 2008, I had three listings, and all three of them, I'm not even kidding, there were holes where you could see outside from inside. They were so bad, like a foot hole, and there was someone living in them. The roofs were demolished, the entire houses were tear downs, and there were people living in them. And there were refinances that had been taken on them that it should never have been allowed, and all of them were in are short scenarios. And we couldn't sell them. And he was going into foreclosure. And the only option he wanted to do was a wrap. And I told him, I have an attorney that can help you do a wrap. And I handed the transaction over to Wally, and he did it. Because if the wrap didn't happen, the tenants were no longer paying. The city had put stuff on this on the properties that were telling him that it was going to go to foreclosure, and wrap was the only option. And there was a person that wanted to wrap the loans and then rehab them, and that worked for that particular situation, and he avoided foreclosure. That's a pretty unique scenario, and that's not going to happen in Kissing Tree. But I know you're selling all over the place, but I just don't see it either. I mean, bring good funds and close the transaction. Um, so paragraph two, approval of financing. Approval of financing described above will be deemed to have been obtained when buyer approval and property approval are obtained. Very simple. So you've got buyer approval and property approval down below. Buyer approval, part of it they can waive, part of it they can't. And then property approval, this is 100% subject to the lender. And there's three things on each one of these that's very important to remember. Buyer approval is assets, income, and credit history. So the buyer is being approved for those things. So you've got approving the buyer, them on buyer's assets, their income, and their credit here history. And then the property, it is appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. So those are the three things on each side that you're looking for. So property approval, the lender is looking at the property. So you may have heard this idea of also subject to or pre-approval, an actual pre-approval in a third-party financing addendum where they say buyer's already approved. The buyer has already obtained buyer approval, which is this checkbox down here. So if the lender has taken the buyer and they've pushed the buyer all the way through underwriting and they have final underwriter approval for the buyer, which means they have sent over their income statements and their tax returns and the whole file, and the lender has taken the buyer all the way through and they have full final approval for the buyer. Now it's subject to an appraisal on a property. And now the lender is looking for a property where the property is going to satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements for the loan for for the three things. Appraisal, and that could be not just appraisal, but does the property is it going to satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements for the loan? Is it sufficient collateral for the property? And that's what they're looking for in appraisal. An appraisal can have comments and notes about the condition of the property, or it could also be that the property's value doesn't support what they put in paragraph 3B, so they're looking at that as well. But down payment makes a big difference here because the loan amount might be very, very low and the property not even come close to appraising, but they're borrowing such a little amount that it doesn't matter. They're still approved for it. So sometimes the appraised value doesn't matter. It's the LTV that matters. So first we have the appraisal and then we have insurability. Can you get insurance on this property? You can have a brand new property right now that can't get insurance because insurance ability is not just FHA financing, which it could be. It's not just VA financing, which is the third-party mortgage insurance, PMI. That's part of the insurance. But it's also flood insurance, fire insurance, and hazard insurance. And there are certain circumstances now where you have flood area zones and flood insurance is not available, and the lender says we've got an insurability problem. We can't insure this property for losses, and so no, we're not going to do the loan. So the lender is trying to figure out, is this property, is it sufficient collateral for the loan, and can it be properly insured? And then the last thing that they're really just, focused on is lender required repairs. And lender required repairs is something that they're also going to find in the appraisal. Lender required repairs would be found on a note of the appraisal. So buyer's approval and property approval, again, two separate things. If the buyer has been truly qualified for the loan, the agent might select this box right here, which says that we're not asking for the contingency for the buyer to be approved because the buyer is already approved. So we're going to waive that. But a buyer can't waive the property approval because only the lender can determine whether or not the property is going to satisfy their underwriting requirements. So if the buyer doesn't or has not been ran through underwriting and have approval, then they're going to ask for the typical 13, 15, 18, 21 days. 18 is 17 to 18 are the two most common numbers that we see put in this field. That gives the buyer 18 days to determine whether or not the lender is going to approve them for the loan. So then the language goes like this. This contract is subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval. If buyer approval cannot be obtained Buyer may terminate this contract within 18 days after the effective date of the contract by giving seller these things. Number one, notice of termination, and two, a copy of a written statement from a lender saying why they were declined for the loan. If buyer terminates under the contract under this provision, then the earnest money will be refunded to buyer. If the buyer doesn't terminate under this paragraph 2A, then the buyer shall no longer be subject to buyer obtaining buyer approval, and that vanishes and is not part of the contract anymore. So again, buyer approval will be deemed to have been obtained, and it's limited to these three things. The terms of the loan described above are available. The lender determines that the buyer has satisfied all the lender requirements related to the buyer's assets, their income, and their credit history. That's it. So this paragraph 2A is the paragraph where most of the trouble comes from in a transaction, where a buyer is asking for the contingency to get out because they're less concerned about the property having an issue obtaining a loan. It's the buyer themselves are concerned. So this paragraph becomes the most important paragraph, one of the most important paragraphs. And then, of course, we got paragraph B, which digs in a little bit and explains a little bit more. If buyer's lender determines that the property does not satisfy lender's underwriting requirements for the loan, including but not limited to appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs, buyer may terminate this contract on or before the third day before the closing date by giving seller notice of termination and a copy of a written statement from the lender setting forth the reason the lender's determination. If buyer does not terminate under this paragraph, property approval is deemed to have been obtained. And up here, it says again that approval for the financing described above will be deemed to be approved when buyer approval and property approval are obtained, which is buyer approval and property approval. Approval of financing all exists right here. Any questions regarding approval of financing? You feel like you've got a pretty good handle on it. Okay, so just remember there's six things. There's six things, three on each. And if you remember there's three, then you're going to go looking for them. Isabel.
So the box, I guess the second box, right below the letter A, it says this contract is not subject to buyer obtaining approval. When will we check that box? Like literally if they don't need approval?
Again, if the lender has sent the buyer through underwriting, you can go to a lender and say, I'd like to get a pre-qualification letter or a pre-approval letter. The pre-qualification letter says that the lender has had a conversation with the buyer, maybe pulled credit, and they have an idea of how much they make every year and how much they make every month and what their car payment is. And so then they offer them a pre-qualification letter. And then it says the pre-qualification is good, but I still have to verify everything. And then they start verifying the documents and realize, well, you said you made 5,000 a month, but you didn't tell me 2,500 of it was in tips. I can't use the 2,500. Or you said you made $5,000 a month, but in the last 3 months, $3,000 of it was overtime, and you haven't consistently worked overtime for the last year, so we can't use the overtime, right? So there's a lot of things that the lender can find out that would make the buyer actually not qualify. But the first conversation on the phone sounded great, but as they started verifying things and learning more about the buyer, they realized, oh, we can't do this. A real estate agent can ask a buyer to go all the way through the process and actually go through underwriting without a property attached to it and get fully approved. And they are now having a full approval where the lender has already approved them in all the glory. Now, the only thing they need to do is go find a house and do an appraisal. And it's now just based on property approval. So you can waive this. The only time you would really realistically waive paragraph 2A is if you're in a multiple offer situation. That is the only time that you would realistically ever use that, even if you did have approval. Tara.
I had this happen to me on my very first transaction. It was a nightmare. Like 5 days before closing, my lender told it was Interlink There's a big lender out here. And anyways, they told me that my buyer, it's actually the house I just sold too, and they told me that she didn't meet the income. And I'm like over here because with my mortgage experience, I was like, yes, she does. I've seen everything. They canceled out their like on a Friday. It was supposed to close the next Friday. I had to flip that thing so fast, and that's where I am glad that I have the mortgage knowledge, and it ended up still closing because they did qualify. Because your loan officer, having a good loan officer is crucial, I think.
More important than probably anything. I mean, you're
Yep.
only as good as your team, and if your team fails you, then you are your weak link broke.
I am a lender snob like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah, well, I am too, which is why we have only a few preferred lenders at this company, and they've all been tested and true. And we're very picky on what lenders are part of our company, how they treat our clients, and how well they stand up to their approval letters.
I
So
heard
I
some of them yesterday. I was impressed.
Nice. Okay, so we're gonna abandon paragraph 2 and we're gonna move past it. We can come back to it if we need to, but that is the spirit of paragraph 2. Buyer approval and property approval. Paragraph 3 talks about that the buyer's lender will be secured based on a vendor deed of trust, where we are we deal with deeds, not liens, or we're a lien theory state. Paragraph 4, FHA VA required provision. So there is a federal law that says, and the language here is verbatim, and you've heard me use this language multiple times. Notwithstanding, notwithstanding any other provision of the contract, the purchaser, buyer, shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property described herein or to incur any penalty by forfeiture of earnest money deposits or otherwise. So this is saying FHA and VA, they can't lose their earnest money if it doesn't appraise, unless the buyer has been given, in accordance with HUD FHA VA requirement, a written statement stating the value. So it says they can't lose it, but if they don't order the appraisal at all, then they have failed and they've defaulted and they can lose their earnest money because they didn't get an appraisal and they have to. So if they don't ever order the appraisal, then they are subject to losing their earnest money. Or the contract purchase price or cost of the reasonable value of the property established by the Department of Veteran Affairs 3-day notice of termination doesn't even apply here. Going back to paragraph 2B, it says that the lender the lender can terminate or not approve them, and here it says 3 days before. So buyer may terminate the contract on or before the third day before the closing date by giving seller notice of termination. So in here, property approval talks about 3 days before. That's only going to exist in a conventional loan. Because back here it says paragraph 2B, that doesn't even take place. That doesn't even matter. So the buyer has to order an appraisal. And as long as they order an appraisal, they cannot lose their earnest money. Now, it doesn't mean that the seller has to come down. It just means that they can't be forced to buy the property. And if it doesn't appraise, the buyer has the right all the way even to the closing table to terminate the contract and get their earnest money back, which gives them huge leverage. So if you are in a multiple offer situation and one of them is a VA and the other one is FHA, and they're offering $20,000 over asking price, they can't be forced to proceed, and nor can they waive the contingency because it says notwithstanding any other provision. And notwithstanding is a real fancy word for saying it doesn't matter what it says anywhere else. No matter what it says anywhere else, the buyer cannot lose their earnest money if it doesn't appraise as long as they ordered an appraisal. That's what it says. So if an agent goes into special provisions and puts something fancy in there like, buyer waives their appraisal contingency, well, it says something else now, somewhere else. And it's very clear here that that's what it says. Now, we can look in this paragraph 4 and think, well, this paragraph 4 has to exist because this is an agreement between buyer and seller. No, this is not an agreement between buyer and seller. This is federal law. This has nothing to do with the buyer and seller. This is a disclosure. This is not an agreement. that notwithstanding any other provision, federal law says FHA and VA, the buyer cannot lose their earnest money. So now we're in a transaction and it really matters whether or not we think this is going to appraise for an FHA VA buyer because they can't be forced to proceed, which means it can simply not appraise and they can get to the closing table and say, I want you to come down and meet the value because I'm not going to bring more money to the table. And the seller say, no, I'm not willing to do that. And the transaction fall apart and it not close. Or the seller can just stonewall and say, don't buy it then. I'll sell it to someone else. Bye. And the buyer leave. Now, what does the buyer lose in this transaction if they do terminate? Let's talk about what their losses would be. It doesn't appraise and it's FHA or VA. What do they lose? Do they lose their earnest money?
No, but they've probably paid option money that they won't get back.
Yep. So they're going to lose option. That's guaranteed. They're also obviously ordered an appraisal because they had to have ordered the appraisal in order to back out here because it says they had to have ordered that, and that's going to be 500 to 600. So let's say they had a $500 appraisal and a $500 option. They're going to lose $1,000 right there. Likely 18 days later, they're out of their option period, and guess what? They also had a home inspection, and that's probably $500. So then you're looking at the scenario and saying, okay, this FHA buyer who's really struggling right now with coming up with 3.5% down just spent $1,000. Are they really going to back out of here, losing that $1,000 and then go and buy another home and pay another $1,000 again because they're going to have to get another appraisal and another inspection and another option? So then you start weighing the risk. Who has the higher risk? And if it didn't appraise by $1,000, the seller might be like, no, I'm not going to come down $1,000 because if you terminate, it's out of spite and that's bad faith. But go ahead. Because if you leave, you're going to lose $1,500 just off the cuff of non-refundables of money you've already spent in buying my property. So we're not saying that we need to be hardball when we deal in real estate. That's not what I'm saying. But we have to advise the buyers of what their rights are and the sellers of what their rights are and let them know where their risk is. And if they want our advice, we can give them our advice. But our advice, if they want our opinion, we can give them our opinion. But they don't really pay us for our opinion. They pay us for our advice. And that's different. Advice and opinions are two different things. Advice is, well, here are your three options. And opinion is, you should go with option B. Those are two completely different things. Okay, now paragraph 5. I'm going to pick up the phone and I'm going to call a lender. I'm going to ask the lender about the creditworthiness of this buyer, and I want to know as much about it as I possibly can. What gives me the right? Well, there is an agreement built in here, and this is it, because it's talking about authorization to release information. So then there is agreement language built into paragraph 5. Buyer authorizes buyer's lender to furnish to the seller or the buyer or their representatives, that would be us, information related to the status of the approval of the financing. And B, that we get a copy of the HUD and the ALTA and all the statements from closing, because they're for a little while there when the HUD died, 1974 to 2015, when the HUD died and is replaced by the ALTA statement and the CD. We for a moment didn't have authorization to get a copy of the closing disclosure without something signed by the buyer. So they put that in here specifically, telling that the escrow agent to disclose and furnish a copy of the closing disclosure and the settlement statements to the parties' respective brokers and their sales agents. Miriam.
Okay, so I think that for a lot of people, it's a best practice to call the buyer's lender even before you're under contract. So is that wrong? Are we not supposed to be calling the buyer's lender prior to having this agreement that we're allowed to?
Yeah,
Or
so the lender, so once the buyer has signed it, we don't get offers without it being signed by the buyer. So with the buyers signed on this, they've authorized us with the buyer signed signature. So We don't need the seller signed version of that in order for us to have that right. But I see where you're going with that. But yes, we would need to have a third party financing and it signed for the lender to legally have the door opened for us to be able to ask them all those questions. Okay, so we just talked about paragraph 1. We talked about paragraph 2. We talked about 2A, talked about 2B, talked about security, and the FHA VA required provision, where it's expressly agreed that notwithstanding any other provision of the contract, that the purchaser buyer shall not be obligated to complete the purchase of the property or to incur any penalty of forfeiture of earnest money, deposits, or otherwise, unless the buyer has been given in accordance with FHA VA requirements a written statement issued by FHA or VA or direct enforcement lender setting forth the appraised value of the property of not less than. So then we get so if they don't have an appraisal where they have an appraised value, then that doesn't apply. Or if the contract purchase price or cost to exceed the reasonable value of the property established by the Department of Veteran Affairs. We don't call a appraisal that's done by VA an appraisal, do we? We call it a certificate of reasonable value. It's its own universe. Even though it looks very similar, it's its own universe. And it's not an appraisal, it's a certificate of reasonable value, and it says that across the top. So both of these are saying, as long as the buyer ordered an appraisal with FHA or ordered an appraisal with VA, as long as that happened, then they can't lose their earnest money if it doesn't appraise. So much so that the 3-day notice in paragraph 2B doesn't even apply. They can literally decide to bail 35 minutes before closing because they just decided to change their mind because it didn't appraise by $1. Doesn't matter the amount. As long as it doesn't appraise, they have the right to bail and get their earnest money back and not be in breach or default. And then, of course, the very last paragraph 5 again, where we get the authorization from the buyer. Now, there is a form, and I think this form is about to go away, but will not go away, but we've all heard the fear about the CFPB being demolished and undone. So there is a question mark floating out there about the law or the rule in CFPB that makes it unlawful for a title company to send a CD to an agent without something in writing granting the agents the right to have the document in the first place. If the buyer's cash, this should be used because there is no third-party financing if you want to get a copy of the CD. I hereby authorize you to disclose and furnish a copy of the loan estimates, closing disclosures, and other settlement statements provided in relation to the closing to the real estate transaction for the agents and broker and license number and giving them authorization. Now, CFPB in 2022 sort of decided that they were going to change their rule and they put it out there. We're changing the rule. And there's all kinds of articles out there that they were going to change their rule. But they never changed the rule. The law still exists in its exact form. So it's like they, went up to bat and spun it up and never swang. It just doesn't make sense. So in technical speaking, the title company should not be sending you the closing disclosure unless you've sent this form. So if a title company says, I can't send you the closing disclosure, got it. You're not going to go at them, guns a-blazing. I'm the real estate agent. You must send it to me because they can't. So 2 ways around it. Mr. Buyer, can you forward me that closing disclosure you just got from the title company and not create a big heat about it because it's easier just to get it from them. Or if there's issues with that, if it's some sort of intestate sale and you're dealing with, a third party and that third party is difficult to get a hold of, then you can hopefully have gotten this signed at your listing agreement, or at your buyer rep agreement, and having it on queue. But remember, this is on both sides of the transaction. not just the buyer side. So this is both agents opposite each other. Okay, paragraph 2, approval of financing. Approval for the financing described above will be deemed to have been obtained when buyer approval and property approval are obtained. Here's a scenario. Buyer gets an approval letter. They negotiate terms and go under contract. Seller receives a backup offer significantly higher and looking to move forward with a new offer. The seller calls a title company, demanding they return the earnest money because he was moving forward with this other offer. This is actually an actual scenario that happened to us. We were representing a buyer, had a executed agreement or a executory agreement with the title company. Everything was going along just fine. Seller out of the blue got a backup offer, and he was canceling the sale because he wanted this backup offer. It's like $25,000 more. That was before the days of 2020 where we were, $100,000, $150,000 over. So back then that was, unheard of. So conventional financing was chosen in the addendum and 3% down was being offered. 3% down conventional as the down payment in the purchase contract. The lender had not spoken to the buyer in over 6 months and had no knowledge that the offer was being submitted. Yep. The prequal was 120 days old, but neither the buyer agent or the listing agent questioned it. The buyer agent asked him, "Are you pre-qualified?" "Yes, I'm pre-qualified." "Awesome. Well, we've got a great lender. Would you like to speak to our lender?" "No, I like my lender and I'm going to use them." "Awesome. Can you send me a copy of the pre-qualification letter?" And the buyer agent didn't call the lender to have a conversation with them at all. They just took the pre-qualification letter. And when you wind it down, it could have happened to anyone. That morning, they got a call. "Hey, there's a property that I want to buy. Can you help me with it?" "Sure, let's go see it." They go and show the property. Walked out. "I want to buy it." "Great. Let's get you talking with my lender." "No, already got a lender." "Awesome. Do you have a pre-qualification letter?" "Yes." "Give it to me. Let's get the offer in." And the offer came in. Now, they should have been calling the team, something I would have done, but they didn't. So here you have a lender that had no idea any of this was going on. So the lender finally, after they went under contract, was contacted, had no idea who this buyer was and didn't even remember them, had to repull credit, and their scores had dropped from a 720 to a 605. And the lender would need to switch from conventional to FHA because their score was too low for conventional. Oops. The seller learned the buyer switched from their agreed upon conventional to FHA and said unless they can close the property using conventional financing, that they must issue termination. And of course, that came from the agent because the other agents would fed the seller this because the seller was pitching a fit the whole time. And they did ask for an amendment to switch, and the seller refused to sign it. And it came to our desk, and we said, well, they don't have to sign it. We're just going to continue moving forward. And we actually shared the Texas Realtors link with them. So, question. Is it required that the seller sign an amendment approving the transition from conventional financing to FHA or vice versa in the question of Christina? And if so, what if the seller refuses to sign it? Question 2, flip the scenario. If the buyer is able to qualify for conventional financing and the loan is switched to and approved for FHA, but still no amendment signed, can the buyer still terminate under the conventional financing provision to secure their earnest money? So let's go take a field trip. The third-party financing addendum is available to buyers who would like to make the contract contingent on qualifying for being approved for the financing they specify in the addendum. Mic drop. Mic drop. If the buyer would like the contingency, there's a form for that. That's what Texas Realtors is saying. If a buyer is unable to secure the financing selected in the form, the buyer has the right to terminate the contract if applicable requirements are met to terminate. Except for FHA or VA loans, paragraph 2 of the third-party financing addendum outlines 2 sets of circumstances under which the buyer may terminate. If the buyer does not obtain approval from the lender within a certain number of days, buyer approval is deemed obtained when the terms of the loan described in paragraph 1 are available, exactly as it says in the third-party financing, and the lender determines that the buyer has satisfied all the lender's requirements related to the buyer's assets, income, and credit history. If either of these items is satisfied, if either of these is not satisfied, the buyer does not have buyer approval and may terminate the contract. Note that a buyer must give written notice of termination to the seller within the number of days into paragraph 2A. Now let's talk about paragraph 2. The lender determines the property does not meet the lender's underwriting requirements. In that case, the buyer must provide a written statement from the lender stating the reason the property does not meet underwriting requirements. So far, we've heard nothing new. This written statement and a notice of termination must be provided no later than 3 days before closing, just exactly as we've read. If the buyer selected the loan would be VA or FHA, then the buyer would have to meet the requirements of paragraph 4 in order to terminate, and that is ordering appraisal. A question sometimes arises about whether a buyer is in default if the buyer is unable to secure the financing agreed to in the third-party financing addendum and then wants to pursue some other type of financing. For example, what if a buyer cannot secure a conventional loan and wants to move to an FHA loan? Would this constitute a default under the purchase contract? The answer is no. By the way, I'm the author of this article. The purpose of the third-party financing addendum is to make the contract contingent on securing the type of financing outlined in the addendum. Using the example above, if the buyer is unable to secure the conventional financing, the buyer can terminate the agreement, provided the applicable requirements in paragraph 2 are met. However, if the buyer does not want to terminate and tries to obtain an FHA loan, the contract would no longer be contingent on securing the financing as stated in the third-party financing. Can the buyer switch financing? Yes. Can the seller stop them? No. Does the buyer have protections of their earnest money? No, they don't. If the buyer is unable to obtain the FHA financing and cannot otherwise produce the funds to close pursuant to paragraph 9 of the 1 to 4 family or residential contract, the seller, as the non-defaulting party, would have the right to exercise the remedies in paragraph 15 of the contract. So if they can't, then they go into breach. So buyer needs to figure out what they want to do here. Do they want to terminate or do they want to push forward? But an addendum is not required because the third-party addendum is only one thing. It is a contingency to help the buyer understand of their protections of the earnest money and the seller's promise to protect the buyer's earnest money. Christina, Miriam, Jeanette.
Okay, so scenario. Listing agent here. You get an offer. If they're not providing that third party, but they have an amount in the second line, we're going to question, well, where's this amount coming from? Are we able to ask for pre-approval? Are we going to be able to, we can't call the lender. So how do we
don't.
We assume that they are not making it contingent upon. So therefore it's
no. Okay,
so I'm trying to figure, yeah.
Okay, there is there's a checkbox. And the checkbox has a purpose. Where did it go? Oh, right here. It's why this exists. On paragraph 3B, the reason why this checkbox exists in paragraph 3B is to attach the third-party financing to the contract as a contingency. If they attach the third party to the contract and they don't click this off, there's no contingency. You can't see it?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay. Paragraph 3B, this box right here.
Mhm.
The reason that this box exists is says third-party financing and check it off is to attach the third-party financing to the contract and make it contingent. You could give the third-party financing signed by the buyer and the seller and put it on the contract and not check this off, and the buyer have no contingency, but they just disclose to the seller what type of financing they do have, but not make it contingent at all and make it turns an agreement into a disclosure.
But what if they don't provide anything? Like,
Then the seller is likely not to accept their offer because the idea is they're modeling close. They're modeling closed in front of the seller. You know, here is my offer to you. Will you take it? And the seller's going to say, I have no assurances that you're going to close, so no, I'm not going to take your offer.
okay. So all the things you were saying about that it's the buyer's disclosure and all that, there's still not a scenario likely where we're not going to get it.
It's likely that you're going to get a third-party financing, the buyer not be able to move forward under one of those scenarios and switch midway through. That's very likely to happen. The moral of the story is you don't need an amendment signed to switch financing. Have I ever saw a transaction where the buyer was getting financing and it came in as cash? I have, and that's possible. I have had situations where proof of funds came in as cash, they got their cash offer accepted, and they went VA and they closed VA, and there's nothing the seller could do about it.
Mm-mm.
As long as they close and meet the deadlines of the close date. Yep. Miriam and then Jeanette.
Okay, this has probably been the most learning I've done because I've had some misconceptions. So I think this kind of relates to your second question on that slide. So if the buyer puts conventional and they can't get approved for conventional, so they switch to FHA, do they at that point give up the contingency because they switched, or
They still
if
have it.
they also can't get FHA, they can go back and terminate because they couldn't get
That's
conventional?
right.
Okay.
That's right. So the question is, why wouldn't a conventional buyer always write it as FHA, always write it as FHA? It's because they're going to get, notwithstanding any other provision, they're going to get this right to get out. And the answer is because it's not about the buyer, it's about the buyer looking strong enough for the seller to take the property off the market and take a risk on them. So the weaker they make it and the more contingencies they ask for, the less chance the seller is going to accept their offer. But then you're all thinking to me, well, we're thinking about 2025 market. The seller's been on the market for 30 days and they're willing to take, a third-party financing written on the back of an HEB receipt. They just want the thing off the market as soon as possible. But you take that same conversation to 2021 and there's 40 offers on the property. Now there's a completely different scenario. Now we are really trying to make the seller understand the credit worthiness of this buyer. So the third party financing is there to protect the buyer's earnest money as a contingency. It begins and it ends with that. And we have to understand that it is simply a contingency to protect the earnest money, and it is nothing greater and nothing less. And the more we wrap our head around understanding that the third party financing is nothing but a contingency for the buyer's earnest money, it frees you to understand the entire contract as it relates to the buyer and seller negotiating the purchase price. Because nothing in the 1-4 even has a word appraisal in it that's meaningful. All of these things are simply contingencies for the buyer. And there are more. So let's move on. But I owe you a break. All right. It's 2:21. Let's come back at 2:31 after our break, and then we're going to jump into some scenarios on the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal form and why we should be using it more. I'll see you back at 2:31.
Welcome back.
I'll see you back.
Who'd have thought they need ya? Here where we need ya. Here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope we're having fun. I know I'm having fun. Okay, geeking out, nerding out, whatever you want to call it. I'm going to put you in your first breakout session since Friday. We are going to spend some time working out this scenario. 1 to 4 family contract was used. Paragraph 3A has a $40,000 down payment. 3B is a $160,000 loan amount. And paragraph 3C has a sales price of $200,000. 49-1 addendum was not used. So buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal form was not used. Third-party financing addendum was used. The lender's appraisal came back for $170,000. What option does this contract afford a conventional buyer versus an FHA VA buyer versus a cash buyer? Answer those three based on the scenario and all the limited information that you have here. What are the options of these three buyers in these three situations? Difficult, more difficult than maybe you think. Some of you, it might be a breeze, but some of you might struggle with this. But this is real world practical application of our contract. These are things that we actually need to know and have it in our arsenal to whip out at a moment's notice in a situation where someone is under contract and they're our buyer and they don't appraise. Please select a captain and be ready to share with the class.
We're ready to roll.
Yeah, need more time.
Who was able to get through this exercise? Okay, good job. Donna, Amanda got through it. Keep your hands up. Denise. All right, so who was my breakout captain in group one? Christina's group.
Oh, that'd be me, Bryce.
Bryce, did your group come up with an answer to the three questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For conventional buyer, since the appraisal
Well, hold
came
on.
in. Oh,
Hold on.
sorry.
And you disappeared for a second. We saw you, then we can't. Okay, now group. So give me 1 second, Bryce.
Yeah.
Group two: Charles, David, Dominic, Isabel, Mia, Miriam. Who is the captain in two?
I was.
Did you guys come up with answers?
Yes.
Okay. Group three: Isolette's group.
We were still in the process of discussing.
Okay. Group four: Jeanette, Kevin, Eric, Sarah, Ecky's group.
Yes, we did.
Okay. In group five: Mohammed, Melinda, Melissa, Tara.
We were still in the process. I mean, we had kind of, but
Okay. All right. So 3 out of 5 beats it. Bryce, what did you guys come up with?
All right. So for the conventional buyer, the appraisal addendum was not the no appraisal addendum was used, so the buyer cannot cancel just because of the low appraisal. So they either have to bring additional cash to closing, renegotiate if the seller is willing to do so and they're not required to, or terminate only if the lender denies the loan.
So the seller, out of the gracious of their heart, is going to give away some of their equity.
Which probably would not happen, but you never know their predicament.
Never know.
FHA, VA is the best, obviously, alternative to be in. They have a built-in appraisal protection, and this applies even without the appraisal addendum. So they could either cancel and receive their earnest money back or renegotiate the price, of course, if the seller is willing to do so, or bring additional cash to closing, but that's optional, it's not required. And then the cash buyer appraisal does not matter, and there's no financing contingency. So they need to proceed with the 200K or obviously renegotiate if the seller was willing to do so. And then they can cancel only if they're still in the option period. But they need to switch. They could also switch to financing with seller approval, and do the contract amendment.
They could. The seller's likely not going to let them switch to FHA and then give them a contingency midway through. But you're right, that is an option. They could switch with the seller signing something. They could terminate in their option period if they are in it. And if they're cash, they have no out. They're writing a check. Conventional, they have no out. They're writing a check. FHA, VA, they are in fact very well protected. Okay, so Bryce, I think you spoke for the entire class with that one. right on, no issues, pretty much nailed it. I don't know that we even need to hear from the rest of the groups. Anybody want to and add anything else that maybe Bryce didn't?
No,
Isolet.
that's what we were going to say.
I'm not really going to add anything other than you threw a hook in it with the cash buyer, and then that sent me on a tailspin.
Why?
Well, because I was like, okay, well, I mean, it's not really affecting the cash buyer. I mean, he's got a frame of reference, but as far as the contract goes, and it doesn't really affect him. So I just kept kind of going around. Why did he throw the cash buyer in there? I'm trying to figure out what's intention was with the cash buyer. And so, yeah, I kind of wasted everybody's time a little bit with that.
Well, because of the 49-1, because I want us to remember, how do we protect a cash buyer? How do we protect a conventional buyer? And there are forms that do it. So, exactly right. Thank you, Isolette. All right, Isabel, Melinda, and those are the two I see hands up right now. Isabel, you're up.
Just quick question on the cash buyer. You said that they could switch loan in the middle of the transaction with a signature from the seller, but I thought they could switch loans without their permission.
They can. But the only reason that they would, I mean, there was a hint that if they switch FHA, then they would have a contingency. So they can switch without having a contingency. But if they want a contingency, which is going to be something that's going to force the seller to come down, the seller would have to agree to give that buyer contingency. But in a situation like this, I can't think of a scenario where a seller would give a contingency to a buyer who didn't have I mean, they're just a buyer who didn't appraise by $40,000, then giving them the right to back out after the fact is not really something. But like Bryce said, stranger things have happened. Jeanette.
But wouldn't that have like a breach to the contract itself on the financing, the sale price, where it says third party addendum if you go from a cash buyer to a third party addendum to change
No,
the loan?
it's not any kind of breach at all because remember, the buyer can come in as cash and then get financing, and as long as they close before the close date, they are good. But just remember, they're going to have to bring a lot of money to the table. They were cash buyers anyway, so all the down payment in the world is not going to hurt them. That's not going to help the fact that it didn't appraise. And the real question is, I guess the cash buyer got an appraisal in the first place because they wanted an FYI situation, and then they learned it didn't appraise. What does the contract say? Purchase the property. For
Yeah, no matter what.
conventional, what does the contract say? Purchase the property. So a buyer has a lot of options. They're not stuffed into a box that says, oh, I chose conventional, I can't get a loan. But what they are saying is, you promised to close by this date. Now you need to go with the lender because if you are obtaining lender and you get up to that date and they can't fund your loan, you better go tell the company, write a check. Yeah, but if they can squeeze in a loan before closing, no one can stop them. Miriam. No one has the right to interfere with their right to obtain financing. Miriam.
So the only other thing that came up in our discussion that wasn't mentioned was that in the case of the conventional buyer, this looks like an 80% loan to value, in
Yeah.
which case the conventional buyer would not have to bring any more money to the table.
Yeah, I mean, if he's putting 20% down, then it's got to be LTV. And if it actually, the lender came back at 170, that was greater than the loan amount. So, it's not going to hurt them at all, but they're not going to have likely 20% down because the purchase price was 200, so that 40, so they would have to bring in another $30,000 to the table, which means that it's not about it's not about them getting declined. It's now that they have to put 3% down. Right?
But, well, because we were saying they're putting 20% down.
They did.
And so if it's an 80% loan to value, then the 170 appraisal would suffice, and the conventional buyer
No.
would not have to bring more money.
Okay, so let me ask you, Miriam. Does it appraise for the loan amount or does it appraise for the purchase price?
Well,
It
it
appraises for the
appraises for the
purchase.
lenders, the
No, it
lender.
appraises for the purchase price. You negotiate the purchase price. The appraisal is not the loan amount. The appraisal is a purchase price. So if they have to put a down payment, it's the purchase price minus the down payment. So they're affecting the down payment on the 200,000, which is 40,000. But now it came in at 170. So there is a $30,000 difference here,
Oh, okay, okay,
not
yeah.
a
I
$10,000
knew I
difference
was
here.
getting it confused. I was just trying to get my thinking right. Okay, thank you so much.
Yep. And then where you're thinking is actually on the very next slide. Did anybody else have any other questions before we get to the next one?
I did.
Okay. Kevin.
Can you clarify that part? I think I heard you say, so if he's a cash guy, he always has the opportunity to then go and get financing. But what would stop him? Why does he need a seller signature to get financing that happens to have that extra contingency protection for him?
He,
Could he not go to FHA or
he
VA?
doesn't need the seller's financing at all, or he doesn't need the seller's signature whatsoever.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So he could go straight from being a cash guy to saying, okay, it didn't appraise, I'm going to get a VA loan and I've got to get a jail free card, right?
I mean, he has to buy the property whether it's VA or what. And VA is not going to lend him 100% financing on 170, so he's going to have to bring a lot of money to the table to buy it down to the 170. So he's still going to bring $30,000 to the table. But there is no get out of jail free card because he's buying the property for $200,000. So now he's going to get a loan for 170 and pay $30,000 out of pocket. So if it's cash buyer, he is writing a check for the whole thing. The contract says nothing if it doesn't appraise. If it's a FHA buyer, he's got a contingency, he can get out. If it's a conventional buyer, same thing. The idea here is if the buyer wants a contingency, the seller has to grant that contingency through agreement and use the third party financing. The buyer's ability to obtain a loan has nothing to do with the third party financing. They don't need the third party financing at all to obtain a loan. They don't need it at all. They only need the third party financing if they want the ability to terminate and get their earnest money back
Gotcha.
in the event
Okay,
that it
thank you.
doesn't appraise. Yep. Good, 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 good. Christina.
Yeah, so I was just piggybacking on Kevin because I think thought I heard the same thing on the cash buyer. He could go back and get it signed, but he
Well,
wouldn't
that's
have
what
to.
that's
He doesn't have
what
to though.
Bryce mentioned in his segment that, well, you could go back and negotiate with the seller and get the FHA signed, and now he has a contingency and back
Right.
out.
But he could also not get anything signed and still go get financing if he wanted to, and just not disclose that as long as the deal closed.
That's right. As
Yeah.
long
Yeah,
as
I didn't really mean it as like a get out of the contract thing. It was more of, having another way to fund a close.
Yep.
But
Okay, good. I like it. Good job, everyone. All right, so using the same details from our last breakout session. So we got a down payment of 40,000. The loan amount was 160 and the sales price is 200. Now, if it doesn't appraise, now we have a crisis because they still have to bring 20 to the table, but if they're getting a loan, the loan amount now goes down to 30% and the down payment goes up to 70,000 because you have a $30,000 delta. It didn't appraise by $30,000. And it very clearly says that for every dollar it doesn't appraise, the cash portion increases and the loan amount decreases. So if we have a $30,000 delta here, then we're going to credit the sales price and debit the loan amount. So it's minus 30 on the loan amount and plus 30 on the down payment. So now let's have the, oh, my poor, poor client story. The home appraised for 170. The buyer is required to have 80% loan to value per the lender. So we're not talking cash anymore. We're talking about conventional. The buyer is able to bring the money to the table, but they were not expecting to, and it's going to create a hardship of epic proportion for this poor family. They want the house, and they will be in town in 1 week for closing with their family of 6. And it's determined that your client does have a full out. They do all day long. But they don't they want the house. They want to close. But they don't want to bring cash to the table and extremely upset and extremely stressed about this whole situation. Because now they just overnight have $30,000 vanish from their net worth as it comes to buying this home. The seller is not required to come down, and the buyer is not required to move forward. And they're looking to you to fix all the world's problems, putting you back in the breakout session. We are NER gives me a broker dashboard for C2EX, and so I was checking up on this class to see who had their C2EX endorsement and where they were with their endorsement while you guys were trying to get the answers to this breakout session. So let's start with group 4. Jeanette, Kevin, Eric, Sarah, Aki. Do you want to be the spokesperson for the class on this one, or do you want us to go to a different group? Who's our captain?
We could. It's just very blurry.
What's blurry?
Yeah, my screen, your whole screen's
Screen
blurry,
is blurry.
Jack. Oh, there it goes.
It's better now.
Okay. I had a screen behind it, so I had the browser open behind it. It's like transparent, and it didn't used to be. So if I have something over it, it blocks it now, which is really lame. Okay, so group 4, what do you got?
So what we talked about was the buyer has several options. It does say that the seller is not required to come down, although the seller can negotiate with the seller towards the price down. That's one of the options they have. The other option is to come to closing with the additional money, even though it's going to be hardship on their family, but still that's the other option they have. Or they have an option to cancel the transaction and get their earnest money back.
Interesting. Well, we may myth bust this because do they really have the ability to cancel this transaction and get their earnest money back? Okay, going to group 3. Iselet, Damien, Janice, Jocelyn, and Melissa. Who's the captain coming out of group 3? Who's the brave one?
I'll do it.
Thank you, Iselet.
We basically said the same thing. So although the buyer is not happy about it, in the end, they will likely, given the time constraint of 1 week to closing, they will likely want to have to separate themselves from that extra 30,000. But they can absolutely see if the seller will meet them in the middle, if do some kind of meeting of the minds regarding that. I didn't feel that, given the circumstances surrounding this, that the seller would not be willing, because 1 week out they're probably pretty packed up too, and may would likely have a mover in line and a place they're going. So although there's no obligations, I feel like it would likely come down to a meeting of the minds.
Why?
Because of the time constraint. Because
what is the meeting though? I mean, what option does the buyer really have? Do they have the option to terminate?
I guess it would depend to me. I guess it would depend on where the contract states where the number of days on the appraisal and all of that is outlined.
Yeah, so the only way that the buyer can exercise their right to terminate is that the lender issues them a declined letter and sets forth the reason why they were declined for the loan. So the question is the lender to decline them? And I've spoken to lenders at length, and they say if a property doesn't appraise, we're not going to decline a buyer because they're not declined. It means they have to bring more money to the table.
Well, and probably more likely if the lender has, records of of their financials, and they know that they can perform. So, yeah.
So there's
And can the seller and seller agent
No.
give comps to the appraiser?
Yeah, they can do that.
All
Everyone's laughing because they thought that I was thinking that you were going to ask a different questions, and I was preventing that. But yes, we can give comps. We can try, and I love where you're going there because now you're thinking outside the box. Let's go beat up the appraiser. Let's go beat up the AMC. Can we get a recertification of an appraisal? Can we get this changed? So here are what I look at as our options. Well, my options disappeared. Where are they? I guess my options aren't.
And real quick, as long as you're on that topic, Jack, can you answer, because this came up in our group, is if you could request a second appraisal?
In a week, it's possible. But the thing is that the real question is the lender. Is the lender going to participate in allowing another appraisal? Because the lender is the one that has to determine whether or not they're going to accept it. It's true. And it's not likely that you're going to get another appraiser out there. But it really is going to come down to what are our options here? The options are the buyer purchase it. They go to the seller and, beg. We are a family of six. We don't have $30,000. This thing didn't appraise and we need your help. Out of the kindness of your heart, will you reduce the price so that we can purchase this thing? Because, we don't have the cash. Now, if the buyer, and this is why it's so important that, you look at the down payment here because they obviously had the down payment. And sometimes you think to yourself, well, what if they just don't have the $20,000? I very clearly wrote on here that they have to have 20% LTV. If they don't physically have the cash to close, they don't actually have the cash because it says the buyer is required and they can't then bring money to the table because they physically don't have it and they can't close. Is that going to give them an out? No, it puts them in breach. And then
Can
they go
we,
then they go into
um,
default.
can I tell you what group two came up with and see
Yeah.
if it's plausible? We did say that our first attempt would be to go to the seller and see if we could work out a price reduction because it says the seller's not required to come down, but you can always try to negotiate it. If that didn't work out, we talked about, thanks to the conversation from earlier slides, switching to FHA. So the FHA would only require 3.5% down. So that would only be 7,000.
Yes,
And
but
then they could make up the
no, 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 no,
30,000
no.
gap.
How?
Well, they're putting down 40,000 already because that was their offer. So they're already offering that they're putting 40,000 down. So if they made up the gap between the one, like we might be wrong, but this is just what we came up with. They made up the gap between the 170 and 200 which is 30,000. And
The buyer is required to have 80% LTV. They can't switch to 3.5 LTV if they have to have 20% LTV.
because they're switching to FHA.
Yeah, but the
They're
lender already approved them with like their
so
80% LTV.
my skid here was saying that they're going conventional and that they're required to have 80% LTV. So fine, Marion, if you want to take it that, well, somehow the lender's going to approve them for FHA 3.5% down when they were only qualified for conventional 20% down. I don't know how that world would happen in real practice, but you are right in that if they did go 3.5% down, then why would they not just go conventional 3% down?
Easy.
But
Easy.
but in any event,
They didn't want the PMI or something. We were just talking about different options.
well,
Because
the
that
only
was
way
the
they're going to
question.
escape PMI, they're not going to escape PMI from FHA, but they would escape PMI from VA. So maybe someone in the family has VA eligible, they go VA and they put $30,000 down, and now their payment is just a lot higher by $30,000. But in any event, what we are saying is they have to move forward and they're not going to escape the $30,000. They can try to escape the pain of putting the $30,000 down, but and mortgage that over 30 years, which turns into 60,000 over 30 years. But the big question we should be asking is why was 49-1 not used? Why was that form not used in the first place? Because we wouldn't be here having this conversation if the right form had been used. So the question is, why wasn't it used knowing the situation that they're in, that they really needed it to appraise? And the walk away from this conversation is, if we're arguing this right now, we've already failed because there was a fix for this. And we're gonna get into the 49-1 in a moment, and I'm gonna show you guys. In fact, I'll just go ahead and bring it up now. So that we can just take a little preview of it. Buyer's right to terminate. Here. Okay. So this form comes in three, and really this form really sheds light on what's really happening here. So this came out in about, what, 2010, I think. 20, maybe it's just 2018. I don't think, no, they revised it. It was around 2015 this form came out. And it was giving a non-VA, non-FHA buyer. Clearly it says up here, use only if the third party financing them is attached to the contract and the transaction does not involve FHA or VA guaranteed financing. This will only work with conventional loans. FHA VA has a beautiful paragraph 4 built into third-party financing that says, notwithstanding any other provision, the buyer cannot be subject to forfeiture of earnest money in the event the property doesn't appraise as long as they got an appraisal. That's dealt with over there. Good. Put in a box. Come over here, cash. They better negotiate the purchase price to what they really want it if they're buying cash, because that's it. They need to know what it is they're buying. They're writing a check. Conventional, we have a waiver. In the event the property doesn't appraise, we can waive it. And so no matter how low it goes, they're promising to bring money to the table. Or in this case, they said, look, if it appraises for $170,000 or more, we're moving forward and we're going to buy the home. But if it appraises for 169, we have the ability to get out. Again, a partial waiver, which is basically promising the seller that, Mr. and Mrs. Seller, we're going to continue to move forward in this transaction no matter what the appraisal says. It's a conventional loan and we have the cash in order to support that. But conversely, in pendulum swing, the exact opposite is an additional right to terminate. So it says, in addition to the buyer's right to terminate under paragraph 2B, and 2B is property condition, not buyer. Buyer 2A is buyer, 2B is property. So it says, in addition to buyer's right to terminate under paragraph 2B, if the third party financing addendum, buyer may terminate the contract within, this looks a lot like paragraph 2A, doesn't it? 18 days of the effective date if the appraised value, according to the appraisal obtained by the buyer, is less than. If it appraises for less than $200,000, we get out of the contract and get our earnest money back, as long as we give them a copy of the appraisal. So the question is, why was this form not used? And the big takeaway lesson, of course, to you guys is, if you have a conventional loan, you need to have a conversation with the buyer about what they want to do and in what scenario. You might be in a multiple offer situation and they want to waive it and promise to bring money to the table, partially waive, fully waive, or they actually want the full right to terminate in the event the property doesn't appraise. Okay. Any questions about this form? Who has a headache? Nobody has a headache.
I have a headache.
Oh yeah.
I have a headache, and I have one question, and so just bear with me. But so why reference paragraph 2B? Oh, I'll formulate it later. I'm going to look at it myself.
Because it's saying that They have to have the third party financing, and the third party financing has paragraphs 2A and 2B. Buyer's right to terminate and based on property condition. So we can just actually, we have it right here. So I can just look here. We have the
It's the
buyer
2B that I'm
approval
looking at. Yeah.
and property approval. So it's saying that buyer approval, not going to protect the conventional buyer here too much. But this one, they're really looking to appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. So the lender still is subject to those three things. So they're in conjunction with that, and we're going to layer on top of it, if it doesn't appraise for at least $200,000, um, they have the ability to get out and retain their earnest money. But I want you guys to know how to use this form. But I promise we're going to come back to this form. We're going to do it again. It's not the last time we're going to see it. I'm going to walk you through it because I want you guys to use that form. So first, did you meet the appraiser and hand them the comps ahead of time and get a promise? I know it's blurry. Let me get rid of this form that's behind it. So let's look at this. We knew how important this was for our client going into it. So we should have met the appraiser with a permission from the client. Mr. and Mrs. Client, do you want me to go out and meet the appraiser? Yes, this thing needs to appraise. Got it. Mr. and Mrs. Appraiser, here's our comps, and this is how we derived at the purchase price. Or the buyer can solely increase their down payment. They can. In that scenario that we just talked about, they can write a check for $30,000 and they're moving forward in a week, and this family of 6 all moves in. Or the seller can solely reduce the price if they want. But there's no leverage, there's no mechanism to force the seller to do it. This would be a anonymous third party gift of something between $0 and $30,000, whatever they want to gift to these people. And that would be a pretty astonishing gift that someone would give. There would be no expectation for them to actually do that because the contract says that the buyer agreed to buy the home and the buyer agreed to buy that home for what they agreed to buy it for. The question is I'm going to ask you the flip side, and this is going to change the scenario for you a whole lot. I mean, it's going to change it a lot. If it appraised for $250,000, should the buyer then write the seller a check for another $30,000? That seller really needs that money. They really need it. They're moving into their retirement home, and they're on a fixed income, and it's all the money they're ever going to have. They really need that $30,000. Is the buyer going to give them that extra $30,000 because they really need it? No, the buyer's not going to give it to them. So why would the seller give them $30,000 knowing that the buyer would never give it to them in reverse? Isolette and Tara.
Just a side note that 49-1 can be used also as a protection for your seller when you know either one, you have an overpriced listing for exceptional reasons, the property doesn't average for wherever it's at, and so you're asking more than you know the market will bear. So to protect the seller, which can happen, and or never mind, lost my train of thought on the second one.
Yeah, so that form has two uses. On one hand, it is to waive the contingency because you don't think it's going to appraise and you want the buyer to agree to bring money to the table so there's no argument later. So, in my opinion, the 49-1 should be used 100% of the time that a conventional loan is used. And either you're using paragraph C, which is protecting their appraisal, or B, they're in a multiple offer situation and using A or B, but it should always be used. There should not be a scenario where it's not used. And yet it's barely ever used. And then Michael and I end up fighting the big fight at the end. Tara.
That was sort of my question because I had the hardest, this is like a huge learning curve for me. Because coming from a mortgage lending background, I couldn't understand. I'd be like, well, wait, how are people buying houses over what they're worth? It still confuses me a little bit, but I like towards the end of like with that big rush in 2020 and everything, I did use that form. And you would recommend using it on every single conventional, but so what if I use it, get it signed on a conventional pre-approval, and then they flop to FHA during like what we were talking about earlier, is that still applicable?
I mean, the thing is, you don't just flop to FHA because the seller is going to have to give you the right to terminate and sign the third-party financing addendum afterwards. It's very unlikely that that's going to happen. And if they do flip to FHA, they have to get a whole new appraisal because FHA and VA appraisals are not the same.
True. Okay. True. Didn't think of that.
So buyer can solely increase their down payment. Seller can solely reduce the sales price. The buyer and seller can chip in and work it out, or the lender can ask the appraiser. Oh, they can ask for an appraisal reconsideration or contest it. So agents can't kick in there, or third parties kick in to make this difference. There's not enough there. There's not enough there for the agents to put in a big enough dent to fix this. But the question is, though, why was Form 49-1 not used? To me, that is at the heart of the question because the proper form was used, the protections would have been there. Now the question becomes, do we think the buyer has a cause or a case against the buyer agent for not recommending that form in the first place and then finding themselves in that scenario? Second, do you think that the buyer agent has liability over the appraisal being such vastly different than what their CMA showed? Do we have a competency issue and is there risk on the buyer agent? And I would say likely there is. If this buyer were to sue the brokerage for misrepresentation through the CMA and lack of fiduciary responsibility and acts of commission and omission and didn't tell them about Form 49-1, I think that it's very likely that the brokerage would be found in guilty of fiduciary failures and that it would go against the E&O insurance and then they would have an agreed order. That is my feeling on it. Now, that is a scary feeling, isn't it? Okay, so available options is deal with it on the front end. What did the CMA say? And was it anticipated that this would even happen? Did the agent meet the appraiser out there and hand them comps and have a conversation with them? If the agent met with the appraiser and the CMA was right and all kinds of things happened and the 49-4 was used, but the seller wasn't comfortable with it and it was negotiated off because the seller just said no, then the agent's absolved because they did everything that they were supposed to do. But if the CMA was wrong and they didn't meet the appraiser and 49-1 wasn't used or even spoken about with the client, I think that you would likely have some risk. Isabel.
So on the listing side, could you meet with the appraiser if you know that the buyer is not doing it and they're not interested? Could you put the packet together and meet with them to help the case?
Yeah, so the buyer agent and the listing agent probably is out there arguing, could be arguing the appraiser to go in both directions. It could be that the buyer really doesn't want this thing to appraise, and the listing agent does, and both of them are showing them different comps that bend in a different way because the buyer has got a 49-4 and they don't want to overbuy, and they really think that they overbought, but the seller was being, really obstinate, but they wanted to move forward anyway, so they agreed to a higher purchase price with the right to back out, and they don't want it to appraise. Either agent can meet the appraiser out there as long as they're following the instructions of the client and having a conversation with the client. What do you want me to do out here? What is the goal of me meeting the appraiser? Up or down? Support the value, not support the value? What is it? And we can't go out there and try to commit mortgage fraud by lying to the appraiser with the comps, but you get the idea of we have to be careful because if we go out there on our own, my thought is the agent is making the assumption that we're going to try to support the contract value, and that might be working against the client. Okay, now here we are. Right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. So the buyer's right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. That can be used for conventional loans, not for FHA or not for VA, because FHA and VA already handle all of that for us. We know that the third-party financing addendum does a really good job of protecting the earnest money for the buyer. FHA, VA does a good job doing that. But conventional loans have no protections in the contract or the third-party financing, really. If you have a low down payment conventional loan, paragraph 4 doesn't exist. Paragraph 4 is different than paragraph 2A and 2B. So as long as the buyer is approved for the loan, paragraph 2A and 2B of the third party says buyer approval and property approval. Paragraph 4 of the third party says if it doesn't appraise. And sometimes a property cannot appraise in such a huge amount that it affects their ability to purchase the property because they need so much cash to buy it, because ultimately they're not cash buyers. But they did agree to put 20% down. They did show proof of funds for 20% down. So they have as much as 20% down. And a lender is likely not going to decline a buyer because they have to switch to 15% down or 10% down instead of 20% down, adding all these extra fees to the buyer, including PMI and the rest. They still don't have an out. They could have had one if they wanted one, but they didn't choose one. So now all of the pain that's coming to them is coming to them because they chose not to use that form. If they wanted all of those rights, they should have used it. So here we are, right to terminate due to lender's appraisal. Our contracts have no protections for a cash offer for appraisal, and the FHA VA protections are built into the third party financing. So what we have then is this form over here, 49-1, that protects the conventional buyer. That is what we want to use this form for. The addendum, again, not for seller financing, not for loan assumptions, not cash, not VA, not FHA. You have to have the third party financing attached to the contract. And if the buyer is using it to waive their contingency, meaning they're in a multiple offer situation, and they're saying we're going $100,000 over, and they're doing a full waiver, meaning that if it doesn't appraise by $300,000, they're bringing the cash, they have to have the cash available to do it. So if the buyer doesn't have the cash and the lender, something crazy happens and it doesn't appraise by a huge amount, the buyer would be in breach of contract if they can't bring the cash to the table. So likely, unless the buyer really can pay cash, they should be using a partial waiver. But we're going to get into the form and we're going to break it down and we're going to see what this form really says. And we're going to go through it. And I'm going to want you guys to fill it out so you understand. Trax form 49-1 has 3 different options. First, paragraph 1 waives any kind of right and makes a promise that says, in the event it doesn't appraise, we promise that we will move forward and we will bring money to the table. So it's the exact opposite. Paragraph 1 and 2 does the same thing, but 1 is uncapped and 2 is capped. And then 3 says, well, not only are we not going to agree to bring money to the table if it doesn't appraise, we want a protection so that we have the right to terminate and get out if it doesn't. So if your client selects 49-1 box 1, they're waiving all the rights of to terminate the contract in the third party financing addendum. For paragraph 2B is the only thing that falls on now. 2B says that the lender is looking for appraisal, insurability, and lender required repairs. Those 3 things are baked into paragraph 2B. So if there's something going on with the property, then that would give them the ability to back out only if the lender comes back and says we're declining you for the loan. There could be lender required repairs, and that could force the seller to do a lender required repair. And if the seller refused to do the lender required repair, then the buyer would then have the ability to get out and get their earnest money back. So those lender required repairs, we would be really scrutinizing those in a situation where the buyer was in the situation forcing, the seller. That would be the only way the buyer would be able to get out and get their earnest money back. And the lender would likely know this, and they would be fixing whatever came up, shingle repair, whatever came up, even if it was a large ticket item. If they select box 2, now this is a different scenario. And we're going to get into this and we're going to actually bring up the form so you can see it. How do you fill it out properly? Let me move my slides so we don't have an issue with blurriness. Okay, everyone can see this. Paragraph. So let's start over with the form so we all perfectly understand it and no confusion, because we're going to be using this very often from here on out. If the buyer has chosen that they let's just do a scenario. Isolet has a listing on the market, came up in Kissing Tree for $600,000. And David has a client that is very interested in the property, and Miriam has a client that's very interested in the property. David comes in at 610, Miriam comes in at 620, and Isolet is saying, "Bring, show us the money. Show us the money. Whoever wants this property." And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Dominique comes in, dun, 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 brings in $650,000 cash. And David and Miriam's like, "Where did that come from?" They're like, Dominique's like, "Yep, I bring the money. I'm the money bringer here." And now we got a $650,000 transaction. And Eastlet's like, "My seller is so excited to be working with you, Dominique. But this is the thing, Dominique. Is your client willing to waive this appraisal contingency and bring $50,000 to the table and use this form?" And Dominique's like, "This is the thing. They really think it's going to appraise for 650." And Eastlet's like, Dominique, I'm not, my seller really wants you to use this form and offer a full waiver." And Dominique says, "You know what? My client is agreeing that as long as this thing appraises for $625,000, then um, then we will move forward with this transaction." And then Miriam's like, "Well, shoot, then we'll go to 630 and we'll do a full waiver." And now Isolet's like, "Okay, Dominique, you're out. Miriam wins. We're going this route." Now we have an offer for 630 with a full waiver. So no matter what it appraises for, the seller is guaranteed to put that money in their pocket. Now the partial waiver and the full waiver is a big deal because it's making a promise. We have to make sure that the buyer can actually make good on this promise, because the buyer agent and the lender could all be doing AVMs, automatic valuation models, and they're thinking based on predictive analytics that they think that the lender's probably going to do it. And they're like, "I think it's going to appraise." And they're throwing the dice. But if the buyer doesn't actually have the cash, that's on the listing agent really, because now we had an obligation to say, "I need to see proof of funds of the down payment plus the extra." So if your down payment was 20% on this, $600,000 home, I want to see $120,000 plus the extra $30,000. So I want to see proof of funds of 150, and show that you have the cash there. And if you can't show the proof of funds, likely that it would not be smart to go with the highest offer that's making a huge promise that they can't um, make good on. So they should be only promising what they actually can make good on. So it says, let's read the language of the full waiver first. It says the financing described in the third party financing addendum attached to the contract for the sale of the above referenced property does not involve FHA or VA. Number one, buyer waives buyer's right to terminate the contract under paragraph 2B of the third party financing addendum if property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value in the appraisal does not satisfy lenders' underwriting requirements. If the lender reduces the amount of the loan due to the opinion of value, this is where the math works. The cash portion of sales price is increased by the amount the loan is reduced due to the appraisal. So they're reducing the loan amount, and the down payment is increasing by an equal amount to make the sales price remain the same, because the sales price is the sum of the down payment, the loan amount equals the sales price. If you reduce the sales price, you reduce the loan amount, you increase the cash portion. Paragraph 2 says, buyer waives buyer's right to terminate the contract under paragraph 2B of the third-party financing addendum if property approval is not obtained because the opinion of value in the appraisal does not satisfy the lender's underwriting requirements, and the opinion of value is X amount of dollars or more. So Miriam came in at $530,000, and they're saying, "Look, as long as it appraises for $530,000 or more, okay." Well, that was not what you would want to put here, because we don't think it's going to appraise for $500,000. We think it's going to appraise for $500,000. So in this case, and I might have the numbers right. I think I said 600,000. So in this case, we're going to put 600,000. As long as it appraises for $600,000, we're going to still buy the property. The sales price is 630. So as long as it appraises for $600,000, the max exposure for the client is how much? On the $630,000 scenario.
30,000.
The max exposure to the client is $30,000. But we don't know that the property is going to even appraise for the list price. But typically that's the argument. Look, as long as it appraises for the list price, then we're good. But if this thing comes in for $590,000, then we've agreed to bring $40,000 to the table and we're not willing to do that. So as long as this thing appraises for what you originally asked for, then we're golden. We're going to move forward. Because if it doesn't, then we have the right to get out and renegotiate this thing. And then Isola comes back and says, well, okay, my seller is not comfortable with this because now we have three offers on the table and Isolet was thinking that it was a little bit overpriced. And now for the first time, the seller is all of a sudden now agreeing that it was overpriced, although the entire time before they were saying that $600,000 is low for this property. So now they come in and say, I think just to make everybody happy here, we're going to go like this because we want to make sure that this buyer has no way to get out of this contract. And the buyer then is going to either buy it or not. But if this happens, how much does the buyer bring to the table? 50,000. You see how important this is? This is a very important form. Now, let's talk about the opposite situation. And I think that's what makes this form so hard, is that it all of a sudden you flip the switch and there's a completely other conversation happening. That's completely the polar opposite of the first one, which is not only are we not agreeing to move forward, but in the event that it doesn't appraise, we want to back out and get our earnest money back. Here we're promising not to do that, and then here we're asking to do it. Very odd that all of that would be on a single form. Melinda.
So when would the seller fill this out? That's where I'm confused because I understand this from the buyers, but when would the seller have
This
an
is going to be
opportunity?
countered back and forth. This is going to
Okay,
be
just like in
multiple. I mean, you're in a multiple offer situation. So offers are coming back and forth and agents are having conversations and, they're trying to figure out what the best thing is. And so, the seller picks one that they like, asks for proof of funds, they get it, they counter it a little bit and everyone arrives at a certain, structure and it's signed and it's done. So it's true that the buyer fills this out and then the seller's going to probably counter it. Okay, now let's talk about this little enigma here, paragraph 3, which waiver, partial waiver, or additional right to terminate. So it says that in addition to the buyer's right to terminate under paragraph 2B of the third-party financing, buyer may terminate the contract within however many days from the date the effective date is to 18 days after the effective date if the appraised value, according to the appraisal obtained by the buyer's lender, is less than. So now, if it's less than $600,000, if the appraised value is less than $600,000, it means they have to bring more to the table, doesn't it? If it appraised for less than the sales price, then the buyer has to bring more money to the table. So the buyer wants it to appraise for more than the sales price because then that's baked in equity, right? So if it appraises for less than the sales price, then this is saying we need this thing to appraise for 600,000. If it doesn't appraise for 600,000, we're out. Isolet listed it for 600. We negotiated a $600,000 price. And if it doesn't price for 600, if it comes in at 590, we have to bring another $10,000 to the table because we don't have that out. So we're going to put this here and say we want an additional right to terminate. So if the property doesn't appraise, the buyer has a very clear appraisal contingency now attached to the contract. As long as they share the appraisal with the seller, now they have the leverage to renegotiate the transaction because the buyer can walk away with their earnest money. Tara.
Okay, a couple. So can you fill out 2 and 3 on the same form?
No.
It's
And
only
that's
one, right?
mhm.
And is it always 18 days?
No, it's whatever your buyer wants. But I would really have the lender tell me what the number of days are. And in fact, that's a good point, Tara. I don't pick this date, and I don't pick any of these things every single time. In fact, I'm dealing with a transaction with Mark Howard, and I can show you in a text message. I asked him, "Tell me how to fill it out." Yeah, and he said, "Sounds good. Put 1%, 6 point or 5.8. Yep." So
You don't go off the approval, you call the actual
I
lender
call the
and get
lender
everything?
and I tell him I was seeing if I can find that actual, but it got spread into a long conversation, so it's not
Right.
pretty. I can just dump it in here. But I never pick. I always ask the lender. And you know what? They're so thankful for that.
Yeah.
I call the lender and I also have a conversation with them about this. What do you need here? What do you need in the closing date? And I talked to the lender about the close date, and I talked to the lender about the third party financing. And then I asked them, how much is the buyer wanting to put down? And I asked them all of these questions to make sure that they're part of this because they're the ones that are going to get us to the closing table on time. And I need to be able to set up a situation where we're not going to throw them something that they can't do. And then
Right.
me get to the closing table and I'll come crashing down because I made promises that the lender couldn't keep because I didn't ask him, which was another situation that we shouldn't be allowing ourselves to fall into with lenders. Making sure that, we're able to get a hold of them, have a conversation with them about the pre-qualification letter so it's not a big surprise. Are you able to see my screen? Interesting. Yes, you can.
Yeah.
Usually it has a little.
Yeah, we're seeing slide 1453.
The
Okay.
slides, yeah.
Isolette and then Christina.
Sorry to beat a dead horse. So why is this last paragraph? No, why wouldn't it just fall under the property approval on the third party financing? Is it
Because
not
the
duplicating the effort on
no,
that?
not at all, because the property approval is about the lender declining the loan. That's different than it not appraising. On one hand, paragraph 2B talks about the lender saying that the property isn't sufficient collateral for the loan and we're not going to prove the buyer in all of their ability to get financing. It's very difficult to someone who's approved to actually decline their loan if they're actually approved based on an appraisal situation. It's likely, even if it, forces them to go from 20% down to 3% down, the only way that the buyer is going to have a protection is if the situation has gone so drastic that the lender says we can't do this loan and they literally decline the buyer. That's different than the property not approving and then appraising and then the buyer bringing money to the table. Those are two totally different worlds because the property not appraising has nothing to do with the buyer's approval. Now, it is true that if the property doesn't appraise by some significant amount, that it gets so devastating that the buyer doesn't have endless amounts of cash. But it has to be to the point where the buyer would be declined for the loan, and that would have to be something unusual. If it doesn't appraise by $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, I would say probably up to that, maybe 10%, 15% mark, the buyer's still going to be approved for it. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to, protect the buyer on whether or not they're approved or not. It's based on the appraised value. So if they really care about the appraised value, then we need to use the right form. And then in the event it doesn't appraise to this dollar amount, the buyer has the right to get their earnest money and back out. All right, other questions?
Yes.
Christina.
So, because I've been struggling with this whole time, because I'm thinking through, what I've done in the past. I don't want to speak for anyone else, but have not used this form except in the way that we used it during COVID, for the most part. I understand the form. I've used it before, but the whole exercise we just did, that the buyer can't walk away on a conventional, when I'm looking at this form, well, this is redundant. Why do we need this if they can't walk away in the first place? However,
Well,
I guess what I'm
this
clarifying in my
49-1 gives them the right to back away and get their earnest money back.
no, the right, and I guess where I was, it takes the ambiguity out of it, because if 2B says included but not limited to the appraisal.
Yeah, appraisal is not always the appraised value. The appraisal could be um, a roof needs to be replaced, oak disease, something else. I mean, appraisal is not just it appraised. Uh, uh, if a property, it's subject to appraisal. So they're going to look at the property and they're looking at the appraisal. They're determining whether or not the property is sufficient collateral for the loan. That doesn't matter. If a property is worth 480 or 520, it's likely still sufficient collateral for the loan. The buyer can still move forward with the transaction. They just have to They've got down payment that they promised. They're not going to decline them for the loan. And paragraph 2B only says if the lender declines them, because that is not buyer approval, that's property approval. And the buyer has no control over property approval. Only the lender has control over property approval. The buyer can't terminate due to property approval. That's not a right that the buyer can choose. It's only a thing for the lender. The lender can look at property approval and say we can't move forward with the loan, but the buyer, it has nothing to do with property approval. Isolette.
Sorry. So I did have a situation recently where I had the listing and the buyer agent, very well versed, very experienced agent, negotiated hard for the buyer and I negotiated hard for the seller. I mean, we ended up where the buyer agreed to pay more than they wanted to, but he threw this form in and he checked that box and he put that amount in that box. And that's that's the first time I've actually ever seen it used. Well, where that last box was checked anyway.
So basically, what's happened is they've said that if this property doesn't appraise, the buyer gets the ability to walk away and get their earnest money back. So so if paragraph A or B was used, then if it didn't appraise, then it's guaranteed moving forward. But if the buyer is agreeing to pay more than what they wanted to pay and it doesn't appraise, the buyer has the ability to get out, get their earnest money back, and walk away.
Exactly. So I had to make sure the comps were good enough,
Yeah, exactly.
before we absolutely signed and agreed to it. I had to go back and look at everything just to make sure. Yeah.
And then we don't know what's going to happen because the comps can be great, but the appraiser not agree and then it not appraise. And now the buyer has the right to wrestle the appraisal down, which is, kind of just going to white knuckle it all the way through and see what happens. Yeah. I mean, the worst comes to worst, the buyer threatens, and now the seller is going to be fearful of that threat of them walking away. And so now, with the threat of them walking away, the seller now has to make a decision. Do they want to come down or do they want to risk the buyer bailing on them? So it all comes down to a game of wits and who has the most leverage. And that is going to be Friday's class. Talking about the wits. All right, so we've just finished talking about the last item, 49-3, which is the additional right to terminate. Okay. So a multiple offer situation can be, and we're going to take a lunch, a break at 4 o'clock. So we're going to take our last break in about 10 minutes. A multiple offer situation can easily be undermined based on the lack of transparency in the typical multiple offer situation. So to combat this, we are going to create a very transparent and open and I'm gonna do this again because my slides are messed up. I don't know why. Okay, yay, that fixed it. Good. So we're going to create a multiple offer situation that has tons of professional baked in, transparency and fairness, and people are going to absolutely love it. It all comes down to making sure that the buyer understands what they're agreeing to. And then when you're representing the seller, how we approach this multiple offer situation really depends on what side of the transaction that you're on. So some buyers, let's go back to the beginning, FHA, USDA, which is down payment assistance, VA, and sometimes even 3% down conventionals, they're not always in a position to bid over. They don't have the cash. And so list price is very important to them and they need this property to appraise. So we draft the offers based on the client's ability, not banking on the fact that it's going to appraise and then just kind of wing it and see. So if you have a client that's 100% financing or low down payment, light on cash but good on will, they can't lean in on hoping that it's going to appraise and think that they're in Vegas and they're going to throw the dice and hopefully they win. And if they don't, then they end up in breach. It can't be that way. So part of our strategy is to secure housing for that kind of person, and that often go into the fringes where they may not be able to participate. Now, in the market that we're in right now, there's a lot of inventory that is willing to sell for list price, sell for include appliance packages, and sell and pay closing costs and participate. So you have a buyer and a seller who truly is able to negotiate a quote unquote fair price right now. As we get towards springtime, I suspect that the inventory numbers are going to shrink again and we're going to be back to multiple offers again. But right now, if you have a 100% buyer, we can't likely get into a multiple offer situation. It's just not going to work for them. Multiple offers, they weaken a buyer's leverage because now two buyers are fighting against each other and may the best bidder win. The buyer's no longer negotiating with the seller, they're negotiating against the other buyer. And that's the key thing to remember. You are trying to guess what the other buyers are going to do, what they're going to offer, and guess what the other agents are advising them to do. And that's a crystal ball scenario. So all we can do is look at the comps and let the buyer know you've got one opportunity to put your best foot forward. And there's a number that you know that at some point the property is not worth it. This $300,000 property, would you buy it for 450? No, you'd be perfectly happy going and finding another property if it ends up at 450. Yes. Okay. So there's a number at some point in which you are happy to walk away and you have a no emotional attachment, right? Because at 450, you're like laughing at them. I'm gone. I'm out. So where's that number? Is it 355? Is it 360? Where is it? Where's that number at that point where you feel comfortable walking away and you won't have any baggage? And offer that number. Because if in your brain somewhere you're willing to offer more and you don't and you lose it, you're probably going to be upset. So don't rush to make a decision. I don't think that. Here's the comps and here's everything I've learned about the property. I'm sharing it with you. Now you have to put your best foot forward and have a conversation with the lender. Well, what do you think we should do, Jack? Is the first question we always get. And I tell them we got to put our best foot forward. And sometimes I'll give them my recommendation if they don't want to come up with a number, and if they think it's too low, I'll tell them that as well. It also matters how many offers you're up against. In a multiple offer situation, we know that most likely concessions are off the table. So then it's trying to remove as many concessions as we possibly can to make the offer look better. Now it's about everything to do with securing the property. How do you win? And it's not against the seller, it's against the other buyer. And so you, as a buyer agent, you have to keep that in mind, both with your buyer understanding that and you keeping that in mind, because that's going to really help you frame what's going on better than the buyer thinking that really the seller is going to look at the buyer and saying, oh, well, we really like these people and we want them to win, because that's not going to be it at all. And by the way, love letters are not something that we should be participating in. Those buyer love letters that we spoke about before. There's multiple, I'm going to share in an email after class today, multiple situations where NAR has shared documentation that buyer love letters should not be used. They likely violate fair housing, and I think we already discussed that in Mega. So helpful quotes. Here are a few quotes, scripts that I use in situations like this. In a multiple offer situation, you are not negotiating with the seller. You're negotiating against the other buyers. Script number one. Script number two. There is a number that the property is no longer worth it. that you have no problem walking away if you don't get it. You know what that number is. If you really like the property, and if you don't offer that number and you don't get it, you're going to wish that you had. And then you have to ask yourself, are you going to be relieved or are you going to be devastated? You have script number 3. You have one opportunity to put your best foot forward. They think sometimes, well, if they don't like my offer, they can just counter me. No, they're not going to counter you. They got 4 other offers going on right now, and they're not going to go pick the lowest and counter them higher. You have the one opportunity to get that offer in front of the seller and this entice the seller in taking your offer over someone else's. And then the last one, you've heard me say 1,000 times, never rush to make a decision, but once you've made a decision, rush. And I say that because once they've really made a decision and they don't act, then they're inviting a multiple offer situation. And we don't want to invite a multiple offer situation. In fact, we want to avoid it as all possible. One buyer, one seller, that's a great negotiation to have. Buyer can walk away with a fair price. But against other buyers, the seller is going to get more than they ever asked for. People are not willing to pay a seller a cent more than asking price, but they're willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars to beat the other buyer out. That philosophy is real, and we've seen it play out over and over and over again as the market has changed over the decades. And so that plays out in real time. How can you help buyers with a multiple offer situation determine what to list? Best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. Go back and look at the list price and the sold price of what's going on in the subdivision and see. Here you've got 240, 245, 375, 379. This is the same exact screenshot that you saw before at the beginning of class. Here we have, somewhere between $4,000 and $20,000 over asking price all within a week. So if the best predictor is past behavior, this reflects somewhere between $4,000 and $20,000. So then we look at the average and the max, and then we look at the condition of the property. We find out how many offers, and it starts at least telling the story. So at least they have some data to understand what they want to do if they want to participate in a multiple offer situation. In 2020, I sold a friend, Gilbert, who is nice. I hired Gilbert to be the videographer for CTX MLS when I was the first and second year chairman of the organization. We hired him to go around the state and take videos and do some really cool stuff. He's also the one that helped us create our company logo back in 2016 when we were coming up with the logo. I sold his home and I got 77 offers for the sale of his home. 77 offers. His home sold for almost $200,000 over asking, which was 50% over asking price. It was a home that was in the 200s, and we sold it for, I think, something crazy, 230, and it sold for some 360 or something. It was
That
crazy.
wasn't Ephraim, was it?
What's that?
That wasn't Ephraim, was it? The infamous Ephraim over in Cat Hollow.
No, it wasn't. So I have a side-by-side Excel spreadsheet that I created when I was in a multiple offer situation that really helped. It really helped my clients have clarity. It helped my buyers have clarity. It helped my sellers have clarity. So I used it if I was in a multiple offer situation, no matter what. If I was in a multiple offer situation on the buyer side, obviously I don't have the seller side by side, but I would grab a seller side by side of a multiple offer situation I was in on, and I shared it with them and said, this is a multiple offer situation where I was a listing agent 2 weeks ago, and here are the offers, and here's how they came in, and this is what it was listed for, and this is the one that won. And I showed them this spreadsheet, and then poof, it all became clear. I see. This is what the seller's looking at. They're not even seeing my offer. They're seeing a spreadsheet of offers because they haven't even seen the document. And I said, I'm literally taking the entire offer and putting it in a zip file, and I'm sending him offers 1 through 5 in an email, offers 6 through 10 in an email, 11 through 15, and I would have to send 5 or 6 different emails with attachments because some of the agents are taking images of the contracts, and they're 15 and 20 meg documents instead of a 300K PDF in any event. So getting it, I have to get the documents to them but we're not going through the documents. We're just seriously not. We're taking the information from them and putting them on a side-by-side spreadsheet and we're giving it to the client. So that that turned the light bulb on for the buyer. But that's not where we are, but I still operate that way. I still, in a multiple offer situation for my seller, do a side-by-side comparison and send them the documents in a PDF so they can see exactly what's going on. So on the offer playbook, first, we're going to ask the listing agent if you're in a multiple offer situation. They don't have to tell you, but likely they will, and they have to get permission from their client. But if they already have, then how many offers do you have? That's a very important question, and it's going to tell you a lot of information about how many offers do they have in hand, and of course, when are you going to do your final and best? Sometimes people want the property and they come to you, and you may not have ever had this in your career. You may have. Someone comes to you and say, I don't care what it takes to get me this property. I've had that happen. I had a buyer come to me and say, I don't care what it takes. I want this property. I don't want to lose out. But we're not going to offer $1 million on a $200,000 property, but don't let me lose this property. I've had that. I've had clients that brought me that scenario before. And that's a difficult one. But I'm going to tell you that there are things that you can do that you can pull out all the stops. So if you find yourself in that situation, come to us so that we can help. Because in situations like that, the very best way to pull out all the stops and put just to really put the crazy offer forward is a $10,000, a $15,000, or $20,000 option fee. Though that is the only way that the seller says, fine, come here, buy my house and terminate. I'm happy with that, right? Because if you have an absorbent option fee like that, then if the buyer bails, the seller keeps all that money. But a huge $20,000 earnest money really doesn't mean much to the seller because the buyer is going to be walking away with that earnest money. So sometimes you've got a situation where there's a lot of earnest money and the buyer has all kinds of ways to Sunday to protect that earnest money and they've got a little tiny option fee. I would rather flip it. Let's say the buyer's got $10,000 and they're going to offer, $500 option and $5,000 earnest money. I would flip it if they really want it that bad. Now, of course, if a buyer's strapped of cash, we're not going to be going crazy like that. But this is going to be a cash buyer or someone who has got a lot of cash. So paragraph 2D in the contract, paragraph 2 is property. Paragraph D is where the seller has exclusions. I will make sure I exclude anything in that contract ahead of time that the seller asked to exclude. Paragraph 3A, the highest amount of down payment I possibly can. Paragraph 5, which is earnest money, 2%, 3%. Paragraph 6, use the agent's preferred title company and go down the line and write it heavily in the buyer's favor. All right, so let's go ahead and take a break. It's 4:07. Let's take a break for 10 minutes. 4:17, we're going to come back and we are going to then do a simulation of multiple offer situation and look at the correspondence that we have with the third parties to try to build that transparency and show you that one thing that I'm doing that really helps make sure that keeps them together. And I'll stick around for a few minutes so you can keep asking questions. But those of you who need to take a break, you're officially on break. If you have questions for me, feel free to ask during this break, starting with Dominique.
Can you repeat what you said about hard money lenders relevant to waivers? How are they treated on that form? Are they treated like a cash or like just like any other lender?
So a hard money loan is treated as cash. I would consider it a non-governmental backed loan. So that form isn't for a cash offer. And it's not for cash. I wouldn't use the 49-1 for a hard money loan. Even though
Okay.
it's from a third party, I would be very hyper focused on the purchase amount. And
Mm-hmm.
because it's neither conventional, it's unconventional, right? Someone is giving
Unconventional.
you cash that is not tied to, um, it's basically a personal loan.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it would be treated as cash. They need to be very careful with that with negotiating. Paragraph
Okay.
G is where it goes on the third party financing. and disclose that it's not cash yet because the person who's giving the personal loan hasn't funded it yet. Otherwise, they
Right.
would have funded it. Now it's in the bank and they just show proof of funds. So whether they're
Hmm.
borrowing it from a third party as a personal loan or have the bank money in their own account, we're just going to show the pre-qualification letter for the proof of funds and where it's coming from, and then put it on the
Hmm.
third party financing.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Who else has questions? Hey, Elmer, I'm here.
I find this to be the most confusing part I've ever, since I've gotten into real estate, is this part. Oh my God, it just makes my brain spin. I don't know why I have such a hard time with it. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
It's like
Well,
I
what
get the appraisal waiver, but I didn't know that we were still should be sending those. Because I'm very about protecting my client.
Well, I mean, because you're not the why we should be using it is not as an appraisal waiver, but they're just no right to terminate.
Yeah, because it protects them. I'm all about protecting them because you just never know what life can throw at them. And if there's a way to get them out of it legally, then let's make sure we cross our T's. So it's
Yeah.
teaching me.
Nice. Thank you, Tara. Hi, Donna.
Hello, how are you? And
Very
yes,
well,
I
thank
had
you.
a headache all day on
Hmm.
this. Um, uh, additional non-refundable option fee
Yeah.
in a multiple situation, and
Yeah.
make it high enough to where if they're serious enough, there's no back out of this, or
That's right.
they lose that kind of money. I've done that on a couple of situations.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want it bad enough, they'll pay for it.
Mm-hmm. I agree. The option is the most powerful thing that you can in a multiple offer situation because then they look at your offer and they're thinking, who's going to terminate? Who is the one that's going to leave me high and dry because that's going to be painful. And then they look at your offer and they're thinking, well, I want these people to terminate because if these people terminate, I'm going to get $10,000 and I can sell it to one of these others as a backup. So I'm going to go with these guys and then I'll pick another one as a backup. So it's one of my favorite things to do is to manipulate the option. But it's only in those scenarios that the next door neighbor's house came on the market, and we're the neighbor, and we want grandma to live next door, and we've got the cash, and no one is buying this home but us because we need to extend the backyard and make it one big backyard and take care of grandma. I don't care what it costs, get this house for us, kind of situation.
Always something.
It is always something. That's what the beauty of the profession is it's always something.
And we have a team behind us if we don't quite understand it.
The beauty of having Michael Potter.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
he comes to me multiple times a day. Well, okay, I got a new one for you.
Have you started writing and making a book?
Uh,
That's the question.
the Shoebox Chronicles. Yes.
That would be cute. Shoebox Chronicles of Real Estate.
Yep. 100%.
Thanks.
Welcome back. Who'd have thought they need Jack here where we need Jack here where we need. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back.
Okay, welcome back. It is 4:17. So we are talking about pull all the stops out for the buyer, high option. Um, I like to fill out the offer completely, make sure it's completely filled out, put everything together nice, make sure there's no blanks. Offer, third-party financing, HOA, download all the documents from the MLS, attach separately the pre-qualification letter from the offer so that's not together, and then email the listing agent with your PDF and text them offer emailed. I always email and then I text and then I call. but I will have already spoken to them a couple times ahead of time. So, do you have any offers? What's going on with the property? I always want to make sure that I'm communicating via text and following up the phone call because I want to make sure that I have the associated time stamps that are necessary. Again, love letter or not a love letter, buyer love letters contain often photos of the family. They can be later twisted into a fair housing violation for race, sexual orientation, however someone feels harmed. So NAR is saying that it's just adding too much liability and risk for the whole situation, the whole client, everyone, agents, clients. So attracting multiple offers for your seller. Now we've kind of talked about just little bits of on the buyer side, but we're going to completely transfer over to the seller side and talk from that point now. Attracting multiple offers, that is the whole thing that you promised on the listing appointment. No, maybe it wasn't to the level of a promise, but we talked to him about the 70% and the 30%. And do you remember the very fun 30%, 70% skit that so many of you did, and you've been waiting and waiting and waiting to find out who was going to be the winner of that skit? Well, we have the answer. The answer has just come in, just this very moment, as Lisa wanted to share with us that here are the people who did the video: Damien, Christina, Denise, Miriam, and David. You all did the 70/30 marketing video. And based on what Lisa watched and read, the winner of the 70/30 challenge is Damien. Congratulations, Damien. Excellent
Awesome.
work.
Thank you.
We are going to let Lisa throw. That's already in the Teams chat, right? You shared it already in the Teams chat. Good. Thank you, Lisa. Lisa's going to put it in the Teams chat so everyone can watch your fantastic job there. So congratulations on learning it all well enough to be able to pitch it, because that's what's necessary, be able to explain it. So you did a good job. Keep that moving because that's going to pay you dividends over the years to come. So we walk away from that conversation, that 70/30 conversation, for getting the seller excited about buyers and negotiating against each other. So we have a very well-planned coming soon campaign to drive traffic to the open house. Buyers are not in the market to hire a real estate agent. They're in the market to buy a home. 75% of our marketplace buyers, they don't have an agent. They just don't. So they have the attitude that if they find a property online, they're going to go see it. So if we can get our property online for an open house at the time that they're browsing casually between 11 to 2 a.m. in the morning on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, then it shows up, and likely they are going to be descending upon the property during the open house weekend. So we know by having it in the MLS Friday at 2 o'clock, it's going to go right out to the gateway agents, the 30%. We gave it to the 70% back on Monday. So we gave them 5 days ahead of time to sit with it, and then gave the agents who are going to be showing property that weekend as the brand new listing that just hit the market that weekend. Of course, those are the ones that get the most attention, especially if it's properly prepared and properly priced. So now the 70 and 30 can both descend upon the property at the same time, because that huge slow to respond 70%, it's like, herding cattle. It just doesn't work. So we had to give it to them way ahead of time so that they can show up on the property in the weekend and not have this weird delayed reaction where, a week later they start showing up. We figured out how to get both sides, both of those groups, to descend upon the property at the same time. So the basic structure, as we recall, is we go live in CTX MLS Monday, block out showings until Friday, go live in the local MLS Friday at 2 o'clock, where showings will begin. Grand open house Saturday and Sunday for whatever time you choose, 12 to 4 or 2 to 4, and get authorization from the seller to disclose the existence of multiple offers so that you have that ahead of time. And then you're going to always have in the back of your mind final and best Monday at the afternoon on Monday with a cutoff day. And then we're going to present the side-by-sides. We never know what's going to happen, but the idea here is that we do. want to make sure that we prepare for this. Following the timelines in Mega, the effective grand open house helps. I've given you guys these links that you can click on, but you already have the videos and you already have the calendar, which is very helpful for you. So again, here's your timeline. Now, let's say you're in a multiple offer situation. So now 2 offers have come in. We're going to walk through a very clean multiple offer situation. I'm going to show you the emails that I send, the text messages, so you can actually see it. So you're going to craft your final and best to look like this. So again, we did the whole thing. Friday came around. We had a couple of showings Friday afternoon. Let's say Saturday came around. You had multiple people come to the open house on Saturday. Sunday came around. Multiple people came. And then Sunday, in the end of the day, you received an offer. And then Monday morning, maybe another offer came in. And now you're sitting with 2 offers. So the first offer, you're going to craft it, the multiple offer situation like this. We're going to thank them for their time. Your audience is not the agent. Your audience is the buyer. You're going to talk to the buyer through the email by talking to the agent. So I don't, reference the buyer's name. I don't, do any of that stuff. But I understand that when I'm talking to the agent, that the buyer's going to hear me. So I want they're going to forward that email to the buyer. So I want to make sure I'm using very friendly, respectful, buyer-friendly language, the things that they're going to understand. Not talk about industry jargon, just make it very clear. So I thank them for their time. The audience is the agent. I mean, the audience is not the agent, it's the buyers. And I talk to them in the email. You'll see that in a second. I send the email to myself. Now remember, I'm the listing agent and I've received multiple offers. And I'm sending this multiple offer situation notice to everyone. And there's going to be, if you follow this correctly, you're likely going to be in multiple offers. You're likely right now. You do this right. So the last thing you want to do is send a multiple offer situation to 2 agents or 3 agents and have one of them reply all and say, well, we're out. The whole thing starts kind of coming down and now you're like, oh, this whole thing is crashing down on me and I'm kind of embarrassed. So how I structure my email matters. I send the email to myself, to Jack Stapleton, and I BCC all the agents. So they receive a copy of it, but they are not going to, if they hit reply all, it's only going to go to me and they don't see the email addresses of the other agents. That's hidden from them because I don't necessarily want them to see the email addresses, although I don't care if they talk to each other. So I'm BCCing everyone who showed the property. So I go through the lockbox report and I get a list of everybody who showed it and all the offers that I received. And then in the notice, in the email that I'm sending out, I call them out by name, not the buyers, but the buyer agents. I call them out by name. I disclose their names to the entire group. That's not confidential at all. And if they want to pick up the phone and call each other, good, do it. Now, not the people who showed it, but the people who actually brought the offers. And then I give them a final and best timeline. So my email looks just like this. And this actually is a real, I pulled this right out of my sent item, so this was a actual real one, as all of my slides usually are. So as you can see, I send it to myself. So you can see it's to me, BCC these agents, and then there was 10 more. And to whom it may concern, Samuel and Kelsey have asked me to thank you for all your hard work and time in showing their home. They really have enjoyed their property and have a lot of amazing memories in this home and are grateful that you love the home too. We have 3 offers. Carol Easters with Coldwell Banker, Jarrett Haynes with KW, Renessa Jonas with Vista Real Estate. We ask you provide your final and best by 5 p.m. today, and Samuel and Kelsey will review the offers at that time and make their decision today. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you. This one email is a game changer because guess what? The buyers no longer are thinking in the back of their head, I wonder if I really am in a multiple offer situation because now they know who they're up against. And if Carol wants to call Jarrett, I don't care. Have them call each other. Are you in a multiple offer situation with Jack? Yeah. Oh, okay. So am I. I mean, what are they going to say? What do you offer? I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just, it's created the transparency and the trust. And now, when I remove the objection, now they can meaningfully bid in the multiple offer situation because if in the back of their mind they don't really believe they're in a multiple offer situation, that's going to impede how much they offer. Because they're thinking, well, I bet you if I offer list price, I'm probably going to get it because I don't even know if I believe that I am in a multiple offer situation. So this completely removes that whole thing now. And now the buyers are like, okay, well, an upper gives three offers. And then they kind of just settle with that. All right, it's not a concern anymore. Mr. and Mrs. Agent, what should I do? What do I offer? And then now they're trying to figure out how do they beat the other two. Melinda.
So I see you copied the other people that showed it, but they didn't put offers. Have you ever had somebody, one of those people, then come forward with an offer now?
Hmm. Yes, because they were already working on an offer. They just hadn't called me, and I'm in the middle of my multiple offer situation, and they just hadn't even called me yet. And had I accepted one, they would have saw it go pending in the MLS, and they would have said, well, gosh, she didn't even bother to call me, and I showed the property. That happened to me once. And when you have something happen to you, you realize that's not cool. I had a situation where I showed a property, and it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon that I showed it. And for me, that's my time of reference. My client didn't see it 2 days before when it came on market. They showed it that day. And that day at 3 o'clock, it was active. And then they said, okay, let's put in an offer. And I went back to the list. I went back to the office. We called the lender. We got the pre-qualification letter. I picked up the phone and called the listing agent. Oh, we just accepted an offer. And I'm thinking to myself, you know that I just showed this property. You saw the lockbox read and you didn't even care enough to pick up the phone and call. How do you know that we wouldn't have been the highest bidder? How do you know? Well, agents are, they've getting these offers in and they're trying to do their job. And they're like, well, they don't even think to go through the lockbox report and to send the notice to everyone so that someone would have an opportunity to bid. Because I want to make sure if there are any other things going on out there, that at least I try to cover my bases as much as possible. Make sense? Now, with them bidding freely without constraints or, concerns, then I do the side by side. And this particular side by side looks like this. Their initial offer and their final offer, initial offer and final offer, initial offer. And so this is a situation where here's four. And I have a spreadsheet that just keeps going on, and I just take a screenshot of whatever the offers area takes up and I throw that in there. And then at the bottom, it shows, whichever one ended up being the highest offer. So the next question the client's going to have is, okay, well, based on this new piece of information, what am I going to walk away with? I showed you guys how to quickly and easily come up with a net, but now that I have an offer, I want a real number. I've given them my 0.0825 times the sales price to come up with the closing costs, subtract the loan amount, and poof, I've got a really good number that's going to be within 1% or less, sometimes within a few dollars of what their real net's going to be. But now I actually take the highest offer and I send it to my closer and say, I need a preliminary closing disclosure or an Alta statement on this because I want to know the real number so I can send it to my client. And I've done that immediately so that my client during the presentation, I'm already have that ready so that I can show them based on this number, this is the net from the title company. And so this always, I've already grabbed my highest net before I even presented the offers because I've got that first email said we're going to be asking for your final and best by 5 o'clock. So you're going to be probably doing one of two things. You're going to send me an email that says my clients are going to hold where they are, or here's a new offer. So then I need to take the newest offer, update the spreadsheet, make sure that I get that right. And then when I have the highest offer, I'm sending it to the title company so that they can put together the net sheet based on that highest offer so that I know what my client is going to net. And this is kind of what I send to the title company. Sales price, seller paid title, seller paid home warranty, seller contributions towards closing costs, HOA resale certificate, and the closing date. And they already know my commission. So then I just give them all the information that they need in order to come back to me with in the contracts attached as well. So craft your final set of offers to look like that. Put all the documents for each offer in their own zip file with the property address and attach it to the email. Embed the side-by-side spreadsheet showing each net. Explain to the seller the pros and cons of each offer and any special provisions or any crazy language or non-realty addendums. Make sure that's all in there as well. And then email the side-by-side. And then text the seller that you sent them the side-by-side and then get on Zoom or meet them in person or have a conversation with them over the phone and take them to the side-by-side. And now they're trying to figure out which one they're going to be leaning towards. And once, and this is what it looks like when I send them. You can see I have the offers here. Here's the 3 offers that they have. Here's the actual side-by-side. One is a 237 net, one is a 226 net, and one is a 236 net. So they've got a 236,950 and a 237,350. So those are really close, really, really close. One is one is putting 0% down. They're going VA, and the other one was putting 5% down. All of them asking for a 10-day option for 100, and everyone asking for a little bit different earnest money, all different amounts. But this offer over here is not VA, and it's more earnest money, and it's a little bit less. So now we are there. They asked for the home to be professionally cleaned, and they asked for the seller to pay the HOA transfer fee. But over here, they asked for the seller to professionally clean the house, clean the pool, and water the yard. So then now the seller's looking at all of this and do you want to counter one of these offers, Mr. Seller, or what do you want to do? And then, of course, I've already spoken to the lenders. I've verified their proof of funds. And then we're making the most logical choice of which one to go with. But you've got to call the lenders. Is the buyer well qualified? Does the lender have automated approval? Is the down payment sourced in liquid funds and available? Is any part of the down payment being gifted from a third party? Are there qualifying income coming from bonuses or commission income that they still need to prove? In other words, do they have buyer approval not yet? And have they verified their income and assets? And is any amount of their pre-qual their cap, or are they actually able to go more? Sometimes their pre-qualification letter isn't as much as they can spend. They just decided to cap the pre-qual at whatever they're offering so that, it doesn't show too much. But in a multiple offer situation, usually they're trying to make it look as good as possible. But these are the questions that you should be asking a lender. Roundabout questions, and you'll usually get exact answers to those types of questions. An appraisal. Regardless of what side of the transaction you are on, you need to get approval from the buyer client to meet the appraiser at the property. And then meet the appraiser at the property. Putting a face to the name helps, makes it humanizes the whole thing. Your business card or your V card if you're going to do that. A list of upgrades that's in the property. List of relevant comps in all of the MLSs, not just the main one. Sometimes there's little comps in other MLSs that are really helpful for same property. RPR report for the subject property. They don't have access to the RPR report. We do. Proof of multiple offer situations. So if there are 3 offers, bring him the first page of all 3 offers. List price to sold price ratio for the comps, that little graph. I give them a copy of the one I gave my seller, which they love. And then in some situations, if you have a really good comp, you may ask the listing agent if they have an appraisal on that one, or how many offers they have. And it's 4:36, it's 4:37. So technically, I landed the plane 15 minutes or 20 minutes early. How about that? That's only ever happened like twice. You guys need to ask more questions. That's what needs to happen. Damien.
This is a simple one. I can recreate spreadsheets very easily, but since it's already been made, are we able to have a copy of that multiple offer spreadsheet so we have another tool in our tool belt?
Yeah, it actually comes directly with you as the after class attachments in the email that are already there.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Donna.
Have you ever had a situation where you've verified, say this is $750,000 piece of property that you're buying, and you verified funds, the cash to close is there, it's cash transaction, and you get ready to go to closing, and there's no money in the coffers anymore. Can you
So,
ask their banker that verified this? When did they take the money out?
I mean, we've had a scenario where in 2010, a bank went upside down and they funded the transaction, but the money wasn't made to the seller.
Mm-hmm.
So it was partially funded halfway through. We have had situations where crazy things have happened. Um, we've had situations where the buyer wired the earnest money to the title company or no, the proceeds, the buyer wired their closing proceeds, down payment to the title company, and it went somewhere else and they lost it. Lisa's had that happen too, to a client. We got the FBI involved and they were able to get 90% of it back. 10% of it was not, didn't come back. So yes, I don't think there's a scenario we really haven't seen.
I had a sales transaction and they were paying cash. It was $500,000. And this is back when we first started having all the wire transfer stuff. And my buyer wired the $500,000 to a
Yeah.
fictitious title company. We were able to get it back, thank God. But because they got on it right away.
hmm That's the thing about that is speed matters. They can pull back a wire as long as a certain amount of time has gone by or has not
Mm-hmm.
passed. So yeah, 100%. Even international wires, they're able to pull it back. So we've got an email address directly with the FBI that they monitor, and we send that to them, and then they immediately respond, and then they get
Mm-hmm.
in touch with the title company, and then it goes from there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a horrible situation.
Yes.
Miriam, I'm glad your people got their money back.
Um, I'm glad we finished early. I felt like we were asking a lot of questions today. So,
No, not as much as
anyway,
you did, but not as much as some of the prior megas when it comes to the third-party financing. I told you it's the
yeah,
one form that is the most misunderstood. People think it's something different than a contingency.
yeah. Well, my question is, so you're given a best and final by 5 p.m.
Yep.
Um, Now, if you're going to the title company for a preliminary CD,
hmm
you're not going to get that until the next morning. So what do you think? And Tara put this in the chat,
No,
but I
so
was also thinking, but
at 9 o'clock, so when I get the highest offer, I take the highest offer that I think that's going to be the one, and I send that to the title company, and they're
oh,
working on
okay,
it. Now they've already
at the
had it
same
done
time.
in the morning. So it's 9 o'clock. I'm sending out exactly right. I'm sending out the multiple offer situation, and then I already have those offers. I don't know if they're going to bid higher or not, but I take the highest one that I have so far and I send it to the title company,
Okay.
and that way they've already created it. They already have it done, and so now all I need them to do is tweak it a little bit if one of the offers goes up, and then that only takes them 5 minutes.
So my question is though, what do you think about because most of the title companies have those seller net and buyer net sheets that you can just calculate
Uh-uh.
online as long as you have the numbers. What do you think of those?
I am highly opposed to them, just as a personal practice, only
But what,
because,
but like I'm interested in knowing why. Yeah.
okay. I don't want the client to come back to me and say, how come you get this wrong? I want the title company to be their fault. I want no responsibility in these numbers at all. So I send everything over to the title company, have them prepare it, and then they send it to me and I forward it from the title company and it's on them. I want nothing to do with that. Plus, I just don't want to take the time to do it. I would rather them do it for me. And if they're going to be my title person, well, they're just going to have to deal with my idiosyncrasies. And that's just part of the thing of working with me.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Islet.
So not really relevant to much of what today, but just a little. But I looked through the slides for tomorrow, for Friday too, but I didn't see where we'll cover the amendment, just an amendment to the contract in huge detail. But I just want to be clear on something because I've dealt with recently in the last couple of weeks in two circumstances where somebody wanted to amend something. Today is going from the buyers are going to go from I have the listing, and the buyers want to go from a conventional to a cash transaction because they are more than qualified, have extensive financial portfolio, but the lender's putting them through the ringer on giving them, we want this and we want that. And the buyers are just tired of jumping through hoops for the lender. So
Yeah.
the buyer agent said, we are going to go cash. And she said, I'll send you the contract so we can change an initial. And I said, no, we can handle it on that amendment. I said, paragraph one, you can push it in there where it just says the cash portion is the total amount. But we had another amendment previous, and she's concerned that this would supersede that, but it's not a paragraph relating to sales price. It's a paragraph relating to repairs. So layering the amendments one on top of each other, I'm just trying to be clear because I
No.
said if
Yeah.
it's not opposed or readdressed on the next amendment, then that line item isn't negated. It's just changing one more different factor on top of something else that we've changed,
If you
correct?
have, yes, if you have four amendments and each amendment has a different number selected, all four of those have been agreed to. Now, if a future dated amendment has the same item selected, the newest amendment supersedes the old one for that item that was selected.
Okay, one more that I had this week too was an incorrectly placed credit to the
Commission.
no, actually she meant to ask for $2,000 in lieu of repairs, but she put it on paragraph on number 4 instead of number 5.
Hmm.
And so
So she's paid herself $2,000 commission.
yeah. So anyway, it was caught, but yeah, so uh, just yeah, funny.
That's funny. Yeah, that would be an easy thing to fix. What other questions while we have the amendment up that you might have? Anything else?
I have to ask you, if you, Jack, if you have to send the data to the title and they close by 4:35, so you basically let them know that you will let the competitions or the buyers agents know the next day.
And you, I'm not sure I understood what you asked.
Okay, remember you said that you will not take the responsibility of finding out the offer that has been sent, the multiple offers. You sent it out to the title.
I am asking the title company to perform an Alta statement for me, which shows the seller's net. And so I get a multiple offer situation. I take the highest offer that I have at that moment, at the moment I'm sending out my multiple offer situation to all the agents and CCing each other and BCCing each other and emailing it to me. Separately, I take the highest offer and I send it to the title company and I ask the closer to prepare an Alta statement. I get that back and then I share it with the seller immediately and say we're still waiting on a highest and best. This might change. And if it does change, then I send it to the title company and then they'll revise it, send it back to me, and I'll send it to the client. What Miriam mentioned was that a lot of the title companies have an app, and the app you can fill out a net sheet for yourself, but I refuse to download it, I refuse to fill it out, and I send my documents to them and have them do it for me. That's just
Okay.
a Jack thing.
Okay, so it's basically that will be the next day, the day you sent it out the first time, and then if the information changes, you set it out the next day.
No. No, 9 a.m. in the morning, I am sending out final and best, and I'm asking for final and best by 5 o'clock that same day. And so 9 a.m., the title company will have it back for me in about 20 or 30 minutes because I will have also sent them a text message and said, I need this back. and they usually will have someone in the office do it for me on the spot. And then at 5 o'clock, I'm dealing with my final offers. That's my appointment to the client. I give a 5 o'clock final invest and a 5:30 appointment with my clients. And then when I have what I think is the highest offer, send it to the title company again, ask them to revise, which I don't really need to because if there's only going to be a few $1,000s difference, which is going to affect the net within a few $1,000s, and so they understand what's going on well enough. So it doesn't necessarily need to happen, but I do like to get down to the penny. But I may or may not have that second version from them or not. But I'm presenting now at 5:30 the side by side, and they have the net from the other, and they're like, okay, so this one's $5,000 more. Yes, so my net's going to change about $5,000, roughly. Got it. And now they're happy.
Okay, so my question was, the title company closes by 4:30. So you basically you just tell them to.
I don't know any title company that closes at 5:30, and I know where my closer lives, and she's responding to me at 8 o'clock at night. So you need to change title companies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Isabel.
My question is, how do you amend the sales price on a listing agreement? Let's say you have a reduction in price that you
Okay.
agree with the seller. How do
Yep.
you amend?
Okay, so we have an amendment to listing. So you pull up the listing amendment. And hopefully you never have to do this because hopefully what you have is a structured set of price reductions built into your listing agreement already. But absent of that, here is the amendment to listing. You put in the effective date of the date, which is usually the day they signed it. The listing agreement price is now going to be $500,000 from $530,000, and then fill it out and off it goes. Yep. Well, let's go ahead and officially class dismiss. It's 4:49. So you guys can go and spend a little bit extra time with making your phone calls, getting ready for your UVPs tomorrow. I will see you for a very exciting day on Friday. I'm very excited about it. And of course, we have Saturday, and I know a lot of you are excited about it. Some of you we've already told us that you cannot make it, so we will be sad that you're not there, but we completely understand. You've gone through an entire month of this, so we will make sure that we celebrate you whether you're there or not. And just know that also there are situations where people can't come, and we always have a laptop or it will be on Zoom. So as we're celebrating and going through the graduation and announcing the mega valedictorian and also the master certified salespersons, which will be announced live at the event, that will also be on Zoom for those of you who won't be here.
Make sure that you RSVP. There has been emails out, or reach out to Lauren and let her know that you're coming. And if you have a +1, because on our .me you can't put +1, so just let Lauren know if you're bringing a +1 with you.
Yeah. And so your official class is best. You can hang out with us if you like. The exam is already there for you. You're going to get the class post-class email here in a little bit with the attachments that you've already asked about, which are attached. But I'm going to stick around and I'm going to answer more questions all the way through till 5 o'clock. So feel free to keep the questions coming. For the rest of you who want to bail, thank you all so much for attending class today, and I will see you soon.
Thanks, Jack. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
Melinda. Thank you.
I think I know the answer to this, but I want to ask anyway. What do you do when you have another agent that is not being honest and telling you there's multiple offers when you think there isn't? I'm sure you've come across that.
In 21 years, there was one. There was one situation where after my client decided not to put in an offer, it stayed on the market for another 20 days, and I didn't believe him in the first place. And I knew that agent really well, and I had a bias because we had another situation. 99% of the time, I'm not questioning whether they're lying to me because I don't think they are. I just can't believe they are. But if you don't know what's really going on in the background. You just don't know. An offer could have come in. It could have been a lowball offer. It could have been a good offer. That offer could have just vanished. Um, Thing is there's nothing that can be done about it because if you have no way to really verify. There's one thing that you can do. There's two things. But if you really believe that you've been lied to, you can contact the person's sales manager and say, I'm a real estate agent and I was in a multiple offer situation with your agent, and I want you to go through the agent's files and I want you to ask your agent whether or not they were in a multiple offer situation. You don't have to come back to me because I believe in the integrity of your firm. But I believe that I was lied to, and I believe my client was lied to, and I don't take this lightly. And I want you to go through and I want you to ask for the files, and I want you to find out whether or not there's a multiple offer situation. That's as best you're going to get. And who knows what's going to happen. Hi, Tara. You were on.
So if you have a buyer and they like, okay, so for instance, last May, it was a property out here. It was just a lot over in the Woodlands. It was listed for 550 just for the lot. And we went 100,000 over asking, and he kept asking me, well, what would you go over? And I was like, well, I don't like, how do you advise someone how much? Because this man, he had 1.2 million in his bank account. So I knew he had the funds. But like, how do you advise someone in a situation like that? Because just don't know if that's like our place to advise someone like, hey, buy this over like 300,000, because it ended up selling for 800. And
Yeah.
so I just wasn't really sure like if I handled that wrong. I mean,
So again, the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. So first, I told the listing agent, what can you share with me? Have you guys, how many offers do you have? Would you kind of share with me where you are? Is 500,000, 600,000, 700,000? What's going to take to get this done? Because my client has demanded to get it done, and see if they'll tell you. The
he
most
wouldn't. And he even worked for the same brokerage.
well, good. I'm glad he didn't breach his
I
confidentiality
know.
with the seller
I was
and
like, come
and
on, just give me a... Yeah, but he did. Yeah, he didn't. Because I really wasn't sure because I didn't know how to handle that situation because that was honestly the first time I'd ever been in it.
well, that was the first thing. The second thing would be to do a CMA and look in the last 30, 45 days of everything that's sold in that area and look at the pendings and look at the actives and call the other pendings and ask if they were in a multiple offer situation, see if they'll share with you what else is going on. See if there's any other lots that are not on the market that might be interested, and see if you can contact those people and find out if there is an off-market lot in Remine that you can grab for him as well at the same time.
Okay.
And just do as much research as you can. It's going to come down to conversations.
That's kind of what I did. I didn't do a couple of things you listed, but it is kind of what I did. Okay. I was just kept wondering. That was a lot of money for a lot.
Bye, Jeanette. Did you have a question, Jeanette, or are you just saying bye? Bye. Okay.
I was just saying
Okay.
bye.
Bye, bye, bye. I will see you soon.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, Aki. I know you have a question
Yeah,
too.
I have a question. Sorry for I don't know. I'm trying to hold my hands, but it turned it down. But anyway, question about my prospect property appraisal and square feet of house measurement. And she lives near UT, and I'm going to put her property on market not soon. I don't know, but I'm trying to get ready for it. But regarding the survey and appraisal, she built 3 stories concrete additional, like a huge building behind her house, and without the permit. I think I told you before, but the during the 1980s, you can build without the permit, around the Austin area is a, I guess, uh, everybody doing,
Everything prior
you
to
know
Code Next is grandfathered in. So, first thing I would
yeah.
go to the DEC, the Development Assistance Center. It's called DAC. It's in
Hmm.
South Congress, and I would, have the seller go to them is this okay? Is this going to cause us any grief? Likely it won't, because most things prior to Code
Yeah,
Next,
yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
the
It's
Austin thing,
forgiveness, whatever.
is forgiven.
So
And
my question
have them
is,
order an
in
appraisal and
this,
find out what this thing is worth.
do I have to appraise, get touch with the appraisal?
If you're telling me
But
that
but
she has a
in
single family home and that she installed a 3-story structure on her property in the backyard that maybe is on an alley, I would say that that would be a really good excuse to ask the seller to get an appraisal, because you're not going to likely be able to come up with a good list price for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So anyway, in that case, do do I need to disclose survey or appraisal, like a the square feet of a house measurement from the Austin CAD or tax assessment
Well,
from
if you get
original?
the a survey, if you get an appraisal done, the appraiser is going to give you the square footage.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Uh, okay. So so first what she need to do is appraise.
Have you hired a
Get that.
mentor?
Hmm?
Have you hired a
Yeah, yeah, I
mentor?
have.
Who's your
Not
mentor?
not with this property, but
Yeah. Well, you're
yeah.
going to need a mentor. So
Hmm.
make sure maybe Cindy Bell or someone who has the kind of experience that you're looking for in a very unique property like this, and hire your mentor and have them mentor you through this, because at this point, there's going to be a lot of unique things, and I want to make sure you don't miss anything. So you need to have a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
helicopter flying over you.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. So
Yeah.
I love what you said, 49 1. Yeah, that
Mhm.
was a really good like almost like a wild card.
Aki, this is one of the this I use this if I ever need to measure.
Uh-huh.
There you just
What
get
is
them
that?
at it's a laser. You just like you
Oh,
just point it.
oh, that's
That's what I
cool.
use, but it'll measure rooms and it gives you I have it from when I sold flooring, but I
Yeah,
use
yeah,
it
yeah.
sometimes to verify.
Oh, that's
It's
awesome.
it's the easiest way.
Yeah, okay, okay.
Like $80.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you, thank you. I will use that one. Yeah. Well, thank you, Jack. I appreciate your help.
No problem, Mackie. It's good to see you. Hey, Elmer, I'm actually
Nice.
back. Okay, I will see you all soon. Bye now. Mhm.
Bye. Bye-bye.